In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
There it is, the smile! She clinches the match.
What a feeling to win a match for your team.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, Chessbrahs and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
5, he checks first, his light check.
Queen 25.
Little triangulation. Little triangulation.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
He goes for it. That's going to be the match.
My goodness.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Yes, Chelsea's gonna win it. Chelsea's gonna win it. And Pavel has won it. Pavel has won it. Wow.
Happy Wednesday, everybody, and welcome to the Pro Chess League. 2 incredibly exciting matches for you today. As usual, I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, once again, it is a pleasure to be commentating with International Master Tanya Sajdev. Tanya, it's morning for me, it's late in the afternoon for you, but I think we're both excited to watch some chess.
Daniel, we have an incredible day of chess coming up ahead, and saying that I'm excited would just not cut it. We started the Pro Chess League with 16 teams. The aim was clear. 3 wins takes you to the playoffs, 3 losses, and you're out. We're down to 15 teams. Daniel, I'm sorry about the elimination of your team, the Charlotte Cobras. And I know it was a tough loss.
It was a tough loss, but hey, it's the Pro Chess League. Happy days for some teams, sad days for others. Here are the top of the standings. You can see the Indian Yogis and the Lebedev Chess Wizards, who are facing off today at 2-0. If they win one more match, they are in to the playoffs. Some teams are 1-1, such as Magnus Carlsen's team, the Canada Chessbrahs. And Tanya, thanks for reminding me there are range. In particular, there is one team, the Charlotte Cobras, and unfortunately lost yesterday's match. I was not able to play. I was traveling. To be completely honest, I'm kind of glad I didn't get internet on the plane.
Absolutely. As you're mentioning, it's really a big day, Daniel, with Indian Yogis and the Lebedev Chess Wizards facing each other. These are the 2 of the 4 teams that are on 100% score right now. There's so much at stake. One of them will punch their ticket into the playoff. They have been the best performers at the Pro Chess League so far, and it's tough. It's a tough one to pick a favorite in this one because we've got to take a look at just their rosters that the 2 teams have got with them. And we also have the week 3 standings of the other teams, Daniel.
Yeah, you can see the Charlotte Cobras, the only team that has thus far been eliminated. Some teams are on the brink. I think the most surprising element of these standings is the St. Louis Archbishops, which has won the Pro Chess League in the past. They have an incredibly strong team, but they have lost both of their first 2 matches. And I think what we're seeing is that it's really not about which team has the most super GMs. It's all about which team has the most well-assembled roster. That seems to be a lot more important than the average rating. But all of that is in the past. Charlotte Cobras will regroup. Today, we have 2 other very exciting matches for you. We will start with the Lebedev Chess Wizards against the Indian Yogis. This is one of the most hyped matches that we've had thus far in the PCL. And then later today, we will have the Garden State Passers taking on the Canada Chessbrahs.
Super big day here at the Pro Chess League. We've been talking about getting to that 8.5 point victory, and today it's not just the match win, but making it to the playoffs at stake. And the Wizards, they've had a brilliant performance so far, as well as the Yogis. But let's not forget, Daniel, last week, the Yogis barely survived their match against the Canada Chessbrahs. Meanwhile, of course, the Garden State Passers with James Canty III and the Chessbrah team are going to be looking at their journey to make it to the playoffs. I am super excited to kick off today. And what do you think? One of them makes it to the top 8, to the
Well,
playoffs? Which one is it going to be? Will it be the Levitov or the Yogis?
both of them have demonstrated just incredible play in the first 2 weeks. And speaking of incredible play, let's look at the players who've made that incredible play happen. For the Levitov Chess Wizards, you can see a certain guy named Daniel Dubov on the photo there. He is making an appearance today. It is his first Pro Chess League appearance of the season, as if they needed any other reinforcements. Alexei Sarana, Rauf Mamedov, all of these names are incredibly familiar. Shmanov, Lazovic. I mean, look at these names, Tanya. It's just amazing.
Daniel Dubov is the most creative player of modern chess. His style is absolutely inimitable. He plays for the fans, Daniel. He plays to the galleries. He's making his debut in the season in today's matchup. So I'm super excited to see what innovative opening ideas he comes to. And of course, we've got Valentina Gurina, who's also been a strong player for the Levitov Chess Wizards. I mean, look at their roster. There are so many grandmasters, so many big names, and we've seen it in their performance so far in the Pro Chess League.
And speaking of big names, the Yogis have some big names as well. They've got a roster assembled of the very top Indian players. Vida Gujarathy is not able to play today, but Pragnananda is, as well as his sister Vaishali, who has been an integral piece of the Yogis' success thus far. Of course, Nihal Saran is a crowd favorite, and he is part of the team as well. So these two teams, when I say that they're evenly matched, they really are evenly matched. And it's a toss-up. It's total toss-up.
It's super hard to pick a favorite in this matchup that we've got coming up. And as you're mentioning, today's team is so young. We've got Prog, who's leading from the front. Now, even though he's just all of 17 years old, it's hard to go by his age because he has so much experience in this online chess format where we've seen him really hold his own in the Champions Chess Tour as well. And it would be easy for the captains to, Daniel, just go with the top 4. We know that the Pro Chess League, one of the most exciting features of it is the lineup rules. They've got to follow the rules when they put out the roster, when they put out their players for each match.
You're exactly right. And here you see some of the key features of the lineup rules. Every team must include at least one female player. There is a total rating average cap of 2550, but players over 2700 count as 2700. So Magnus Carlsen counts as 2700. That encourages more super GMs. And players under 2200 count as 2200. And women over 2350 count as 2350. And the Levitov Chess Wizards, of course, have two of the strongest female players in the world, Gunina and Kostenyuk. And on that note, let's kick off our first match of the day. The Levitov Chess Wizards and the Indian Yogis are going to face off. It's a complete and total toss-up as we look at the board assignments. Dubov is making his PCL appearance for the first time, Tanya. And so we see,
Yeah, it's really interesting as we see that our board assignments of today. Now, Daniel, let's do a little deep dive into this. We see on board 1, 3, and 4, at least rating-wise, it looks like the Levitov Chess Wizards have an upper hand compared to the Indian Yogis. We've got Prag, Vaishali, and Pranesh on board 1, 3, and 4. But on board 2, actually, Nihal Sarin's the one who's with a higher rating. That said, also let's point out that these ratings are in fact the ones that were there in November. There have been a lot of huge jumps and changes with the players. The one that stands out is that 4th board that you see for the Indian Yogis. It says I am Pranesh, but he's not an IM anymore. He, in fact, has just become a grandmaster about a month ago, winning the Rilton Cup in style, India's 79th grandmaster. So even though in front of our screens, he is currently the 4th board, do not be fooled by that rating. He's currently 2,500.
That's great insight, Tanya. His GM application is open, but it will obviously be approved. And the Levitov Chess Wizards, they've got 4 grandmasters, but as you're saying, international masters, grandmasters, everybody is capable of impacting a PCL match, and we will see who the X factors are going to be. I think Pranesh's performance is going to be crucial. I'm on the same page. Tanya, the players are on the same page. The gong has sounded, the match is kicked off, and Pranesh is facing off against the Chess Wizards board 1, Daniel Dubov, as they enter a Rui Lopez.
What's been really interesting about these two teams has been the mix up of their player lineup every week. Daniel, every week they come out with a new team to play. And that is such a smart strategy because you're really able to see the performance and the form of each of the players on your roster. Now, this is Pranesh's first game in the Pro Chess League. He's up against Daniel Dubov. And I'll tell you one more thing about Pranesh. Openings have definitely been something that he's struggled with. He's very strong in the middle game and the end game. So this is going to be interesting to see who wins the opening battle here because we know Dubov. He's definitely someone who likes unconventional territory. And I see the position on our board. It's not something we see very often in the Royal Lopez.
No, we do not. And in particular, I think knight b to d2, which we just saw, is a relatively rare line. Normally, you see white capturing on e5, and often that is followed by a queen trade on the d turn. Knight back to d7, supporting the knight on e5. So the queens, I think, are likely to stay on the board. In fact, they are going to stay on the board, guaranteed. That's music to my ears, Tanya.
Well, and I see this move by Pranesh. You're talking about the queen staying on the board. Absolutely agree with that. It means it's going to be a fun middle game. Very often we do see the D line being opened up for that queen trade. And the move a5, this pawn advance in the queen side, a very thematic idea here. And the point is that you disconnect black's a pawn and the b pawn. And what happens with that often is that the b4 pawn can become a weakness in Dubov's camp. But you know what? Dubov's made his intentions pretty clear. He's saying, Pranesh, I don't care about these weaknesses. I'm keeping the queens on the board because I want a middle game fight. Daniel Dubov, a huge favorite in this one. He knows this is a
Yeah.
tough match. He needs to get those points in.
I think we've seen 2 common patterns in a lot of the PCL matches. Both of these sound like cliches, but obviously your board 1 needs to have a big performance. I haven't seen a single PCL match 1 where the board 1 scores 2 out of 4 or less. And if your board 4 can score 1 upset or more, that gives you an incredibly big boost. So I think that's what should be going through Pranesh's mind right now. This is a growth mindset kind of game. Nobody's expecting him to go 4 out of 4, but if he can get a draw here, maybe even a win there, that's going to make a huge positive impact. Knight takes c5 is on the board. I think Daniel is going to recapture it with his knight, Tanya. And if white plays f4 prematurely, that could run into bishop g4. So white needs to tread very, very carefully here because his pieces are kind of clogged up in the center.
And coming in the way of its own pieces. And that's why Bishop G4 was such a massive threat. Easy to miss that the queen had no squares, which is why we see Pranesh taking the decision to fall back with the knight to make sure that if you go with the bishop, he has the option to push that pawn to f3 and start attacking the bishop. He's opening up his own bishop on c1 for development. Knight from f1 is headed to e3 because it wants to get to the center, to the d5 square.
Indeed, and the middle game, I think, is about equal. The position is stabilized, and that affords us a good opportunity to go back to our bird's eye view and check out some of the other games because 2 other games are now in progress. Vaishali is facing Dropstone DP. That is David Paravian's chess.com handle. And of course, Denis Lazovic is squaring off against Nihal Sarin. So top right there, Tanya, we're seeing Paravian against Vaishali. That looks like a Caro-Kann where white has the bishop pair, and the lower left board has just begun as well.
Wow, and Danis Lazavic is a huge scorer for the Levitov Wizards. So far, he's raked up 6 points out of a possible 8 for his team. So that's definitely a board that is very important for the Wizards. And as we've been pointing out in the bottom left, we can see a lot of moves have happened, but it looks like the position is pretty evil.
Mm-hmm.
It will become evil at some point, but it's pretty level for now. While on the top left board, it continues with the queens on the board. I think so far it looks like each of the boards, Daniel, everything is pretty sane and normal
Hmm.
for both white and black, but it's the Vaishali board that catches my eye. And I think we should just jump straight into it. We're seeing a lot of trades there that have happened, and quite a wild pawn structure.
Yeah, and I was misled. This pawn structure sometimes happens in the Tartica or Caro. In reality, this came from a Petrov. So David Baravian playing a Petrov, really not minding a draw, I think, with the black pieces. And that is where the game is heading. Vaishali has
Hmm.
traded another pair of minor pieces. She's up a d4 pawn, but I think black does have enough compensation there on the king side, Tanya. f7, f5 is a dangerous move because it threatens to open the f file. This game could fizzle out, I think, into a draw pretty quickly.
It very well could, but I think Vaishali might still want to try a little bit. As you're pointing out, f5 was very important to try to create that counterplay against the pawn that David Paravian has lost. But White can also think about bringing her own rooks into the game. Vaishali can potentially double up on the a file or bring it to the open e file. But I love the idea of going rook a1, rook a7, really trying to target your king as well. Vaishali has a different approach. She wants to trade off more pieces. The more pieces that are eliminated, I think we get closer to the draw.
Yeah, I mean, queen takes f5 right now essentially gives white a risk-free position, but are terribly realistic, Tanya. That's because of two main reasons. First of all, the kingside pawn structure is going to be quite weak. And second of all, David Paravian has very active pieces. You're going to find it very, very difficult to get this d pawn past d5.
That's a really great point, Daniel. And interesting, Vaishali slows down a little bit, but after you've traded on f5, keeping the queens on the board with that king on g1 open, it's hard to imagine that happen as well. Perhaps she wants to trade on her own terms and wants to improve the pawn structure while doing that. So, move like queen to g4, saying that if you
Mm.
trade queens, I not only improve my pawn structure, but then create better winning chances with the f pawn and the g pawn connected where Charlie's slowing down. Daniel, I think that's the trade that she's looking at on the G4 square.
Well, she senses that this is an important moment, that queen takes f5 can guarantee her at least a draw, but an upset win in round one would be such a huge boost for the Yogis. I agree. I think she should go queen g4. She could also consider king g2, trying to say, okay, I'm going to keep my pawn structure, but you're going to have to help my king get active and get toward the center. Now, obviously, a trade of rooks in that ensuing endgame would be squarely in white's favor. And a great move by Vaishali. She plays
Hmm.
king g2. David Paravian still has over 10 minutes on the clock, but I do think that he's got to tread carefully if he wants to ensure half a point here.
I like that move, king to g2, but I'm just worried that can black actually now just decline a queen trade and say that your king is in the
Hmm.
open. It's, you don't have that pawn shield in front of it. I'm going to decide to keep the queens and actually fall back with the queen to either to e6 or d7 or just any square where you can keep the queen still on the board. And that might put the pressure on Vaishali to again try to keep her king safe. Vaishali, this match, this round, is actually the third seeded player for the Indian Yogis. Usually we see her
Hmm.
play on board four. And this is a big one for her against David Paravian. So far, she's scored 3.5 points out of a possible seven for the Indian Yogis. She's been a solid board, and it's a great start with the white pieces. Bishop to e7 can still go ahead with the trade on f5, or the other
Hmm.
idea, queen to g4. But now, don't forget, notice that king on g2, queen g4 might allow a check on d5.
Queen g4 might allow that check, and the last thing you want to do is lose the pawn on c4. The last thing you want to do is take any unnecessary risk, because a draw is a very reasonable result for Vaishali. And as she ponders ways to keep the initiative going and keep that extra pawn alive, we go back to the bird's eye view, because some of the other games are reaching a very, very interesting point. Top left, we still have that same pawn structure, two minor pieces a piece that looks relatively balanced, maybe even a slightly more pleasant position for Pranesh. I'm looking at the bottom right, though, Tanya, where we have a very unbalanced pawn structure in Valentina Gunina's game against Pragnananda. White has the bishop pair. White has damaged kingside pawn structure, but it's hard to say. It's hard to evaluate that position. So let's take a closer look. Who would you rather be playing here?
I have to say that I'm liking White's compensation for the destroyed pawn structure, and that is because I'm very biased towards the bishop pair, and also the fact that the G line is open. You constantly have to watch out for sacrifices on that tender G6 spot. Yes, currently it's guarded by those two pawns, but it's something that you have to make sure that you've got enough pieces around your king. And look at what Prague has done. He immediately strikes in the center with the move f4, and I like this because it comes with a devious trick, Daniel. Now, you might be thinking of a possibility to push that pawn to e4 to block that bishop on d3, no more sacrifices on g6. But I think after e4, what Prague wants to do is actually capture that pawn with his knight.
Mhm.
Notice how the bishop on b4 hangs. So if black takes the knight on e4, you pick up black's bishop on b4. Meanwhile, after knight e4, if Prague captures on d2, Valentina Gunina can actually pick up on d2. And I just realized that Valentina is the one who's playing with white. In my head, I thought it was Prague who was white. I love Valentina's position here with no e4 coming up. I think she's done all the right things with the bishop pair
Ooh.
capturing the g file.
Ooh, but she just took back on c3 with the pawn, and I'm really not sure about that decision. That introduces, I think, unnecessary weaknesses to her queenside pawn structure. I really didn't see a reason why white couldn't take back on c3 with the bishop. If we bring up an analysis board, what's the key difference in these two captures? Well, after bishop takes c3, if black closes the center with e4, white drops the bishop back to e2. And white is now ready to reopen the dark squared bishop with d5. Even if black plays c6, white could very well consider sacrificing the d pawn and getting that diagonal open. Instead, if we go back to the live board, look at that bishop on d2. It now has no prospects. It's hemmed in by its own pawns. And I'm pretty shocked at Valentina's decision there. I think that does give black a pretty comfortable position.
It's very strange, Daniel. You double your own pawns. You've already got one double pawns on the king side. You don't need another pair on the queen side. And you also block that bishop on d2. So making sure Prague gets that e4, blocks that bishop on d3. But now those double bishop pair that I've been screaming about just doesn't feel as strong as it was. Valentina wants to continue the pressure. She does a rook lift, also eyeing to get the other rook to the g file. Prague calmly and coldly just sidesteps. I'm not seeing an attack, but black has to watch out for an f5 break at all times. Even if it means
Hmm.
a pawn sacrifice, it could be super dangerous for black's king side.
Yeah, it could. Black has to be incredibly vigilant. But again, I think the story revolves around the dark squared bishop. If that bishop was on c3, it would be a different story. The contribution of that bishop to the attack would make the attack largely unstoppable. Now, in response to f5, I think Prague could either move the queen back because g6 is so well protected, or he could even potentially capture on f5 and bring a rook to g8. And a mass trade of rooks here, I think would squarely favor black. So the more this game continues, the more I think Valentina is going to regret that decision to recapture on c3 with her bishop. But still plenty of chess left to be played, Tanya, as she brings her queen back to d1, potentially preparing maybe bishop g4, but then you're going to have to reckon with the weakness of the c4 pawn.
It's a very strange decision that Valentina made with capturing on c3, doubling up the pawns when it was so much more natural to take it with the bishop, keeping the pawn structure, activating the dark squared bishop. Just visualize this exact position with the bishop on c3 on that diagonal of a1 to h8. That would be a huge advantage. But it looks like Valentina has got a tunnel vision right now. She wants to get all her pieces to the king side. She wants to get that f5 break in. Queen g2, f5. She's eyeing that g7 square once the g
Hmm.
file opens up as well. And it's still far, far from over. And she's still exerting a lot of pressure on the king
Yeah,
side.
agreed completely. I think practically speaking, as you see Pragnananda's clock start to dip down below 5 minutes, a lot of attacking chances here for white. So let's go back to the bird's eye view because some of the other games have been progressing. We still have that pawn up endgame in Vaishali's game against David Paravian. She's managed to push her pawn to d5. So there's no doubt in my mind that Vaishali is the one attempting to win that game. She's not
Mhm.
quietly going to agree to a draw. She's going to torture black while she has the chance.
Completely agree. Now, this is a position on the top right where white is playing for two results, and that's quite a big start for Vaishali, who is both three today for the Indian Yogis. But the board that catches my attention is on our top left. Take a look at that eval bar. It is screaming for Pranesh, saying that white is doing super well in the position. I see that Dubov has gone for another very creative outcome after the opening. The H pawn is already down the board with H5, but it can be a big weakness. And Daniel, should we do a deep dive into that one because it's exploding?
Yes. It's exploding, and it might not be exploding in Black's favor. And as we go to that game, as most people already know, I am traveling these next 2 days, so I was aware that there were some lagging issues. Hopefully, it resolves itself. But again, doing the very best that I can. I have a job that's hard to do when you're traveling, but I'll be doing my best. Hopefully, the issues won't be too distracting. But Daniel Duov might be distracted by something because he's got 90 seconds on his clock, Tanya. He's just taken on a5, and that's a pretty devilish move. He threatens potentially a smothered mate with queen b6 and knight f2, but it feels like if white makes an accurate move or two, black might fall apart here. Maybe h3 is what the doctor ordered to create a little hole for the king on h2.
Wow, that is such an incredible idea that you're pointing out because let's say you try to trade on a5. After rook a5, black will have the additional option of doing the intermezzo check on b6. And now you're forced to
Mhm.
step with your king to f1 because king h1, we've got to point it out. We never get chances to play out a smothered mate on the
But
board, Daniel. We've got to do it.
But there's no smothered mate here, actually, even if the king goes
Hmm.
to h1, and that's the sad thing for black. Even if you go through the motions, you give a check on g1, and then you give a checkmate on it. Oh, there's no mate on f2 because the queen is guarding that square. So black doesn't even have that. But Tanya, I don't think white should even allow the check on f2 and get his hands dirty. I think the simple h3 would eradicate all of black's attacking chances because after queen b6, king h1, knight f2 check, the king slides up to h2. It's a beautiful hiding square. There's no check on g4, and the king is safe. But instead, Pranesh has opted for another defensive move, and it's not even really a defensive move. It's an aggressive move, and it takes the b6 square away from black's queen. I like this as well.
I like this a lot. H3 was very subtle, but queen d4, you centralize your queen and you take away your opponent's active chances with any check. You pointed out that there was no smothered mate in that position, but it could be a problem later on. So queen d4, Dubov decides to steal that opportunity to decline that rook trade. But a6, that weakness can now be snapped up. The rook can jump in,
Hmm.
not only picking up the pawn, but also defending his own pawn on c6.
You're exactly right. Dubov now falls under a minute. H3 is on the board. The knight is forced back to H6. No, it goes back to F6. I thought Dubov might try to reroute it to F5. White is unquestionably winning here. White is winning, but Pranesh has to stay
Oof.
accurate, and Dubov is so tricky. What catches your eye, Tanya?
Uh, Daniel, just the whole position. I mean, we are looking at something that could potentially be a huge upset. Pranesh
Oh,
is the
phew.
fourth board for the Indian Yogis, playing against the first board, against Daniel Dubov. And this 17-year-old, we can see the eval bar screaming, but still, there is work to be done to actually convert this position. You're pointing out the rerouting of the bishop to d3, falling back with the bishop to d3, but there are so many ideas that you have to look at. What happens if black actually captures on c6? You want to target the
What
b4 pawn.
happens? I think the simplest there would have been to trade rooks and take on b4, but maybe that wasn't satisfactory for Pranesh. He won something a little bit more convincing. He goes rook to d1, which I really like as well. Now, if black takes on c6, which I think is likely, white can choose between the simple option to trade and then to take on d6 and stabilize the material advantage. Or alternatively, you could move your rook up to the 7th rank and go for tactical ideas related to the f7 pawn.
Hmm.
I don't think Pranesh should do that. I think he should keep it simple, and he does. Takes on c6. He's got a big time advantage. He now has a stable extra pawn. He should be able to capitalize. But Tanya, how many games have we seen in which the board four starts getting nervous and even chokes and loses some of these quote unquote unlosable positions?
Way too many. And Daniel Dubov is one player who's
Uh
not going
oh.
to trade queens.
Uh
He's going to
oh.
make sure he makes the
Uh
most of
oh.
all his chances. And you're pointing it out as you're saying it's happening. A check on e3, you move your king, you pick up that pawn on f4. There are all these ideas of knight jumping into the game. If you go king
Oh
h1,
my
knight e4
gosh.
looks super scary. And Daniel Dubov has done it one more time. Just creative, resourceful play. And it looks like Pranesh is the one who needs to be a little careful right now.
He got too greedy. Pranesh could have dropped his queen back to f2 and kept all his pawns defended. Instead, he's allowed the check on e3. Tanya, I'm sure he expected Dubov to take on c2. Instead, as you're pointing out, the knight is jumping into e4. And this is suddenly a 3-result game just because of this check. Black is going to develop furious attacking chances on White's king. But can Dubov make all of this happen with only 18 seconds? A rook e1, a well-placed move by Pranesh. Now, queen takes f4. There are tactics with a discovered check by the bishop. Where should Dubov go with his knight? Knight f2, knight g3. I don't know what to do. He's got 5 seconds. He might not be able to figure this out.
He needs to make a move, and he makes them with barely any time on the clock. He gives a check because if you go back to g1, Black's knight will pick up that pawn on h3 with a check, a double check at that. So it's just a complete mess, this position, because the line can continue with White's king stepping up to h2, and it is just really tough to understand what's going on. If you go king h2, Black can pick up the f4 pawn with the check. Daniel Dubov down to 4 seconds on the clock and a complete mess on the board.
Oh my goodness, and this is the most interesting game. I'm keeping an eye on Vaishali's endgame, but let's stick to this pivotal game for now. Like you said, a win by Pranesh would be a massive upset. We've seen this happen a couple of times in the PCL so far. The queen steps into g3. The threat is knight takes h3 check, and Tanya, Dubov won't just deliver a perpetual. He might actually
Ooh.
go for it with knight takes f4. Pranesh is now dropping on the clock. Maybe knight h1? No, he takes on f4. Oh, there's no bishop f7 because the queen captures.
Oh, that's a nice tactic. You do have your queen picking it up, so you don't lose it. King goes to f1, queen
Repetition.
f4. Wow.
2 seconds. He goes for it.
He's going for it. He's down a pawn, but it is Daniel Dubov who wants to play for the win. But he does have the
Yeah, it's
perpetual.
perpetual. It's perpetual.
I don't think
Yeah.
it's much going for it, Daniel, because you still don't have another piece into the attack. And that is it. This game ends in a draw. It is a huge result for Pranesh, but Daniel, he's got to be a little upset that he could not convert it.
Oh, without question, I think he's going to be upset. But I also think he was calm. He didn't do anything rash. And half a point squeezed from the top board is still a big result for the Yogis. All 3 of the other games are still going. They are all heating up simultaneously. Bottom right, you can see a lot of moves being made. And Gunana is struggling with that dark squared bishop. Vaishali is trying to squeeze out that endgame advantage against David Paravian. It doesn't appear that she'll be successful, but let's have a look as that game reaches its climax because Vaishali now has 2 passed pawns, and let's see if David Paravian can hold half a point in that game.
This is looking very dangerous for Black, for David here, because you can't pick up the d6 pawn. The white bishop jumps onto c5, pinning that rook on d6 and winning it. So currently Black can't pick up that pawn. So he can step up to g8 first with the king, hit that rook, and then start threatening to pick up the pawn on d6. Is that something that David can do? Move that king to g8 and then pick up the pawn on d6.
I actually think you can maybe get away with rook takes d6. I'm not totally sure. Bishop c5, you can meet that with king g8. I actually think that's what David is calculating, and you're absolutely right. He starts with king g8. Okay, now where is Vaishali going to go with her rook? Rook to h6 looked like an interesting try. I think after f4, Vaishali has to be careful not to lose this game. I know that sounds crazy, but Tanya, if Black is able to play g4 and those pawns start rolling, White could get checkmated there.
Wow,
Oh
you're
my
talking
gosh.
about a mating attack, and Vaishali has to defend against that. In just 5 seconds, she falls back. And as you're mentioning, g4
Good
right
move.
now is not possible. She keeps it defended. She stops Black from pushing g4 by putting pressure on the f4 pawn. Bishop to e5. Vaishali is playing
Oh
on
no,
seconds
g4.
right now. g4 looks very scary.
David's playing for a win. g4, and White has to sacrifice her bishop on f4 and get rid of Black's last remaining pawn. But that's such a hard move to play with 5 seconds. David could draw the game immediately with rook takes d6, but he goes for it, and he's threatening checkmate. He's going to win.
Oh
He's
my
gonna
God.
win. He's going to win.
And now there's no way to give
Unbelievable.
a check and pick up that pawn. Vaishali has this option where the rook could have slid down to g7, given a check, picked up that pawn on g4, and now David's g pawn lives, and this will be the decider. It looks like
I
David's
think
had a
so.
massive turnaround, but I think Vaishali still got some idea. She wants to trade this pawn off. She goes rook e4, and is she gonna go? She just keeps the rook on the 7th rank. Black's king is stuck on h8.
Fantastic resourcefulness by Vaishali. But Tanya, if I'm honest, I think the problem isn't that Vaishali won't get rid of the pawn. I think she might. I think in the ensuing position, though, David can squeeze rook and bishop versus rook, which is one of the most notoriously difficult endgames to draw when you've got just a couple of seconds left. So I think Vaishali might even be able to get rid of the pawn, but can she draw the ensuing endgame? That's what I'm doubtful of. And she just allowed g3. No,
I mean,
she
now
won't
you're
even
not
get to
getting
the
rid of
pawn.
that pawn ever. Once that pawn gets to g3, that pawn is going to live till the end of time here, Daniel. But you made a really good point that rook bishop versus rook is one of those endgames that I can never defend. And yet, I can also never win them. It's so hard when you're playing on seconds. I always seem
Yeah.
to be the one who comes
Oh,
up with the worst kind of
whoa.
defenses in that f5. This is getting crazy now.
Whoa.
Who is
David,
playing
I
for a
think
win?
he should have kept the bishop on the b8 g3 diagonal. I'm not sure why he got it to h6. Now Vaishali might be able to get a rook to g6, but she's going to flag. She flagged. Or did
Oh
she?
my god. Yeah, we saw David and
She flagged.
she
Oh my
flagged.
gosh.
And even David does it
Oh,
looks like
rook
he can't quite
e6.
believe what just happened. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it
this
looked like the server, yeah, Vaishali lags, and I think her internet might have lagged out there, but I don't think she would have saved that anyway, Tanya. I mean, 2 seconds left, and she's down a bishop. What a heartbreaker there by Vaishali. We've got 2 games still in progress, a likely draw between Lazovic and Nihal, and that means the Gunina game is going to be really, really crucial.
super important for both these teams and Vaishali. There a heartbreaking result, but there's so much positive to take from there as well. It was a big fight. Daniel, we've got to rush to our games. The players are playing on seconds, and we see Valentina there in this position.
Mm.
She picks up the g6 pawn, but Prug, the knight, he's got an extra pawn on the queen side. The knight is going to jump around. Notice how white's pawns are fixed on the light squares, which makes it impossible for the king to defend them. The knight is coming into e5. Your king can't go to d3 anymore to save that pawn. And I think knight e5 just picks up the second pawn for Prug.
Oh, man, these are 2 heartbreaking games for the Chess Wizards. Valentina had a great position out of the opening in this one, too. And Vaishali, she had a rook bishop in 3 against rook bishop in 2, but she let those pawns through. And we just see how hard it can be to handle the position in time pressure. These GMs are so tricky. They'll find winning chances in literally any position. This one's over, though, Tanya. I mean, all black has to do is just push these pawns forward. And fantastic time management for Prague, who's got 40 seconds to figure out the winning process here.
That's a very confident win by him. And as you're mentioning, not just the position on the board, but the clock as well. And he plays with a lot of speed. He keeps the pressure up on the clock. For white, there is no counterplay, no passes at all. Prague has a clear idea to advance the pawns. Right now, he needs to fall back with the knight as it was attacked. You can never trade off the bishop for the knight. That is a lost king pawn endgame. This is going to be an Indian Yogis game, while Vaishali lost. So Prague, the power siblings of the chess world, they've got each other's back.
They do, and they're probably playing from the same location. Looks like Prague's internet is okay for the time being, and he's left himself with enough time to survive a potential lag. He's getting the king to c5, and he's going to eliminate another pawn. I think it's only a question of when Valentina resigns this one. She's going to go down 3 pawns, and Prague could also just promote his queenside pawns. He can play c3 whenever he wants to. Now would be a pretty good time to do that, I think. c3, king c4. This is basic Betty.
You called it. It's on the board and everything. You can just even pick up the h5 pawn, gives a check, and will go on to pick up that pawn. He's a million pawns up right now. It is a good time to resign, but it is, you're playing on seconds. You want to keep that team feeling alive. So I can understand Valentina continuing the position till the very end.
I don't know. I mean, even without any of the A pawns, this would be totally winning. I would just, and there goes the bishop. That I think will be the
That
straw
will be the
that
end.
breaks the camel's back. And a big win. A big win by Prague there, who survives a dubious middle game position. And B takes C3 in the early middle game. That is going to do Valentina in. We've got 1 game remaining. It's not going to be remaining for very long. It is a well-known theoretical draw called the Philidor position.
Wow.
And Dennis has just admitted the inevitable. But okay, I'm getting worried there about the clock and about the potential lag issues.
All right, and this is elementary stuff, as you're pointing out. The black side, the king just maintains opposition, and it's going to end in a stalemate. And there we have it. Nihal knows his stuff. And with that, what an exciting round 1 of this anticipated matchup. Daniel, it ends with a level score, 2-2.
I think that is the fairest score we could possibly ask for, because there were some missed opportunities, Tanya, for both sides. Pranesh, let's applaud him for drawing Daniel Dubov. That is a result to be proud of. He did have a potentially winning position, but man, these top guys, they weasel out of everything. The most frustrating player for the Yogis, a frustrated player, is going to be Vaishali, who doesn't manage to draw that end game, but her brother Pragnananda had her back, and nothing has been decided after round 1, Tanya.
Wow. What a round this was, and really setting up the tone for the rest of the day for the fight that we expect out of the 2 best performing teams of the Pro Chess League so far. And we've got 3 more games coming up. It's going to be a fun one.
3 more rounds and fascinating new matchups. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the Pro Chess League. This is our first match of the day, and we will have the second round of that match coming up for you in just a couple of short minutes.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game, because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands, because it's not going to come by way.
welcome back to the Pro Chess League. The first match of the day features the Indian Yogis and the Levitov Chess Wizards, and their first round has ended in a 2-2 tie. Nothing has been decided yet, so make sure your seatbelts are still fastened. We are going to review the round 2 lineups alongside International Master Tanya Sajdev. Tanya, we could not have asked for a more entertaining start and for a more entertaining set of round 2 matchups.
I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, we had a level score in round 1, but the games were just full of fireworks. We had 2 draws and punches being traded on the Vaishali and the Prague board. And of course, the day is just getting started. We're just getting things going as we enter into round 2. Vaishali took a tough loss in round 1 where she got flagged. Could have been a lag on her side playing on seconds. A difficult position to defend. She's against Daniel Dubov. Life doesn't get easier for Vaishali right now.
The Pro Chess League can be so brutal. You lose a painful game. Here, you have the black pieces against the opposing team's board 1, and an angry board 1, because Daniel Dubov will want to assert himself. This is his first PCL appearance, and he will want to score his first PCL victory sooner rather than later. Prague, he's got the white pieces against the ultra-solid Denis Lazovic. I think that's a big X-factor game, Tanya. Can Prague step up and deliver his second consecutive win?
Wow, these are 2 teenagers playing against each other, so a big one. You mentioned Daniel Dubov. He definitely wants to assert his domination, but he had a tough round 1. I think he'd be relieved with surviving that one against Pranesh. It looked like at some point it was going to not go his way. He was worse, but some creative ideas, resourcefulness saw that game end in a draw, and we've got liftoff. Daniel against Vaishali starts with the queen's pawn opening.
Okay, let's see whether Vaishali takes on c4. Nope, she opts for the queen's gambit decline, but this could morph into a bunch of other related openings like the Rogozin. But Dubov, he opts for a relatively rare move. Of course, knight c3 there is the main line. Instead, he develops his queen's bishop first, then secures it with e3. And he's actually delaying, Tanya, he is delaying the development of his knight. This is typical Dubovian stuff here. He always seems to find a way to make things original.
He does make them original, and this is what has also come to be known as the anti-young player chess, right, Daniel? Which is a term that was coined by Magnus. We know Dubov's worked with Magnus, where you're basically playing offbeat lines, not going into opening theoretical ideas that, of course, these young guns have studied till the T. And he says, you know what? I just want to play a game. I don't want to battle it out in any big opening preparation. So he just mixes up the move order a little bit. The knight from b1 can land to c3, can go to d2. And Dubov now slowing down, looks a little bit on the side, deciding what kind of an opening approach does he want. Does he want to pick up the pawn on c5? Does he want to develop the knight? Or does he trade the other central pawn on d5?
So many choices here to make for white. He could also take on f6 at any moment. I wouldn't really do that. I wouldn't hand over the bishop here, even if it means that you temporarily win a pawn. I think he is probably going to take the pawn on c5, which he just did. And if Vaishali kind of blindly recaptures, then white could take on d5. Of course, the queen on c2 is extremely well positioned. It aims at h7, but it could also hit the bishop on c5. So Vaishali has to tread very carefully here. Anti-young player chess, Tanya, I love it. And one of its most important aspects is that the engine often frowns upon the opening choices made, but that's exactly the point. That makes him a bit less likely that a diligent young player has checked those lines with the engine. I think this opening choice is already turning out successfully for Daniel Dubov as Vaishali delivers a check on a5.
Wow. I was also thinking about just developing the knight to pick up that pawn on c5, but Vaishali wants to pick it up with 4, so first goes with the check. But this just means that she's inviting white to further develop the knight. And I'm super tempted to get it to the c3 square, where it also targets the d5 pawn. And as you're mentioning, regardless of what the eval bar might say of these offbeat ideas that the top players employ, but practically with this time control, it's so difficult to counter them, Daniel. And Dubov there, just delaying his development a little bit, going into a little bit of a think here, but I'm expecting knight c3. It's just such a logical and a natural move here. But then it's Dubov. Dubov will probably just play something completely unexpected.
Listen, he's probably thinking about b4. He'll sack the pawn to open the b file. But I'm with you, Tanya. I think he's going to go knight c3. And we're going to get sort of a relatively standard Queen's Gambit declined type of setup. Now, we've got something very non-standard going on in one of the other boards. So let's go to the bird's eye view first, because all 4 games are now underway. 2 of them are still in their incipient stages. We've got a 4 knights Italian on the lower left, but look at the top right.
What
That
on earth is
is
happening there, Daniel?
Sicilian craziness, Sicilian madness in David Parabian's game against Pranesh. So let's go take a closer look. It appears that Pranesh has unrolled some incredible preparation. He's got over 10 minutes. He's still pre-moving.
This
Oh my
is some
gosh,
unreal
what is
stuff.
going on here? He's taking all of White's pawns.
He's taking
What's
all of
happening?
White's pawns and he's blitzing his moves out. He's got more time than what he started the game with. He's up a bunch
Oh
of
my
pawns, but
gosh.
his king is still in the center. This is an absolute mess.
So I think we need to rewind a couple of moves while David is thinking and show how this happened. Now, this started as a sharp Sicilian, a 4-knight Sicilian, which is known as a particularly chaotic line. White takes and plays e5. This is all very standard stuff. White kind of clamps down at the center. Queen c7 and queen b6 has been known for a long time. But after c4, Tanya, I'm pretty sure that bishop b4 check is the more common move. Pranesh immediately jumps into e3, and then he follows that up with the check on b4. In turn, he gets his bishop out to a6. Note how the queen is guarding both the knight and the bishop. White can't take on e3 because the black's bishop pins its counterpart. Instead, Parabian trades. He gives up the pawn on b2. Now, you can't take the knight because the a1 rook was hanging, so you have to develop. Pranesh is taking more pawns. He's played knight takes e5.
What
Oh my
on
gosh.
earth is this?
F takes c5 and queen takes c5. What's
Oh,
happening?
Just insane stuff. I just want to point out that you could not have picked up the bishop on a6 because Pranesh has a devious idea that if instead of the knight, David would have gone for queen a6. There's queen d4 check, winning that knight on e4. Tactics everywhere, but this is definitely not over the board inspiration. This is solid prep from Pranesh's side, and he goes into a position after the knight was captured on e5. He picks up the pawn, gives up the bishop, and picks up White's knight on e4. It is a mad position where Black, as we can see on the live board, Daniel has got 4 pawns for a piece.
4 pawns for the piece, indeed. And of course, Black couldn't have taken White's queen there because there was an intermediate check on d6 with White's knight. So that's a devious detail now from David Parabian's side. I guess I can show that since we have the analysis board still open. Knight e5. If instead White had played, if instead Black had taken White's queen, and then the knight on e4, you're not going to be able to take the knight on e4 because it's no longer on e4. And this is a miserable position with that knight firmly ensconced on d6. So instead, both sides have dodged their fair share of landmines. And finally, dare I say, Tanya, these are dangerous words, but I think the position has more or less stabilized. It's stabilized into complete anarchy and chaos. I still don't know what's going on, but at least both kings are finally relatively safe.
I don't even know how to evaluate this position. I know we've got the eval bar and it seems to say that it's edging a little bit towards White having the edge here, but it doesn't matter what the evaluation bar says. These 4 pawns and the fact that Pranesh has managed to keep control over the clock, it is still a position for all 3 results, but now this is going to be a slow grind. Will David Parabian's piece be stronger than a Black's central pawns? Daniel, it's tough to comment one way or the other in that.
Yeah, it's hard to make heads or tails of this. I think the reason the engine is skeptical about Pranesh's compensation, although that's probably the wrong word because technically Black is up materially. He's got 4 pawns for the minor piece, and a minor piece is worth 3. I actually thought Parabian would have dropped the king back to g1. Instead, he is trying to insist on the queen trade, and that was an implicit draw from Pranesh. I don't think David Parabian is even thinking about opting for a draw here. I think he's either going to play king to g3, trying to hide away on the flank. Knowing David, he's definitely tempted by this move. Or Tanya, you could try to play queen d4 and hide the king at its sort of normal spot on g1. And if that happens, then who would have ever thought that what we saw in the opening led to White's king being in the center? You would have thought that this was a normal game where both sides castled kingside. Could not be further from the truth.
He's going into a little bit of a think tank. Now, if he goes queen e3, that's definitely a draw for, but queen d4 is a little more ambitious because black will fall down with the check, and then it's up to white to decide where to move the king, because we can see that black will not be able to pick up the a2 pawn as the d7 pawn is hanging. Which would not have been the case was white's queen on e3, because you can't take rook d7. The rook on d1 needs to defend that b1 rook. So in this case, black would have simply gobbled up the a2 pawn. But we do have moves, in fact. And I see that queen d4, queen c2, a check was given, king falls back. And now I'm expecting black to start pushing that d7 pawn. You want to go d5, you blunt that bishop on f3, and now you're
Great
threatening
call.
to pick up the a2 pawn.
Great call, Tanya. D5 on the board. What a risky decision. What a gutsy decision by David Paravian, who, let's point out, is 4 minutes down on the clock. Extremely unusual. David usually is the side that has 9.5 minutes after 40 moves, but the roles have been reversed here, and Pranesh is the one with almost all of the time that he started with.
And
And
how
after
far?
E5 and E4, ooh,
Daniel, how far has Pranesh even prepared this line? The guy isn't stopping. He's just blitzing.
Conceivably, this still might be preparation. I think more likely is the fact that he's just used process of elimination to play quickly. Maybe he was taking that minute to review his files. This could conceivably be preparation, though, still, Tanya, which is incredibly terrifying. It's just a terrifying prospect that you're on move 26 and you're in a position this sharp and your opponent is still fully acquainted with the typical ideas. E5, E4 is coming, and David might regret that choice pretty soon to not repeat moves and keep the draw.
Regardless of what the objective evaluation is of the position, it's psychologically so difficult to deal with this situation where your opponent is just blitzing move after move. You were pointing out the idea that Pranesh has to push the e pawn down the board, and David says not going to allow that, moves the rook to e2. So at least controls the center pawns for now. But black can start eyeing getting his own rook to the open file, and he does it.
Ooh.
Rook comes to b8, takes control. There are ideas of rook lift. You want to try to push c5 at some point. I would be terrified as white if black can either get the c pawn up to the fifth rank or the e pawn. These are two very critical ideas in black's position.
Pranesh is such a valuable player to have on your roster. This is exactly the kind of board four that you want. You pointed out that he is a Grandmaster elect, so take his FIDE rating with a grain of salt. It's now closer to 2,500 than it is to 2,400, and the confidence with which he's playing. I think he's signaling with his play in these first two games that he believes that he can not only eke out half a point, maybe another half point. I think he's fully confident that he can come up with a plus score, and he can essentially be the MVP of this match. Rook B1 is on the board, initiating a trade of rooks. And actually, if you can get the rooks and the queens off the board, then obviously those passed pawns are ultimately going to overwhelm the bishop. So I think it's important for David to be the one at this point to keep at least one set of heavy pieces on the board and to keep some time on his clock because he's down to 3 minutes now.
This is a very strong statement by Pranesh, who's making his debut this season in the Pro Chess League. He draws the first game without too much trouble, without any trouble at all, actually on his own terms, being better against Daniel Dubois, and then blitzes out this prep, and it looks like David Paravian is the one who needs to be careful. He has an extra piece, but for 4 pawns, and he makes the move rook b2. Now, Pranesh needs to decide which rook do you want to trade. And my intuition here would be you want to pick up the b2 rook, because why give your opponent an open file?
But if you're picking up the b2 rooks, maybe it's worth starting with the intermezzo c5. The queen can't take on c5 because you dropped the rook. Once the queen drops back, I agree with you, Tanya. Take b2, push the pawn down to c4, and make sure that your extra pawns here are all protecting each other. The last thing you want is to give white access to the b7 square, and you might start dropping some of these pawns that you've worked so hard to capture.
Daniel, there is a crazy idea. If you go c5, does white have the option to actually capture the b1 rook with the d1 rook? And now you have to be a little careful here. Watch out. Watch out. And the rook jumps back, and that's checkmate. But as I was spelling out this line, I realized that you do have the escape with queen b1, picking up that rook with a check, and now you'll pick up the queen.
But you're right, Tanya. After rook b7, this does not seem appetizing because it's much harder here to push black's pawns, which are now damaged. So Great call. I'm going to give myself a little slack because it is still pretty early in the morning. The sun is just coming up. Well, and the sun has come up on Black's position here. I like the way Pranesh is handling this. Very practical. He's taken D1. I do agree, Tanya. I thought maybe taking the other rook would have been a little bit more clinical, but he is still very much in control of this game after he slides the queen. Let's say to G5, threatening to move into C1. Good position here for Pranesh. But in the meantime, some of the other games have been heating up as well. So maybe we can leave Pranesh to handle this incredibly complex position. We'll come back to it in a couple of moves. But if we look at the top left, Tanya, that's the game I want to go to. I think you're not going to
I
blame
know
me for that, are
exactly.
you?
I know exactly where you want to go. I mean, it's kind of obvious. Look at that bottom left board that we've got,
Yes.
right? The
Yes.
bar says it's screaming for Prague, but take a look at the position. It is so scary. Black looks like he's set up all the attack against White's king with our eval bar. It loves Prague's position. I would be terrified as White here with the knight jumping onto
Listen.
f4. Daniel, make sense of this for us.
As my coach would say, white might be better, but I might need to change my pants here if I'm playing white because you're right. The knight is coming to f4. When the engine looks at this position, what it sees is, hey, white's got an extra pawn on the queen side. Let's just take on a6 because what could possibly go wrong when black plays knight f4?
Everything.
If we could bring up an analysis board, I think the reason knight gf4 is not scary, and remember, we have the benefit of knowing that it's not scary because we see the eval bar showing +2. White moves the rook up to f2, obviously defending against mate. Black does have some exciting tactical prospects here, such as knight takes g2. But Tanya, if we follow this line to its conclusion, white could maybe drop the bishop back to e2. The engine actually gives the incredibly cold-blooded rook to b3, lifting the other rook up and knocking the queen off of its active post, forcing it back. And now white just continues his queenside campaign with bishop b7 when the red carpet has been unrolled for the a-pawn. But how hard is it to convince yourself that even in this final position, black doesn't have any scary prospects on the king side? Knight f4 looks terrifying. If Prague has the cojones to go for this, I will be very, very impressed. So let's go back to the live board.
Wow. So this is the current position. And as you were pointing out, once the a6 pawn is picked up and you can take care of the attack, the red carpet will be rolled out and the a pawn will be the star of his own movie. But it's so difficult to navigate through those complications. Seeing those knights jump into the attack is terrifying. Prague makes a simpler, safer move, goes for the rook lift to b3. His idea is against that knight g2 sacrifice that you were pointing out. He over defends the f3 knight currently. But this means black has the opportunity to defend that a6 pawn. But of course, Denis Lazavic, he doesn't care.
Of course.
He doesn't
Rook
even think about
A8.
it. He just goes rook f4. Rook a8 would have upset you, and I'm sure a lot of fans. Rook f4. He wants to go for fire. He wants to pick up that e4 pawn. I do not see Prague going for bishop a6 right now. Rook e4 is super scary.
I think that ship has sailed. I think white needs to keep this e4 pawn alive because if that pawn falls, not only is white's queen going to be hit and the f4 square vacated for one of black's knights, but I would just try to keep this center stable with either bishop d3 or knight e2. Instead, he goes for active defense with h3. Oh my gosh, if knight g3 check, Prague simply wants to slide his king over to g1, and there will be no way for black to maintain contact between the queen and the knight. So knight g3 check, as tempting as it is, would actually be a blunder. Much more reasonable would be to slide the queen into g3. Instead, he brings the queen back to c8, seeing an opportunity to defend that ailing pawn on a6. Now, don't go queen e2. And Prague avoids that with the 10-foot pole.
He goes king h2. One of Prague's biggest strength is his ability to calculate precisely and as well as quick. And that's really a strong point in these formats. So we can see he's very cool and calm in a very scary looking position. King h2. Now that rook lift that we saw from Denis, moving that rook up to f4, also gives him the opportunity to in fact double up on the f file. He can currently move the rook from e8 to f8, really put the pressure down. It just seems like it continues. He falls back with the rook to f6. And I was wondering, was g4 a potential idea that in fact Prague had set up? It looks absolutely ridiculous, but g4 could have been big trouble for that knight. Would have had to fall back to f6. He says, I'm going to fall forward with rook knight to f4.
Also, I think Dennis was worried about the prospect of Queen E2, which Prague was preparing with the move King H2. And Black just has no way to defend the pawn on A6 a second time. So it may seem like Black is in the out of the woods on the queen side, but in fact he isn't. Once that E6 pawn falls, we already know how quickly White's A pawn rolls down the board. So by moving the rook back, Dennis gave his knight the opportunity to jump to F4. But that gives Prague a very important defensive tempo. What's he using this tempo to do? He's using it to take as many pieces off the board as possible. And the more pieces disappear from the king side, Tanya, the likelier it is that Black is ultimately going to pay the price for that weak A6 pawn. This is a very, very dangerous position for Denis Lazovic. He's got to find some way to add some fuel to the fire on the king side.
And we see the trades are on, and you made a very key point that imagine this position when the major pieces, the queen and the rooks, are off the board. Black will be dead lost unless Black can arrive with the knight to c5, a very key defensive square. Knight can go to d7 and c5 and protect that a6 pawn. But all endgames will be very dangerous for Black here. So knight falls back to f6, and a couple of moves ago, it looked like big trouble for White's king. At least Prague isn't getting checkmated anymore anytime soon.
I'm always so impressed by his ability to stay cool under pressure. It's an ability that he has worked on for many years with his longtime coach, one of the key figures in Indian chess, Grandmaster R.B. Ramesh, who is just well known for helping top Indian talents develop their calculation skills. I've had the pleasure of training with Ramesh and seeing it firsthand, and it's incredible what Prague is capable of, particularly in acute time pressure. But he has a lot of work to do. Bishop d3 is something I would consider to reinforce this pawn on e4, and then maybe you could guide your queen back to home base on e2. White's plan is so very clear, but Prague is investing some time here trying to find the best arrangement for his pieces. Instead, I think he's got his eyes perhaps even on the king side. What a twist that would be, Tanya, if White would ultimately be the one to go after Black's king. Who would have thought?
Oh. And I love that you're pointing this rook transfer to the king side, and then Prague can play on a weakness on the queen side, the a6 square, as well as the g7, h6 pawn that would need defending. Prague has a different approach. He blocks not only the f file, but frees his own queen. I'm not loving this diagonal for the bishop, but Daniel, this is a good moment to get our bird's eye view up. This game is going to be a grind, and we will keep our eye out. But there is fire everywhere, especially the top right board. Take a look at that. Pranesh against Paravian. Those pawns have marched down the board.
Oh, I'm looking. There's so many games for my attention. Top left board, Tanya Vaishali has won Dubov's pawn on a3. She stands in a very, very good spot as well. But I agree. I think we should go back to the David Paravian game for now because it is on fire, as it has been from the very first moves. I thought that Black was getting checkmated, but as I look at this position closer, I think the tables might actually turn once again. If Black plays queen to f7 in this position, a queen trade would be unthinkable with Black's pawns having reached these advanced spots. Instead, Pranav moves his queen to c7, and David has 20 seconds to handle a wildly complex position.
Wow, and the first thing that comes to mind is what happens? You can't move your queen. What happens if White defends that rook and he's done? He goes king h2 because he wants to get the queen to h7. But queen c7 was a sneaky move, actually threatening the rook on g3, which I missed for the first 10 seconds, realizing that that rook needs to be defended. So easy to blunder into that. But now queen h7 is another a big threat that needs to be handled, and it might be time for Pranesh to offer that queen trade.
It might. I think it's time to play queen f7. Now, you could pursue that black queen to g8, and we could get a repetition of moves with queen f7, back to g8, back to f7. But Pranesh must be thinking right now about how he can generate winning chances. Of course, c3 is very tempting, but White might be able to set up mating threats with bishop to e6. Tanya, that has to be calculated very carefully. The last thing Pranesh wants is to give up half a point here. We've got a bunch of other crazy games. We have a time scramble in Dubov against Vaishali. I think we should go back to our bird's eye view. I think we should pay our respects to Vaishali, who is handling Daniel Dubov with tremendous precision right now. She's got winning chances, but she's also got 5 seconds on her clock. Let's watch that time scramble unfold. Yes, Vaishali is black. Yes, she is up a pawn here.
She's up a pawn, and this is just giving me nightmares from the previous round. She was also handling David Paravian with a better position, but then she got flagged, missing her opportunity, and lost that game. Here
knight c6.
It looks knight c6 and the b4 pawn.
She's going to win a second pawn. She wins the second pawn. And look at Vaishali declining the repetition a couple of moves ago. That's
Wow.
what great players do. She is completely winning here. But Daniel Duboff, how many of these games has he pulled out of the jaws of defeat? He is
Just the
going to
last
try.
one. Just the last
And
one, Daniel.
and for just one, just one. Now Vaishali has to keep time on her clock. We know that her internet lagged out in the last game. Knight to d8 or knight a5. Trade the bishops and push your queenside pawns.
Well, she does it. She goes for b4. And of course, Daniel is going to try to keep those bishops. If Vaishali trades on d5, Daniel gets a passed pawn. She's
Take
never
it,
going to
and
do that.
b3.
Knight c5, advancing and attacking the a6 pawn right now. She defends it with bishop b5. b3 is still not possible because the bishop and the knight stop it.
I thought
Knight
Vaishali
c4
could have
check.
taken on d5. Instead, she gives the check. Daniel Duboff trying to get his pieces as active as possible here, but the knight is heading to d3. Or is it?
Vaishali, she goes knight to g6, stopping the king from going to e7. Daniel wants to go with that e pawn, but it's not advancing any further, while Vaishali making a lot of progress on the queen side.
She is, and bishop d3 was an excellent move. The knight didn't have the f5 square. All she has to do is avoid getting forked, and she can just push her pawns to oblivion here.
She is so close. He gives
Amazing.
a check on d7. The king runs away to g5, far away from all the checks. Right now, you can't push the b pawn. The a4 pawn will be hanging. Now, Vaishali wants to get her knight towards the queen side.
She is playing with machine-like precision, but don't play b3. That blunders the pawn. a3 is correct. She's almost there. Knight d3 check wins. Oh, she goes bishop b1, but is there h4 check? And Vaishali has to make sure she doesn't lose that knight or lose any of her pawns. Bishop d3 wins. Bishop d3 ends the game.
She goes a2, and now he can pick up the a2
I
pawn,
don't
pick up the
know.
b4 pawn, and this can be a little more trickier to convert now. Just one pawn remains.
One pawn remains, and Duboff has to find a way to give his knight up for the h-pawn and make Vaishali demonstrate the knight-bishop checkmate with, let's say, 6 seconds on the clock. The internet might not save you if with 10 seconds, you got to figure out the procedure. Duboff needs to get his knight back to the king side and give it up for the h-pawn, which is not a given. He might not be able to do that.
Well, right now, Vaishali is definitely picking up the h2 pawn with knight f3 check and winning that pawn. Dubov inching closer towards. This is every player's nightmare to actually win a bishop and knight versus the king in just seconds, with just 5 seconds on the clock.
We have to stay here. We have to watch this game. I will point out that David Paravian, I think is going to win his game. His opponent, Pranesh, he went for the win. He blundered, so David Paravian is knocking on the door. But we're staying on this game because this would be a sensational victory if Vaishali can bring this to its natural conclusion.
This is such a big moment for the Indian Yogis where Vaishali is on the brink of winning, but she has to show good technique. She doesn't go h3. She's still waiting on pushing that pawn, gives a check, drives White's king further away. And now the pass, watch out, h2, knight f1, and she stops it. How are you going to win the pawn? You're not going to win the pawn anymore.
That's it. Dubov's going to resign. Vaishali defeats Dubov in an equal endgame with Black. That was some of the most amazing time pressure technique that I have seen in a long time. Cold-blooded, as Vaishali heard from under pressure. But we got to go back to our bird's eye view because we've got one more time scramble, and it's another potentially amazing game for the Levitov chess wizard. Valentina Gunina might score an upset of her own. No, sorry, Valentina's Black.
She is playing against Nihal Sareen, and he is the bullet genius of India. It doesn't matter how much time he has. It's more than enough for him. And there, Gunina, she just flagged. Wow.
Oh, she flagged. She had a great position, Tanya, just a couple of moves ago. But in the time pressure, we know how merciless Nihal can be. That is a big win for the Yogis. Vaishali wins. Nihal wins. I can't get over the fact that Daniel Dubov, the board one, has half a point out of 2, and it's all because of the amazing play of the Indian Yogis in these first 2 rounds.
I mean, this moment belongs to Vaishali. She had a tough game 1 against David Paravian, was in the driver's seat, but then messed it up in time trouble, got flagged, and after that bounces straight back against the top board of the Levitov Wizards, one of the strongest grandmasters in the world. What a game by Vaishali. Not just the point, but she also won it in convincing style, showing amazing technique. This is truly a historic moment and a monumental one in Vaishali's career.
Anytime board 4 beats a board 1, and not just any board 1, it's an achievement to hang your hat on as we look at the individual scores. Pranesh with a frustrating game and a huge win for David Paravian, who essentially keeps the Levitov Chess Wizards in the match, because that could have conceivably been a 4-0 blowout. It's all about Prague, who's got 2 out of 2, and it's all about Vaishali. As you said, Kaisa didn't smile on her in the first game, but she keeps her composure, defeating Dubov with black. And Valentina Gunin and Denis Lazovic, they are all going to have to step it up, as is, of course, board 1 Daniel Dubov.
The Levitov Wizards with 3 points, and the Indian Yogis have got 5. The golden number to get to is 8.5 to seal the match victory. But in this case, it is not just the match victory, but these teams are fighting for a spot to the Pro Chess League playoff. Daniel, so much at stake here. This is absolutely epic stuff.
Epic stuff indeed. We hope you've been enjoying the match, and folks, do not go anywhere, because the golden 8.5 points is far from being reached. The Chess Wizards are going to put up an amazing, what will hopefully be an epic resistance of their own, and we will take an epic break. So ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Pro Chess League, and we will be back with round 3 of this amazing match on the other side of this short epic break.
In this video series, I cover the entire 1e4, 1e5 spectrum, so all the openings that arises after our 1e4.
I have had a lot of experience in this. I've played several games with prominence. I had a game against Levon Aronian from the World Team Championship. I also had a game from Gibraltar against Marcus Rager, which is the game that I'm going to show here.
The key here, when this happens, when your opponent finds the resource of playing f4, or you reach this position in your calculations, don't panic.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Hello and welcome to this video. My name is Christoph Silecki. I'm an international master in chess from Germany, and I'm here to share with you why the opening plays such an important role in modern chess. The opening in chess is like coming prepared with a battle plan. You play a move, but it's part of a larger strategy. You want to have an idea what to do against every possible response that your opponent may play against you. You want to have a plan, a strategy laid out before the game even starts. This can be really deep on the top level, move 10, 20, 30. You don't need that much, but you want to be prepared to get a game that you enjoy playing. It's more fun to play and give you more chances to win more games. I've always loved studying the opening, figuring out new ideas, how to beat my opponents and set traps. This is now my profession, writing courses on openings for Chessable. I've created more than a dozen, the most popular ones being of the Keep It Simple series. I have received an award this year, the Author of the Year. What I invite you to do is go to chessable.com and check out how to play the opening better, get fun positions and win more games.
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
There it is, the smile. She clinches the match.
What a feeling to win a match for your team.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, Chessbrahs and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
5, he checks first, his light check.
Queen 25.
Little triangulation. Little triangulation.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
He goes for it. That's going to be the match.
My goodness.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Yes, Chelsea's gonna win it. Chelsea's gonna win it. And Pavel has won it. Pavel has won it. Wow.
He has played 2 games. He has won 2 games. The Indian sensation Grandmaster R. Pragdananda getting focused before round 3 of this epic PCL matchup between the Levitov Chess Wizards and the Indian Yogis that Prag is such an integral part of. It's been an amazing chess career for Prag, really from his very first years, Tanya.
Absolutely. He's a phenomenal talent. He became a grandmaster at 12, Daniel. He is the 5th youngest grandmaster in the history of our game. Now, with all these teenagers, we always talk about how fearless they are, and that is a common attribute that they have. But I think what really separates Prag and is his biggest strength is his fast and precise calculation. His ability to really zoom into the critical lines and weed out all of that is unnecessary makes him a dangerous opponent in these formats.
It does indeed. And Prag is not the only member of his family to bring points to the table. His sister, Vaishali, is fresh off of a defeat of the top player for the Wizards, Daniel Dubov, a feat that she accomplished with the black pieces in an endgame in which she fully outplayed our incredibly strong opponent. The individual scores there really telling us the whole story. Prag with 2 out of 2. And let's not forget Nihal. Nihal, who wins a big game in that last round against Gunina as well. He had a bad position at some point.
Yeah, and also Pranesh, we see that he's only scored half a point, but that doesn't tell the full story. He had a better position against Daniel Dubov. He was completely close to winning against David Paravian, but both games did not end the way he wanted. So very strong showing by the Indian Yogis. The Levitov Wizards really need to step it up. They need to do it quickly. The top board has to perform in these formats. We've seen that time and time again. Daniel Dubov currently struggling. He needs to keep his loss in the last round to Vaishali behind him and start scoring up those points for the team. Currently, it is David Paravian who is carrying the Levitov Wizards.
Indeed, he is, and the score is 5-3. The first team to 8.5 points wins the match, and because it's the 3rd win for one of these teams, they will be automatically seeded into the PCL playoffs. As we review the lineups for this round, obviously a 3.5 half or 4-0 victory would end the match, but I think these are actually pretty decent lineups here. With Daniel Dubov, he's got black against Nihal Sarin. That's a game he's going to try to win. And I really think the bottom 2 boards, Tanya, for Denis Lazovic and Valentina Gunina, who've got the white pieces, I think they have to run the table, and both of them really have to win their games if the Levitov Chess Wizards hope to set themselves up for a comeback in the last round.
That's a really important point that you make, Daniel, that Dubov on the top board, yes, he has to try to make the most, but he's playing with black and he's playing against Nihal. Let's not forget, Nihal Sarin was the global championship finalist. He beat Ding. He beat Anish on his way there, eventually went on to lose to Wesley only in the finals. Now, Nihal's accomplishments in speed chess formats, I think we're all very aware of. You cannot underestimate him. But it does come down to those bottom two boards that we're talking about with Gunina and Denis Lazavic. They need to score those points for their team against Pranesh and against Vaishali. We do have liftoff on our top board as Daniel Dubov. And Nihal looks a little different right now on our screen.
Yeah, well, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Dubov, he cannot be happy with the way that his PCL debut has started. But how many times have we seen top players turn things around from Magnus Carlsen at the last Tata of steel? Daniel Dubov is not going to let two unfortunate games affect his mindset, and we can see how aggressive his mindset is there. B7 to B5. Tanya, know that it's not a mouse slip. This is actually a common way to handle the King's Indian attack slash Catalan setup that Nihal is unrolling here, with black controlling some key squares on the queen side, but obviously that pawn is also sticking out like a sore thumb, and you often see white trying to punish him with an early a4.
Absolutely. And when white does do that, which is a very, very thematic idea, because you want to provoke black to push that pawn to b4, what would then happen is that the knight would arrive to c4. That would be a nice juicy square for the knight. But we see that Nihal has taken a different approach here. He, instead of targeting that b5 pawn with the pawn, actually attacks it with his own knight, jumps with the knight to a3. But this means that Daniel is not forced to push it to b4. He can still make the move a6, keep that pawn on b5, and control that c4 square.
And I think it's likely that he won't cooperate. And the secondary point of knight a3 might be to prepare c2, c4. I actually really like that move by Nihal. I think it's inventive. And I think it's exactly the way that you want to handle this setup for black. After a6, c4, maybe Daniel can push his pawn to b4 and support it with a5. What's the point of waiting for white to play c4? That might seem counterproductive. But of course, the point is that the knight is not able to reach, as you called it, that juicy square. If black plays b4 and a5 immediately, then the knight is, of course, putting even additional pressure on black's already tender and potentially overextended queen side. So I'm expecting a6, but Daniel is obviously deciding between these two viable continuations, b4 versus a6.
And also, let's point out that is not Nihal on our screen. That is Prag, who currently is playing against Paravian. We are getting that fixed up. It is Daniel Dubov against Nihal Serene. So definitely here is a big moment for Dubov. He wants to defend that b5 pawn. He's thinking about the different ways in which he can do it.
Gotta move.
He's got to move. He decides to play a6. And that makes a lot of sense, Daniel. We've been pointing out you keep that c4 square defended. And as you mentioned, c4 is the idea that Nihal had. And the players are now blitzing out their moves. c4 was played. Black pushed the pawn, attacked the knight. The knight now falls back to c2. And Dubov advances the a pawn one more step down the board. Quite ambitious play there on the queen side.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very aggressive setup. It obviously could backfire if Nihal continues to needle those pawns, but he's got to be careful about how he does that, because if he plays a3, then black can actually play b3 and a4. The pawns keep sort of metastasizing and advancing forward, and the last thing you want is for the pawns to land on b3 and a4, where they are literally unattackable by white's other pieces. So both sides have to can't handle this with a lot of caution. I'm eyeing the move d5, opening up the d4 square for the knight, but reopening the long diagonal for black's bishop. So incredibly strategically complex position here, with a lot at stake here, as Nihal now taking a bit of a think and perhaps giving us an opportunity, Tanya. I think you might have another thought on this game, so don't want to go out if you have a line to show.
Not a line to show, but just to end on what you were mentioning, the strategic fight. I think that also suits Nihal's style of play. He has a very strong positional strategic understanding, but also one of his very strong strengths is that even though he might not play an absolutely crazy aggressive position, he's tactically really alert. And these kind of positions, a lot of pieces and pawns are not traded off. Everything's on the board, so we can expect a rich middle game. But like you're saying, Daniel, action is on the other boards. Speaking of rich middle games, we've already arrived there on some of the other boards. So let's jump on to our bird's eye view.
to the bird's eye view we go, and my eyes are drawn to the bottom left side. Lazovic against Pranesh are in the midst of a crazy opening sequence. In the top right, we've got a somewhat more kind of strategic, a quieter position, also structurally unbalanced. So definitely Prague against David Perevian is a game that's worth looking at. But I'd like to go to the Pranesh Lazovic game. Lazovic has the white pieces, of course, and he now has secured the bishop pair. So the situation already starting to clarify. Let's draw some opening conclusions. Let's draw some endgame conclusions, Tanya, because now the queens are off the board. Oh my goodness. They're not even letting me finish.
The queens are off the board, and the b3 pawn was attacked, which has been pushed, as you were pointing out. Well, this can be almost called a queenless endgame. There's still the two rooks, and white hasn't castled yet. I do like white just a little bit here, Daniel, and it's because of what you pointed out, just the bishop pair advantage. Right now, the good thing for Pranesh is that he has no pawn weaknesses. There are no easy targets in the position, and that bishop on d5 is actually a beautiful piece. It stops white from really finishing development very easily, which is why we see the move f3, because the bishop on f1 was tied down to defend that g2 pawn. So f3 just makes sure that white's bishop can jump into the game. The king might decide whether you want to put it to f2 or to e2, because very often white in fact doesn't even want to castle in these positions.
Yeah, black has out exactly the same. Both players have to decide where they're putting their kings. Pranov has made his decision, and now it's time for Dennis to make his. Now, if he castles prematurely, Tanya, I'm with you. I think that bishop is a monster piece, and it could even make its way. It could worm its way to b3, and black will actually have, obviously, a mate threat on d1. And the last thing you want, if you're Dennis Lazovic, is just to exchange all of the pieces here, because I think a minor piece endgame, despite Light's bishop pair, is going to be basically a dead draw. So if you're Dennis Lazovic, I think you're going king f2, trying to put your rooks in the center, rook c1, rook d1, and trying to punish black for leaving himself with this knight on c6 that could become a serious liability if white could find a way to set his queenside pawns in motion.
Absolutely. And once we see the pawns advance a little more, we might even see this bishop pair really showing the venom that they can have in these open positions. So Pranesh needs to be a little careful. It doesn't look very dangerous at the moment, but this is exactly those kind of positions which are deceptive like that. You make a couple of inaccurate moves, and in just 4 to 5 moves, your position can be falling apart. So Pranesh needs to find a way to try to neutralize this bishop pair advantage. But we do have a lot of other action on already on the other boards as well, which see the queens on the board. So let's bring up our other boards. And the one that really caught my attention was take a look at the top right, David Perevian against Prague. Now, this is such a big board for these two teams with the Levitov Wizards at 3 points. But look at that pawn structure. That doesn't look ideal for Prague. Is Prague in trouble here?
So I'm kind of adjusting my eyes to this position. I think the answer is no. I think the position is approximately balanced. So yes, with his last move, in fact, Prague was the one who voluntarily went for this pawn structure. If we rewind just a couple of moves, he played knight to d2. This makes sense. He opens up his bishop, but then he makes a move which I think a lot of players would never play in a million years: knight t2 to c4. And what could possibly be the point of permanently ruining your pawn structure? Well, no, I don't think Prague has gone crazy. Far from it. I think the reason he's done this is not only to grab control of the d file, which he can do with rook to d1, but that pawn on c4, as weak as it may look, as weak as it is, it can also be an anchor point for the light squared bishop to hop into d5, which he could further secure with e4. So bishop d5 is possible. And the last thing I'll say, Tanya, is that the b7 pawn is also very, very tender. And if you move it up to b6, you're walking right into some massive queenside pressure that white could orchestrate with a well-timed a5. So I think Prague has very good dynamic chances here to compensate for, yes, a very, very disturbingly bad pawn structure.
It's a very interesting position with this give and take that both white and black have, as you pointed out, Daniel, in a very instructive manner. And Prague's last move seems to be hinting at trying to get the rook into the game. You want to play rook d1, but I'm just wondering, rook d1, white might have to be really careful about tactics like bishop c4. Again, I'm always targeting those weak pawns in the position. So you still have to watch out for keeping these pawns defended. I don't know if it works, but perhaps after h6, for example, just to show the point that I'm trying to make.
Yep.
If white or b6, which makes a lot more sense. Let's say you go rook d1, and then suddenly black can pick up the c4 pawn, I think. And the point is that the queen on b3 is overloaded. You pick up the bishop, you lose the rook on d1. You pick up black's queen on d8, you lose your queen on b3. So it just looks like the tactics seem to work out in the position, which means that David has one more move before white can centralize that rook on d1.
Great point, Tanya. And this shows why you can't make automatic moves, even if the position is quote unquote quiet. I think that's a very misleading phrase because tactics are omnipresent. They're everywhere and you have to look for them. So rook d1 is not currently a problem for black. But even if white makes rook d1 happen, black could also meet that with rook c7 to d7. So I don't think that the d file is a matter of deep concern for David. But again, a5. a5 is the move that I think he just spent however much time, 2 minutes. He spent 2 minutes on the move b6. So he was trying to find a way to meet a5. And maybe, Tanya, maybe he just wants to play b takes a5 and say, hey, yeah, my own queenside pawn structure is going to be damaged there, but at least I've got a passed a pawn. No, he wants rook d7. And so he opens up the defense on the b6 pawn by his queen. Okay.
Yeah, I would have been surprised to see b takes a5. Just spoiling the pawn structure would just seem like too committal in that position. Now he's threatening to win that pawn on a5, and he could now pick it up with the queen as well. That is a legit alternative in this position, because after queen b6, Daniel, you were talking about having the a passer. That is there, and if white decides to trade the queens after a takes b6, now that c4 pawn gets really tender.
Great point. I was thinking about that as well. And David Paravian is thinking about that himself. Obviously, you can sense the wheels turning in his brain, right? The fact that he's thinking means he's deciding between AB and queen b6. It's a very committal decision. These are two different, completely different paths that you can take. It's on the board. And Parag says, queen trade? I don't think so. He drops his queen, but not to a4. Tanya, he drops it to a2. And again, I think the reason why is that he wants to keep the d5 square under control. He wants to open up the possibility of bishop d5. And maybe for that reason, black should consider stacking the rooks on the d file. Then, presumably, Parag will complete his development with bishop e3.
It's on the board. You called it out. Rook d8 makes so much sense. You control that d5 square, so no trading on that d5 with bishop d5. You bring your piece, you bring your rook onto the open file, doubling up. Watch out for threats of rook d1. Never going to arrive now with Parag's last move of developing that bishop to e3. Connects the rook. Now white can start thinking about getting the f1 rook all the way across to b1, targeting black's queen and asking black questions about where you'd like to go with that queen, because not too many pleasant choices there.
No, not at all, right? You go to d6, you walk into an open d file, you go back to c7, you're walking into rook to b7. So David Paravian actually taking some very creative measures in order to carve out some more real estate for the queen on the queen side. I think after rook ab1, you can now move the queen either to a7 or maybe more to the point is queen to a6, piling up on that c4 pawn. And Tanya, you could get some kind of liquidation here. If Parag wants a draw, I think he can take on a5 and basically force a trade of just about everything on the board. c4 is going to fall, white's going to take c5, black's going to take e2, and you're going to get one of those sequences that end up in a symmetrical position. I apologize, that move was not on the board.
That was terrifying. I thought, wait, did Parag play g4? What just happened there?
I mean, I've seen all sorts of mouse slips happen, but I've seen everything, but we could get something like this. I'm showing on the analysis board, takes. Now, actually, now that I look at this, Tanya, white has to be very careful. It's so easy to calculate to this point. It's a draw. No, it's not a draw. Rook to d1, and black actually wins the game on the spot, because after white takes, he will have to give away his bishop to avoid checkmate. So I correct myself. This is still a very sharp position where both sides have a chance to blunder.
Wow. And it's so easy to fall for such lines because you kind of just see it till a certain point and feel you're equalizing, neutralizing, liquidating, but then you miss that last move and suddenly you're absolutely busted. But Parag here, taking his time, I think he is going to calculate this till the end. He's not going to pick up that a5 pawn. Rook b1 still comes to mind as a move that asks a lot of questions. You pointed out the a6 square putting more pressure on c4. After rook b1, queen a6, it's also very difficult to pick up the a5 pawn. Let's just show that as well, because it's just the kind of tactic tactics that exist in this position are insane, Daniel. Rook b1, queen a6, and if you pick up queen a5, you trade on a5 or maybe give a check first, but rook a5, and now you give a check, forcing a rook trade. And again, the back rank problem is screaming. Bishop f1, bishop h3. And you might be like, wait a second, white has a back rank thing as well. Rook a8 check. But black falls back, and white is just one move shot. After bishop to c5, you're the one who gets mated on f1 first.
Almost there. I'm one move away, but that's how chess works, ladies and gentlemen. And I think this line is so instructive. Glad we show that, Tanya, because you see that just because you have a fianchettoed bishop doesn't mean that your problems with the back rank are solved. You might be avoiding immediate checkmate with rook d1, but this rook d1 bishop h3 idea is so common. It's won so many games, and black could even potentially sacrifice his queen for it. So a lot to think about here for Pragg, who's now down to 3 minutes. Now, last thing I'll say, and we should definitely look at the other games, but I think he can play queen takes a5, Tanya, and maybe, I'm not going to show that line again, but meet bishop c4 with bishop f3. Instead, he's gone for a different kind of liquidation, and I still think the likeliest result here is a draw.
And I think this was the safest alternative. You get rid of all these ideas of back rank checks because you vacated that g2 square. Very important. And I have to say that David Paravian's that move a5 was super tricky. It forced Pragg into a long think, really going low on the clock. We saw all these different tactics that existed, but it seems as if Pragg has navigated his way across from the troubles. And as you said, this is most likely to end in an even result.
Although most likely those are dangerous words in a PCL match because we've seen all sorts of games go haywire. And speaking of other games, let's have another look at our bird's eye view there. Bottom right, you see another interesting endgame, sort of a typical Grunfeld endgame with Valentina Gunina. I don't want to say in a must-win situation against Vaishali, but winning that game would give the Levitov Chess Wizards a huge boost. And another endgame on the bottom left. But these are interesting endgames, Tanya. These aren't just your average, boring, symmetrical types of endgames. Which one should we go to?
You know what? I know that the end games are very exciting, but it is the top left board. It is Daniel Dubov against Nihal Sarin that catches my attention. It is a rich middle game, and I see we have a central pawn break. Daniel, let's take a deep dive into that one before we head to the end games.
Absolutely. Listen, I don't need any convincing to go to the game with the queen still on the board. And I actually think that Daniel Dubov has done a good job of unbalancing the position. And he's not gotten tilted, right? You can tell that he's playing objectively, but he's created a very intriguing middle game that's going to result in an early time scramble. Look at the clocks. 2 minutes now for Nihal, 2 minutes and change for Dubov. And this is the kind of position in which one of these players could easily spend, Tanya, 15, 20 minutes per one move in a classical game. Here, they're going to have to make decisions lightning fast.
Wow, and he does make a very committal decision of trading on e5, allowing Daniel to jump in with the knight to e5. And this is what Nihal had seen. After the trades, he gets a c5 break in. The position is really opening up right now. C takes d6 is a big threat, winning that pawn. If black was to capture on c5, white retakes with the bishop, hitting that rook on f8, a potential threat on the b4 pawn. Big questions for Daniel. How does he respond to c5?
There's no question that structurally, positionally, white is better, especially if black acquiesces to the trade. That's why I think Dubov might have his eyes on the knight sally to g4. Knight e5 to g4 opens up the bishop. You might have to sacrifice the pawn on d6. But if you can root out white's dark squared bishop, then black's bishop on g7 will operate uncontested. Instead, he does trade on c5 and simply plays rook e8. And I just think black's pieces here are so incredibly active. If white plays knight d3, well, then black takes, and Nihal has to be so careful not to catch a stray here because e2 and b2 are weak. If you play bishop d4, Tanya, then the c-pawn is set in motion. So black's position has a lot of potential energy. And I would actually take black any day of the week in a time scramble, including Wednesday.
I love that. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it doesn't matter. But today, especially, black looks like he's got the position you want. You can never allow that c-pawn down the board, which is why Nihal goes rook c1, just overprotecting that c5 square. But this also gives black the opportunity to perhaps come forward with his queen as well. You can start looking at options like queen to g4, queen to f5 catches my attention, queen b7 check as you're pointing out.
Great call.
queen f5 on the board. There are all kinds of threats now. You can potentially move your knight to g4 at an opportune moment. The knight can also go back to d7 because the queen on f5 attacks that bishop on c5. You'll be hitting that bishop, you'll be hitting that pawn on e2, and once the bishop falls back to e3, the c
Man.
pawn can start advancing down the board.
We're used to machine-like precision from Nihal in time scrambles, but man, will this be hard to handle with 45 minutes. We already have a result. Lazovic and Pranesh have drawn their game. Denis Lazovic just never got off the ground in that game. A great hold for Pranesh, who didn't give his opponent any chances. That endgame, all of the rooks were traded as we predicted, and that fizzled out into a colorless draw. So definitely this game is the place to be if you like intrigue. 1 minute for Daniel Dubov, so he can't exactly fall asleep, Tanya, because if white consolidates, if white gets his knight out, then eventually the weaknesses on the queen side could make their presence felt.
Wow, and Nihal, meanwhile, on the clock is down to about 30 seconds right now. But we know Nihal, you can't play on his clock. He is just as strong with 10 seconds on the clock as he is with an hour on the clock. And I'm saying that without even exaggerating, Daniel. He is such a bullet beast, and you know all about being a bullet beast.
Well, and I know all about Nihal being a bullet beast, and he is going to have to show us that bullet beast. With 19 seconds, he drops the bishop down to d4, opening up an attack on the c7 square. Dubov says, I don't care. I'm going to bring my pawn down to h3, and I am going to checkmate you on g1. Oh my gosh, Nihal with 10 seconds. Maybe it's worth taking that pawn and preventing bishop h3. Or is he going to take c7?
He needs to make a move.
He tries to trade his queens.
Makes a lot of sense, at least if the queens are off the board, you don't get checkmated. But Daniel Dubov will not trade the queen. It is a great idea when you're on the attack to keep the queens on the board. But can he find a good square for the queen?
What a game this is. Where do you move the queen? Queen g4. Tanya, you're right. It's not easy to find an appetizing square. You could trade queens, but no, he wants to win this game. And Nihal could take c7 here. Instead, he desperately tries to simplify by trading the bishop and moving his own knight up to f3. I think Nihal is stable, but probably worse.
Wow, knight f3, and I see the eval bar, and it gives a big advantage to black, and I think it all comes down to this queen side majority that black has. b3, a move thrown in, attacks the queen goes to d2, bishop f4 is still not possible because it can be captured by the queen, even though the g-pawn is pinned, and now Dubov falls back with the bishop to f6, defends that h4
this is
pawn.
bad. This is very bad for Nihal. He's playing with his last seconds. Rook b to d8. This must be winning by force. Wait,
and now he takes it and goes rook e2? Does he just...
I think you should trade everything and rook e2. Or no, that wasn't right. Apparently that wasn't right. Why not? Rook takes c2. And does Nihal have some way to... Oh, knight d2! Rook takes c2. There's knight f3 to d2, Tanya, and he wins the b3 pawn.
You lose the b2 pawn, but you win the b3 pawn, and that's all that matters. And Nihal has it under control. Daniel Dubov realizes the big missed opportunity.
It's been one frustration after another, but all credit to Nihal. He spotted that idea when he played queen takes d7, and that's it. The worst is behind him. In fact, I know this sounds crazy, but Dubov has to make sure that he doesn't blunder a fork. This is going to be a draw and a big, big save for Nihal. That is the second draw of this round. That means we're down in 2 games. Okay, we can, I think, trust the players to repeat moves here. There we go. We have a draw on the top board. What a save for Nihal. And that endgame on the bottom right, Tanya, that might actually decide the round. And that is heading into a time scramble as well.
Wow, a time scramble with about a minute to the players. I think we have to go into that one. It is Valentina Gunina against Vaishali. And Vaishali has had such a tremendous day so far. And I see our eval bar seems to say that this game, she is better as well. And the reason for that is the piece activity. You see that nice d5 square that Vaishali has for the knight, the control down the c file, the queen side, a potential queenside passer, and also h6, which would be a strength in the middle game, can often be a weakness in the end game.
Great breakdown, and Vaishali just breaks down White's remaining queenside pawn. She says, hey, my knight on a2 has many ways out back through b4. I think this is winning for Vaishali. She's now up a pawn, and she has demonstrated some incredible cold-bloodedness in time pressure in the last game. She needs a little bit more where that came from. What do you think about rook to c3 here? That forces the trade, but White is able to keep the material count largely intact with king d3 there. I'm positive that that's what Vaishali is calculating right now. Rook to c3 forces a mass trade and might lead to a winning bishop endgame.
This is reminding me so much of the advantage she had against Daniel Dubov in the last game, where she had those extra pawns on the queen side, and now
Yeah.
it is the similar technique that she needs to show. Vaishali taking too much time right now. She needs to decide, either go with the rook to c3. The problem with moving back your knight to b4 is you have to look out for knight b5. That is the counterplay, the counter idea that Valentina Gunina has currently in the position. So Vaishali needs to make a choice. Does she go rook c3? Does she go knight? She decides to go for the trade with rook to c3.
I think it's an excellent decision. Given the match situation, you want to eliminate all risk if you're Vaishali, because a 2-2 round would be okay with the Indian Yogis, but I think she's going to drive this point home. Okay, so the rooks have to be traded. Valentina has no choice. Then I think Vaishali is going to take that knight and try to rush her king up into the center. Gunina is pinning all of her hopes on the counterplay provided by this passed d-pawn, but man, am I pessimistic about White's chances here.
King f7, but this allows king c4, and I was wondering if black had the time, instead of playing the automatic king f7, to maybe start pushing that b5 pawn to take that square under control. But perhaps it doesn't change too much. You always have a6, b5 in the air. And once again, I want to point out that h6 pawn can be a weakness for white in these positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And also important is that black's kingside pawns are all on light squares. So you never have to worry about those typical bishop endgame tactics where white sacks a bishop for the pawn. 4 seconds. She has to worry about her clock, though, as she brings her king back to d7. And Tanya, I think all Vaishali has to do is maybe get the bishop back and ultimately figure out a way to set your pawns in motion, because anytime white makes a mad dash for the queen side, which maybe is what Gunina has to try, black will happily give away both of these pawns, because these kingside pawns are going to be all sitting ducks with black's king and bishop taking their forks and knives out.
That's really nicely pointed out, that white just doesn't have enough time. But also, Valentina doesn't have an option. She needs to create her chances. And now the h6 pawn under attack, bishop g7 doesn't really help, because black will go king to d6. She loses that h6 weakness, but takes control of the d6 square. And now if you take on a7 with the king, the b pawn will start advancing.
Bishop f2.
This is just over for white.
I'm beyond impressed with Vaishali's handling of these endgames in time pressure. She is making it look incredibly easy, but this all had to be calculated.
And now bishop takes g3. Bishop g3 is a
without,
massive threat.
Without that move, her entire strategy would have failed. Gunina pushes her pawn up, trying to preserve as many pawns as possible. That's a great move by Valentina. The game is not over. Black still has to be accurate.
You just go h5, and h4 is coming in with the bishop stepping to g3.
Bishop g3.
Do not forget about that h pawn. Daniel, I told you, the h pawn is what will tell. Bishop g3 played. What a beautiful tactic there. Just amazing.
What a great
stuff.
call, Tanya. You called this in the middle game, even before the queens were off the board. That h pawn, it became a weakness. It does white in, and this is an easy win, because Vaishali is not giving away her last remaining pawn. Just f4 or bishop f6, and white is in Zugzwang. What a huge win for the Yogis, because Pragg, he drew his game as well, Tanya. That means 3 of those games ended in draws, and the Yogis are going to take this round as well, an inch so close to the playoffs with a 1.5 victory in this round.
So Vaishali, with that win, wraps up the match for the Indian Yogis with 2.5. It was the only board with a decisive result, and Indian Yogis take this one away with this. They have a bigger margin going into round 4. What a huge match this was, and it gets tougher now for the Levitov Wizards. Daniel, what are the chances of a comeback in this one?
Oh my gosh, and they need a 3.5 victory. They need 3-1 just to force the playoffs. So listen, we've seen a lot of 3-1 rounds. It's possible, but some of those players who've scuffled today are going to have to, again, step up in a huge way in the last round. I'm looking at Daniel Dubov. They have a little bit of margin for error. No, they actually have to go 3.5. I apologize. To force the playoffs, Tanya, because if the Yogis score even 1 point, then they hit the golden number, 8.5. So, oh my gosh, I mean, let's be real. This would be definitely, perhaps after the Yogis' own comeback against the Canada Chessbrahs, one of the biggest comeback wins in the PCL. They need a miracle performance in the last round.
Wow, there's so much big action. The Levitov Wizards need to go super big and all out, all guns blazing in the last one. As you pointed out, Yogis need 1 point to wrap up the match win to punch their ticket into the 2023 Pro Chess League playoffs.
2 draws, 1 win. That's all they need. We need a little bit more coffee. So don't go anywhere. The final round of our first PCL match is coming right up in just a couple of minutes.
Did you teach certain positions or openings or middle games? Did you teach certain positions or openings or middle games, or what did your training people look like?
I'll give you one of the secrets here. So a good coach will correct your moves, but a great coach will correct your thinking. And
all right, hold on. I want to repeat that again for the people in the back. Can you just repeat that again?
So a good coach will correct your moves, and a great coach will correct your thinking. So really part of the magic of coaching is holding a mirror up to a child so they can see their own thinking. And sometimes you made the move because you were overconfident, you were dismissive of your opponent. And so whether they were this kind of self-knowledge, this self-awareness is part of the cognitive process, and it helps to accelerate their learning curve as players. And so meaning games are not lost because you didn't know the Roy Lopez, or you didn't know the 14th move of the Roy Lopez, or because you couldn't execute a rook and pawn endgame. Yes, of course, these are technical things that you need to win chess games. But games are also lost because of lack of self-knowledge. So the issue of Spassky losing to Petrosian, I tell the story many times, but Spassky lost the world championship to Petrosian in 1966. Spassky goes back to Botvinnik and he says, why did I lose? Now, many people may not know, but Spassky was an incredibly talented chess player, right? In many ways, he's considered one of the first universal chess player. He can attack like Tal and he can defend like Petrosian, but he loses this match. And Botvinnik told him, the great talented Boris Spassky, did you study Petrosian? Right? So meaning he didn't think it was important to study the opponent. The famous line from Sun Tzu, know your enemy, know yourself, in 1,000 battles you will never lose. He just thought it was about Spassky. And so he had to take the time and recognize that he needed to understand Petrosian. Beating you means I must understand you. Chess is a conversation, is a dialogue between the two chess players. So by 1969, he knew what to expect at the chessboard. He has studied Petrosian, and he eventually becomes the 10th world champion.
I do like positional styled games. I may try to keep it positional, but I can also change gears. And I think that's very important in terms of, anyone trying to develop their chess game. If you do find, style of play that you enjoy, that's good, but you could also try to sharpen it by implementing, another form of, into your bag, as we would call it, right?
In this video series, I cover the entire 1e4, 1e5 spectrum. So all the openings that arises after our 1e4.
I have had a lot of experience in this. I've played several games of prominence. I had a game against Levon Aronian from the World Team Championship. I also had a game from Gibraltar against Marcus Rager, which is the game that I'm going to show here.
The key here, when this happens, when your opponent finds the resource of playing f4, or you reach this position in your calculations, don't panic.
Daniel Dubov's PCL debut for the Levitov Chess Wizards has not gone according to plan. We see him there on camera. He has not come up with a single victory in the first 3 rounds, and now time is basically up. And the Chess Wizards need a monster score in the 4th and final round of their match against the Yogis to stay in the match and force a tiebreaker. As we see the match format, everybody plays everybody. Of course, it's up to 4 rounds. We will have a 4th round coming up right now. And the Indian Yogis, all they need, Tanya, is 1 point to reach the golden number, 8.5, and punch their ticket into the PCL playoffs.
The Levitov Wizards need to make a massive comeback, just the way the Indian Yogis did against the Canada Chessbrahs. They need a big win. The Levitov Wizards need to score a minimum of 3.5 points, and that will take them to a playoff. If the Levitov Wizards win 4-0, then they win the match. You were talking about things haven't gone Dubov's way. Well, everything seems to have been going absolutely the Indian Yogi way so far. And Daniel, I have to say that it's been Vaishali who's been the big MVP. The power siblings of Indian chess. We see Pragg on the top board, Vaishali the 3rd board today. What a fantastic performance by these two.
4.5 out of 6 is what the siblings have. They actually have the Levitov Wizards total score just between themselves. You can see the match score there is 7.5, 4.5. So as you said, a 4-0 blowout by the Wizards would win them the match. But we have seen that in the PCL. The Indian Yogis themselves came up with a 4-0 victory on the strength of the first defeat suffered by Magnus Carlsen at the hands of Vidit, who is not playing today, but man oh man, have his teammates carried the torch with grace.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the Indian Yogis lineup. With Pragg, Nihal, Vaishali, Pranesh, this is a team with an average age of 18 years. And what a performance they've had today at the start of the day. Few would have predicted this kind of play going into the final round, especially up against the likes of Dubov, Paravian, Lazovic, Valentina. Things have gone terribly wrong for the Wizards. Daniel, what kind of magic do they need to wield to take this away?
Some of the magic that helped them win the first 2 weeks, Tanya. I mean, they were the aggressors, especially last week. They blowed a team out of the blew a team out of the water, but now they are the victims. They are getting blown out of the water themselves, and that is ultimately what monster teams do. First of all, Daniel Dubov, he has to score his first victory of the match. He has to find it in himself to defeat the Yogis top board. Of course, in the final round, ladies and gentlemen, board 1 plays board 1, board 2 plays board 2, etc. That is the way the PCL match is set up, and I love that. That means it's a true test of all of the boards. Dubov has to win. The margin for error, Tanya, is basically 0, especially with Daniel Dubov needing to exploit the white pieces against Pragg.
Every match matters and every board matters at the Pro Chess League. And absolutely agree with you. No margin for error this time. Hard to imagine that Daniel Dubov has not won a game so far.
It's crazy. It's unbelievable. And we know that when the top board struggles like this, it's just incredibly hard to pull off a match. No matter how well assembled your roster is, your top board absolutely needs to deliver. Well, Pragg delivers a Nimzo Indian here. We already have a sort of imbalanced pawn structure, Tanya, with black having the majority on the queen side and white kind of having the super solid pawn chain in the center.
Absolutely. And we see that the bishop on g2 has been blocked by this wall of pawns with d5, c6, and b7. Meanwhile, what black wants to do is transfer that knight on a6 all the way to e6, knight c7, and knight e6 are ideas that are always in the air, and getting it one step closer to the king side, as you're pointing. You can even get it to the g1 square now that you mark the h3 square as well. Pick up that king. Meanwhile, what does white want? One of the thematic plans is a central break. You want to try to get f3, e4 in as quickly as possible if you're Dubov in this position. But anytime white advances that f pawn one step, notice how the e3 pawns becomes a weakness. And very often that is the key moment when black's the one who strikes in the center first with c5.
I like this choice by Daniel Dubov. I mean, he's guaranteeing himself at least some winning chances here. This isn't just gonna fizzle out into some colorless draw. And f3 e4, right up his alley. Dubov is such an aggressive player. He likes creative ideas, dynamic play, dynamic plans. And right now the ball is in Pragnanana's court. He knows exactly what white wants. So Prague might want to orchestrate a c5 pawn break in response to f3. If you do it immediately, you're going to be saddled with a weakness on d5. So you often want to wait for white to play f3, as you pointed out, Tanya, because then the e3 pawn becomes a counter weakness to black at attack. So a lot of decisions to be made here in the early going for Prague, and he's going to invest a good amount of time to make them.
Well, right now, the player who's investing a good amount of time is Daniel Dubov. He's made the move Rook D1. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, he has made the move Rook D1, and it is Prague's decision now whether he decides to move the knight to E6 or easy. He does it. He brings the knight into play, and still after F3, he does have the C5 break. So everything is under control so far. And I see in our bird's eye view, let's pull that up because the other games have started as well. And of course, this is the round where the Levitov Wizards need to score big to make their comeback.
They do indeed. And that is why Denis Lazovic in the bottom left has played very uncharacteristically a Sicilian defense. Lazovic is an E5 player through and through, but a good team player adjusts to the constraints of the match. He doesn't make the team adapt to him or her. A great team player. They do whatever it takes in order to drive home the necessary point. But it's obviously a very, very risky choice. And another crazy game is Valentina Gunina's early Karo Khan against Pranesh. That is very unbalanced as well. But I would actually like to go to the Vaishali Denis Lazovic game because Vaishali is suddenly taking a long think and it's only move 8. So, Tanya, can you help me make heads or tails of this rather unconventional Sicilian that we have here?
And I think, like you're saying, it's unconventional, which is why Vaishali goes into a thing, try to understand how she wants to approach it. She makes the move A4. Now, this took me by surprise a little bit because it's not a developing move, not a usual move that you want to play. But once you take a deeper look, you understand why the move A4. She's trying to preempt and stop the idea of black going A6, B5 next. If you would have made any other move, A6 would have hit the knight would have had to fall back on either A3 or D4, and eventually the move B5 would give black's bishop to B7 square. So a nice little touch there, taking time and stopping black's activity on the queen side. After A6, she falls back to D4, and the queen comes back. It looks like, white went ahead with the knight, black's queen fell back. White retreated with the knight, the queen came forward. And now it looks a lot more sane to me.
Yeah, it's like those movie scenes where the time starts rewinding and the broken glass is put back together. There's something very satisfying about watching the pieces go back to where they really belong. White lost the tempo, black lost the tempo, but when all is said and done, we now have what seems like a very conventional Najdorf type position. I'm too lazy to count the tempi who benefited with this whole knight b5, queen b8 shenanigans. I don't think anybody did. I think the tempi are even, and we have a position, Tanya, that has been known for many, many decades. Garry Kasparov was an early proponent of what's called the Scheveningen structure with black, where you put the pawn on e6, but you could also push the pawn to e5. And timing that correctly is one of the hardest things about handling this position well. I think Lazovic has his eyes on the move e5.
That is the big central break. You either want to get b5 in to take that bishop out to b7, or you want to try to fix the center and force white's hand with the move e5. Now that b5 is not an idea, b6 is not an idea with the queen on d4 and the bishop on e3 lined up. E5 is always in the air, but first Denis decides to finish his development and is also eyeing the c6 square. He's saying, I can't get my bishop to b7, but I can get it onto the diagonal with bishop c6, but he let go of that opportunity to play e5, where Charlie immediately seizes it and goes e5 herself. And I like that she didn't take too much time to make this move.
The best way to just get this match to where it needs to be if you're the Yogis is just to, not to think my teammates have it handled. Let me just play a passive game and try to eke out half a point. No, that is exactly how you allow a miracle comeback. For Vaishali, she believes that she can win this game and single-handedly guarantee the victory for the Yogis. I think that's what we see from her last move. E5, trying to make Denis Lazovic, as you said, regret not playing e5 himself. But it should be pointed out that black's structure here is incredibly solid. As passive as his position may seem, White might actually end up overextended with her e5 pawn, now seriously pressured by the queen and the pawn. And look at Vaishali, original inventive play, pinning the bishop on e7. But what is her response going to be if Lazovic completes the typical maneuver with bishop c6? That's what I'm curious about, and he's curious about it as well.
Great call that, Dennis. We were talking about this idea of developing the bishop to the diagonal. He gets it there. Was almost forced by Vaishali to play the move bishop c6. And Vaishali answers your question. This is what she had in mind. She jumps in with the bishop to b6, forcing the black queen to perhaps d7, because you need to keep that bishop on e7 guarded, as well as the pawn on d6. I'm also trying to work out the tactics. What happens after d takes e5? Because
Same.
yeah, you can pick up the queen, but black can also pick up the queen on b4.
Yeah, maybe queen a5 there would have reinforced the threat on black's queen. So Lazovic, he's not I don't want to say he's not a tactical player. Everybody's universal, but he does prefer quiet positions. He is the Berlin player. Obviously, the Berlin would be unthinkable in this game because that would literally hand white half a point, which I think Vaishali would have taken. So he's gotten at the unbalanced position that he needs. Now I think he has to time the move d takes e5 correctly. Again, Tanya, he could take the pawn even here, hitting white's queen yet again. But yet again, Vaishali could slide her queen up to a5 and make sure that the e5 pawn is well protected once she recaptures it with her own pawn. I guess we're about to find out.
That's a really nice idea. You pointed it out in the last move. It still exists. You move the queen. This time it's the rook attacking the black queen, not the bishop on b6, but the concepts are the same. And Vaishali is in great form today. Just
She's better.
amazing play by her. She plays queen a5, hitting that queen, forcing the queen back because there was no other good square, captures on e5, and now just for a moment compare all of white's pieces with black's pieces. And it's clear who has the upper hand here.
She is in phenomenal form, as you're saying. And just look at Black's Knight. It has no prospect. This is why Vaishali built up the battery. It's a prophylactic battery in the sense that it deprives Black of the move that he desperately needs in order to coordinate his heavy pieces and get the knight over to d5. So the pawn blocks one freeway exit, the queen bishop battery blocks the other. Denis Lazovic trying to build a third exit for himself at all costs. So he's accepting the permanent weakening of the dark squares because he desperately needs more breathing room for his pieces. And Vaishali could play the tempting move bishop to f3 in order to try to carve out her own pathway for her knight. But I still think Denis is very solid here, as unappealing as his position may look. There aren't really any specific targets for Vaishali to attack. So I think she still needs to maintain precision to really capitalize on this advantage here.
And I saw a feature chat saying that Vaishali will not stay on IM for too long. I think we can all agree with that. She does have 2 Grandmaster noms already. She is around 2450, so 1 nom and about 50 points to go. But she's one of the big talents from India with a huge bright future ahead of her. Speaking of bright future, it looks like Indian Yogis have one up today as well. This looks like a great position for white. Look at the other boards as well. Everything in control. Prague with the black pieces on the top left. I look at that position. We liked Vaishali's battery. Look at Prague's queen and bishop on the queen side, just stopping and taking control of the position, dominating white's pieces there.
Yeah, I think Prague is flat out better. Daniel Dubov was unable to light the spark plug in the center. He hasn't even played the move f3, so he's nowhere near opening up the center. Prague has opened up the queen side. He's done his due, getting his pieces to incredibly active squares. White's position just seems very unappetizing. And that last move on the top left, knight takes e6, is a clear sign that Dubov is sort of conceding the opening battle. And one loss would immediately end this match, because all the Yogis need is a full point. Another game, Tanya, that's catching my eye. Perhaps we could take a quick look at the way that game is unfolding, because this is more bad news. I think more bad news for the Levitov Chess Wizards on the bottom right. I think Valentina Gunina, only 11 moves in, is in big trouble on the board, but even more importantly, on the clock.
Wow, and it's evident why she's in trouble on the clock, but even more evident why she's in trouble on the board, because look at her pieces. Her king is stuck in the center. There is a big pin on the knight on d7. What on earth is that pawn on g5 even doing? It just looks so out of place. Meanwhile, if we just calculate the number of pawns, white has an extra pawn already. So it looks like everything is under control. Knight g2 is the threat currently on the board. Pranesh G3, simply pushing that knight away. You can't give a check on G2 because that knight would have been trapped after King F1. You would have just ended up losing it. Valentina Gunina trying her best to get the pressure on that central E5 pawn. That's where she's relying for her compensation here.
And she's going to bring her bishop out to G7. I think we see why she played G5. She's trying to, and she's successfully preventing white from supporting the E5 pawn with F4. But that's not the only way that Pranesh can keep this pawn alive. He could take that knight, get it off the board. I wouldn't do that prematurely because that allows Valentina to open up the H file, maybe exert some pressure on H2. And the other thing Pranesh has to be very careful about is a careless knight f3 could run into g4. He does take on g6. I'm just very curious how he's going to follow this up. Maybe he wants to play a well-timed f4. This is the big moment of truth. Yes, f4 is on the board.
On the board. So doesn't want to give the e5 pawn. It is so key in white's position to keep that pawn alive. Otherwise, black just gets so much play in the center that c3 weakness will be a problem. So f4 makes a lot of sense. But now the big question is going to be, what about white's king safety? It's hard to imagine white going short castle now that f4 has been played. Are we going to castle by white in this game? A queenside castling, perhaps?
That's totally not out of the question because white's pawn structure, as sort of appealing as it may look visually, all of the pawns are defending each other. The bishop on d4 is so well placed as the sort of, villain in white's entire construction. It's defending absolutely everything. For Valentina Gunina, she castles kingside. She is taking desperate measures. And I think on the next move, she's going to have to try to explode that entire queenside with the move p6. But the eval bar, Tanya, has crept up steadily in Pranesh's favor. Barring a cataclysmic turn of events in this game, I think he might be the first one to dash the Levitov's Wizards' hopes for a miracle comeback.
But there's still work to be done on that because it's just such a complicated position. And with the king in the center, anything can happen. As we can see on all other boards, action is on. But Vaishali is still dominating the position with white, her knight in the center on e4. That bishop and queen just looks like more activity for her. Meanwhile, Daniel Dubov, I think we have to go into that position. Daniel Dubov against Prague is such a big game for the Levitov visits, and it looks like Prague has everything under control. Look at that eval bar. It is screaming that Prague is close to winning here.
He is indeed. He is dominating now on both crucial sides of the board. We've talked about the queen side for a while. That's where Prague was operating to begin with. But even in the center, that was supposed to be white's territory. That was where white was supposed to get the e4 pawn break, which Dubov has not been able to do. Instead, he has conceded a big pawn center, and he is just reeling. He is reeling this entire match. He has not found his footing at all. And he hasn't found this footing in this game either. He's just played the move rook a1. Tanya, I thought he should have tried at least to open up some space on the center with e4, but he is just deep in the tank here. Rook a1 could be met with rook to a2.
I love that move.
But if Prague is not careful, though, there could be b3, right? You don't want to lose your bishop on c4.
I was just screaming how much I love that move, and then I realized that I've just walked into the one tactic that perhaps could be big trouble for black. But rook a2 is still so tempting with that pawn just one step away. I'm just wondering if we can actually make it work.
Let's take a look with the analysis board here. Okay. Yes, I think that black has the move rook e8 to b8. This might be what Prague is searching for, by the way, as he's taking his time. And obviously, yeah, you lose the piece, but after rook b1, you're simply threatening to promote to the queen with the black rook blocking the white rook's access to the a1 square. I think that wins the game. But instead, Prague, you don't need to take any undue risk, and he makes a somewhat more measured move as we go back to the live board. He has played the move rook to a7. So he is trying to fight Tanya for control of the a file, but he's doing it in a somewhat more strategic manner that might have allowed Daniel Dubov to get active in the center, though, with e4.
Yeah, but e4 would have allowed maybe knight g4, and that's exactly what Daniel Dubov did not want, because sure, every pawn move has its own consequences. With e4, you do weaken that f2 pawn, so Daniel's last move, h3, takes away that square. He wants to get e4 in. I don't believe that Prague will give him the opportunity to do it.
I don't think he will either. He will play, I think, e4 himself, as you're implying. And for Prague, it's important to play without risk. A draw in this game would be as close as it gets to ending the match. It would take some of the further pressure off of his teammates. I think Prague has to manage the team score as well here. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's playing without risk. He's playing without entering too many tactical complications. But at the same time, Tanya, if you allow e4, if you allow white to get active, black does have a bunch of targets, right? e5 is weak, b3 is weak, and black's queen is tied down to that pawn. So I think this is still a 3-result game, but no question that Prague should not lose, barring some sort of major blunder.
I agree. And look at that f3. Look
No,
at
d4.
that pawn structure. e3, f3, g3, h3. Do not try that at home. This cannot be good for white. As you're pointing out, it is time to jump in with the pieces. Prague will not shy away from this. I am expecting d4. You're bringing that knight to the center. Prague will bring that knight to the center, and that will be very, very difficult for white. What does Daniel Dubov have in mind when he made this move f3? I just don't
He's
understand.
just tilted. That's just a tilt move. He got frustrated about the threat of knight e4. If we could bring him an analysis board, the reason d4, I think, essentially ends the game. You're calling it knight to d5 pushes the queen away. The queen is not trapped. It has the c5 square, but if I'm looking at this position correctly, and I'm not, I thought queen a2 to go after the b2 pawn makes sense. I guess white could play bishop c3, but in this particular situation, Prague could just play queen takes d4 and say, hey, I've got a pawn up endgame that I cannot lose, and I'm getting my rook to e2. But no, Tanya, he has not gone with d4. Instead, he's made another sensible move. He has played the move queen to c4, coming as close as possible to forcing the queen trade. Dubov could weasel out with queen a5, but I guess that would allow black to infiltrate white's territory with queen e2. Still everything under firm control, but d4 definitely was a winning move there, missed by Prague.
That was so tempting, and I'm slightly surprised by Prague deciding to not go for it, because it just felt like the kind of move that he would love to make. Now, Daniel, under normal circumstances, would have loved to keep the queens on the board, but it was impossible with all these light squares that have been weakened. And after all these trades, it does look like Prague still has everything under control, but now the c4 bishop. And let's just point out that if the bishops get traded, suddenly black's pawns might become a bit of a target. Bishop f1, king f1. Firstly, your c6 pawn is hanging. You defend it with your rook. The white rook can step up to c3 and target the b3 pawn as well. So Prague needs to be slightly careful right now.
And that's exactly what I was saying earlier, right? If white gets activity, this suddenly becomes kind of a 3-result endgame, and he's also down on the clock. Another game where things have taken a serious turn for the worse. If we could go back to our bird's eye view, Valentina Gunina has turned the tables on Pranesh. You can see her knight has just jumped into b2, opening up a devastating discovery against the f1 rook. Valentina is now in a winning position, but conversely, there is a piece of bad news for the Levitov Chess Wizards. The board we haven't even looked at is Nihal Sarin's game against David Paravian. I think Nihal now might be the one who has the best chances of ending this match. Paravian is down to 10 seconds. He's in a worse endgame, and I think we should take a bit of a closer look at this one, because this game might be on the cusp of being over unless Paravian essentially stays perfect and holds this together.
He's got to do that for his team, and he's playing on just seconds on the clock. He's got 11 seconds, while Nihal Sarin has got over 3 minutes. It just looks like white has got the bishop pair advantage, but that light squared bishop, you can't even call it a bishop right now. It is like a big pawn, as we say, just defending that c4 pawn, but with very little future ahead of it. Cannot imagine it getting into the game. The only open file in the position is in Nihal's control. Draw would be the best possible result for David in this one.
Yeah, a draw would be the best possible result. I'm also looking at Vaishali's game. She is knocking on the door of a victory. She's got a crazy position in her own right. So I think this endgame is going to last for a while. I think we should actually go back to the bird's eye view for a second, because we might have rushed into this game. Vaishali's game against Denis Lazovic is getting crazy as well, Tanya. I'll let you make the call. Shall we go there? Or is there another board?
100%. And we have to go there right now, because take a look at the position on the bottom left. Let's bring up the Vaishali board. Knight on e3 with a fork. But 1 second, what about that f7 pawn? Rook f7 comes in with a check.
And it does. And after king g8, the problem for Vaishali isn't just the d1 is hanging. It's the black also threatens just to take the knight off the board and then take on f7. Amazingly, I think Denis Lazovic is doing all right here. Vaishali could play a move like rook d4. Tanya, it's chaos on the board.
It's chaos, because take a look at what all is hanging. Rook d6, as you pointed out. The knight on d6 is hanging. The rook on d1 is hanging. The bishop on c2 is hanging. The pawn on g2 is hanging, with the bishop on c6, and the knight on e3 targeting is. How do you keep everything in control when you're playing on seconds?
This is unbelievable. I actually don't know
I'm
what I
struggling to
should
find a
play
move
here.
here.
I'm struggling as well because the last thing you want to allow is for the knight to take the rook and then for black to take on d6. So there's a case to be made for a move like rook to f6, but that's very underwhelming, Tanya. Clearly, you don't create any threats with that move. 30 seconds now for Vaishali. This is crazy, but Denis Lazovic is somehow staying alive, and moreover, he might win this game. Queen to d2 by Vaishali. Oh, knight takes d1. She wants queen h6. What an idea.
Oh my god, that is amazing stuff. Queen h6, and there's no way to defend against queen h7. A mate in one that would be unstoppable. That is a nasty trick, not only for knight d1, but knight c2 as well. Runs into queen h6, and if you pick
No
up rook
way.
d6, is rook d6 an option here? Rook
Not only
d6,
that, I think it might be forced. I think you might have to take on d6 because your knight's hanging.
But after rook d6, you don't pick up the knight because then black picks up the rook with a check, picks up the other rook as well. A lot of complicated stuff. Instead, Denis plays the move queen a7, defending that knight on e3. And still, g2 is under attack. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, and he can take it with the bishop, forcing the king to step into a discovery against the queen. That was the best move by Lazovic. He is pulling out some heroic series. 7 seconds now for Vaishali. I don't see a move for her. Maybe queen to f2 to cover the diagonal, but 2 seconds left. She's got to make a decision. She drops her rook back, and I think that might have been a losing move, just giving away the exchange. There might also be, yeah, I think just knight takes d1 and rook f8 should win this for black.
Wow.
Oh, a draw by Prague, though.
Yeah, we do have a result on our top board with Daniel Dubov, Prague. That one ended in a draw, but I think we have to stay on this with the players playing on seconds, and this could be a big board for Denis Lazovic. We've been pointing out that the Levitov need to score 3.5 points to take it into the blitz.
That I don't want to say that's it, but Nihal is also going to hold his position. That is a guaranteed draw against David Paravin. So this match is, yeah, he has just drawn. And in fact, yeah, that's it. The match has been pocketed by the Chess Wizards, who've scored the necessary 1 point. But definitely we should stay on this game, Tanya, because this has been an amazing, scintillating affair. And it's going to be a wasted effort for Denis Lazovic, who I think is going to finish this one off.
Yeah, which is a bit heartbreaking because what a series of moves Denis came up with. I mean, queen a7, that was absolutely brilliant and so easy to miss. Just shows immense board vision there by the 17-year-old Denis, and now he's dominating. Vaishali goes down. There was nothing to be done. Bishop takes g2, rook takes g2. Everything ends in a mate. It turned badly, but it doesn't matter because the Indian Yogis are the first team to make it to the playoffs.
They are, and they're going to make it in very close fashion. You can see the only remaining game, bottom right, Valentina Gunina has turned the tables on Pranesh. She has a winning position. The game's not over because she has 20 seconds, but if she wins, Tanya, all that the Levitov Chess Wizards needed there was a win on the top board. And Daniel Dubov, you know, we never assign blame in these team matches, right? Precisely because they're team matches. But Dubov, I think, is going to be largely blaming himself. A slightly better performance would very well might have yielded a win for the Chess Wizards. And look at this. Pranesh is also swindling Gunina as well. Rook h3 check. And Black's king is the one on the chopping block.
I mean, whose king is more in danger? It's hard to say. And there we might have it, as you're pointing out, a repetition with rook h3, king g5, or will Pranesh fight for more? I think it depends on whether he knows what the team result is, what the match result is, and he says, I don't care, I want to play on, plays the move a5. He still has rook h3 check.
Just gutsy calls for the Yogis, and that's what they've been rewarded for. Probably Pranesh, maybe even if he knows the match score, that might even be more of a reason to play for the win, because at this point, there's literally nothing to lose. He might as well work on getting a better individual score, which, of course, these team members want to do if they want a place in the roster for the next PCL season, Tanya. And if they want a place in the roster in the playoffs, they're alerting their team captain right now. Queen h8. Queen h8, king g5, and there's a perpetual. Queen d8 is a perpetual there, and maybe at this point, Pranesh has to go for it.
You've got to take it, and he spots it.
96. Queen d1
mate.
missed
it.
Or
she
not
missed
mate.
96. She missed 96. Oh my God.
Queen d1 is not made, but it wins everything.
But you can just pick up the rook. You just give a check. The king has to fall back to f5, and can you just go knight f4? He does it. That's it. You can't pick it
What
up
a
with the king.
heartbreaker.
Rook takes f4. Rook takes h4 wins the house. If you pick it up with the queen, rook f3 wins the house, and this is all over.
And queen d3 wins everything wins the game. And oh, what a heartbreaker. The Chess Wizards are going to end up not winning a single individual round. This one is going to end 2-2. And now, Pranesh, a rook to the good, rook f3 check, I think is the simplest, just hunting after the king. He's going to have some fun here, let me tell you, figuring out the mating pattern here.
He's got enough seconds to do it. You can't pick up that knight. Rook f5 check wins the queen. And that means if you fall back with the king, rook takes f6 is possible. And then the queen jumps in to e7. This is just over. And we see Valentina Gunina. She knows it. She's shaking her head. It has been a disastrous day for the Levitov Wizards.
It has indeed. Oh, and what a beautiful mating pattern. This is going to be the classic queen e4, rook c2, and then queen e2, a kind of type of ladder checkmate, although I don't know if there's a specific name for it. Well, there's a name for what has happened in this match.
And it is destruction.
I don't know what name that is.
Daniel.
It's destruction. Thank you for saving me there, Tanya. Destruction through and through, a wire-to-wire victory as the Yogis hold the final round. They score even more than they needed. They needed a point. They got 2.
Absolutely. And not just the score, but also the games that they had. Vaishali, a brilliant performance today, even though she lost the last game. What a show by her. Prag, Nehal, Pranesh, they all made great contributions to this very crucial win for the Indian Yogis.
Indeed, they did. And speaking of crucial and contributions, let's take a look at the overall contributions by each team member. It was a story of Prag and his sister. Vaishali set the tone, Tanya, with that round 1 loss. Yes, she lost to Paravian, but she turned everyone's eyebrows. That loss was a fluke. And in round 2, she showed what she's capable of, defeating the Wizards' top board, Daniel Dubov. And Prag contributed 3 out of 4. He was the top individual scorer. Nobody scores below 50%, Tanya. Try that on for size.
And then on the other side, we can see that it was a top board, Daniel Dubov. He really struggled today. David Paravian had a great performance. He has scored 3 out of 4 previously in the Pro Chess League. That's been his contribution. And today as well, he scores 3 out of 4. But just one board is not enough. Denis Lazavic with a 50%, and Gunina really struggled on the last board. I think with Daniel Dubov and Gunina's performance today, it was just not Levitov Wizards' day.
No, it was not, but they're still obviously in the tournament. They only now have 1 strike because this is their first loss of the PCL season. And of course, the Yogis are officially through. They are 3-0. They run the table, and they are going to be a force to be reckoned with in the playoffs. Now, the big question is, who will they face in the playoffs? The Shanghai Tigers and the Gotham Knights are incredibly well situated, and they will be facing off tomorrow. And the Levitov Chess Wizards, obviously, this is no time, Tanya, to fall asleep on them. They still have great chances to make it into the playoffs, as do our next team, the Garden State Passers.
Absolutely. We've got a big matchup coming up with, as we can see on our scoreboard, the teams have to have 3 match victories to make it to playoffs. If you lose 3 matches, you're out of the Pro Chess League. And these are our standings. Levitov Wizards had a tough loss today, but Daniel, they have had 2 match victories. They just need 1 more to seal their spot. And you know what? I think we all want to see them in the playoffs because it's just such a strong team.
They do. Yeah, we absolutely do. And some of those teams are 0-2. You shouldn't fall asleep on them either. Like the Archbishops, of course, you should fall asleep on the Charlotte Cobras. But hey, we will be back next year. We will learn from our mistakes. I can swear it, Tanya. I'm going to say it. I'm going to make everybody know. And I want everybody to know who we have playing for the Canada Chessbrahs. Some dude named Magnus Carlsen is on the roster, and he will be playing in this pivotal match between the Garden State Passers featuring Samuel Sevian, who's been unstoppable, and the Canada Chessbrahs. And you can see there, it's coming up at 10 a.m. Pacific today. Yes, that is 5 minutes from now, ladies and gentlemen. So we are only a couple of minutes away from our second match of the day. But first, we need to fill our coffee cups. We need to give everybody a chance to put off their work meetings for another couple of hours, because you won't want to miss this match, will we? Will you, Tanya?
Not at all.
I'm a great influence.
Magnus, the world champion, he will be back, as well as James Canty III, his team taking on the Chessbrahs. You don't want to miss this one.
No, you don't. We'll be right back. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, with the final round, the final match of today, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Samuel Sevian, James Canty's team. It's going to be fascinating. It's going to be close. But first, we're going to go on a short break. You're watching the Pro Chess League. Don't go anywhere. We'll have Canada Chessbrahs and Magnus Carlsen coming up for you in just a couple of minutes.
or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
There it is, the smile. She clinches the match.
What a feeling to win a match for your team.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, Chessbrahs and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
5 checks first is light check.
Queen 25.
Little triangulation.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
He goes for it. That's going to be the match.
My goodness.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Yes, Chelsea's gonna win it. Chelsea's gonna win it. And Pavel has won it. Pavel has won it. Wow.
Welcome back to part 2 of our Pro Chess League Wednesday coverage. GM Daniel Naroditsky and International Master Tanya Sajdev bringing you analysis and commentary of today's 2 incredibly fascinating matches. One of them has already concluded, and one team, the Indian Yogis, have made the playoffs on the strength of a wire-to-wire victory against the monster Levitov Chess Wizards. But boy, they didn't look like wizards today. It was the Yogis who looked like the Wizards. 9.5, 6.5, Tanya. What a win.
What a win, Daniel, that was. And even though the match has concluded, it's still on our minds. What a dominating performance by the Indian Yogis. The Levitov failed to win a single match. And I will say this, that when Indian Yogis performed the way that they did today against the Wizards, one of the strongest teams currently, what a performance the Wizards have had so far. Indian Yogis did it without the man who beat Magnus Carlsen, with a team with an average age of 18 years. This is a team that's definitely vying for the top spots in this season of the Pro Chess League.
It is indeed. They have made it, and the Wizards will try to come next. They need one more win to make the playoffs. Let's have a quick look at the top of the standings. You can see the Yogis there are still perfect, and there are 2 other perfect teams that are facing each other, the Shanghai Tigers and the Gotham Knights. One of those 2 teams will be the second team to join the Indian Yogis in the playoffs. And of course, one team has already gotten eliminated, but we don't see that team here, and I don't know if we should show that team. Tanya, I think we should stay here on
Daniel,
this
let's
part of
just stay here.
standings.
Let's just stay here a bit. Of course, I mean, I think it's just the brutal format of the Pro Chess League. And we know that 3 losses and you're out, 3 wins, you're into the playoff. And that's what the teams are vying for. Let's just smooth over what
I don't know if our producer feels the same way, Tanya. I feel like having heard that, no. Oh, there we go. Well, we're not going to talk about the team on the bottom, but the Unicorns, the Blitz, the Bulldogs, a lot of teams are still 1-1, and those are not teams that you want to fall asleep on. And let me make a crazy prediction, Tanya. The St. Louis Archbishops have their back against the wall, but they've won the PCL before, and I have a feeling that we will still hear from them.
I am so shocked to see them at the bottom of the table with 2 losses, 1 more loss, and they're out of the season, Daniel. And the St. Louis Archbishops are 3 times winners of the Pro Chess League. So I completely get your feeling that they're going to make a comeback, but they've got no margin for error. They need to win 3 matches.
They do indeed, and not a lot of margin for error for the teams that are playing next. So let's have a look at, first of all, the Garden State Passers. Their roster features the MVP. Why do I say MVP? Because Sam Sevian has 7.5 out of 8. Let me repeat that, 7.5 out of 8 in his first 2 matches. He has been carrying the team, but he's finally had reinforcements arrive with Alexander Bortnik, Lenderman, and others. So it's not a one-man team, Tanya.
And just to take your point home, Sam Sevian has 7.5 out of 8. That is more than what the world champion has on the top board, who currently has a score of 7 out of 8. That is the beast that Sam Sevian is.
Sam Sevian has made a name for himself in the last few years as one of the top American players, but he will need one more very strong performance today because he is facing a team that has the world champion. Magnus Carlsen is playing for the Canada Chessbrahs. He made his presence felt immediately with a 4-0 performance in the first week. But last week he suffered that shocking loss against Vidit. That was a loss which sent the Canada Chessbrahs to a shocking comeback loss. Magnus Carlsen, Tanya, he is not going to forget that one for a while, and he is going to try to erase that memory with a redeeming performance here in week 3.
And it's not just that he lost that game to Vidit. He had a checkmate in 3. He could have wrapped up the match for his team. He could have been on 100% 8 out of 8. He missed a mate in 3 and eventually blundered and lost that game, which definitely was a heartbreaking moment. But we know one thing about Magnus, he doesn't pay much heed to that. We saw his frustration on camera in that moment. He's definitely moved on. He knows that he needs to deliver today for his team.
And of course, he plays all sorts of open How many games will the Canada Chessbrahs and Magnus Carlsen play 1d4 throughout the match today? Tanya, that's an incredibly hard question to answer because most of the players on the Chessbrahs are capable of playing both e4 and d4. We've got a couple of choices there. Tanya, what does your intuition say? Over 6.5 or under 6.5?
So over 6.5 means 7 or
5.
6?
Yeah, I don't know how you can start half a game with d4, but I think it means like 7 or over or 5 or under.
What about 6? Where does 6 fall in the whole situation then? Well, I'm going to make
we'll
my
have the
prediction.
chat figure that out. Name
I'm
a number.
going to make my prediction. Daniel, I think we are going to have over 6.5 games starting with 1d4 from Canada Chessbrahs.
And we're getting word that 6 is under and 7 is over. I don't really know how under over works. I'm totally embarrassingly amateurish when it comes to like betting. I never even know what people mean when they say over under. So I'll let the chat figure this out. We'll figure the commentary out. But 1d4 is obviously going to feature in most of the rounds
games
today. And let's take a look at who might be the ones playing 1 to d4. Let's review first and foremost the lineups. Sam Sevian, Bortnik, Baranik, and Carissa Yip. Almost the same lineup, Tanya, that won the last week's match, with the exception of board 4, which is very capably replaced by Carissa Yip.
Oh, 100%. Carissa is such a strong player. She's a former US women champion. She's 19 years old. She's super strong. She is an international master already, plays very aggressive chess. But what you were saying about Sam, Bortnik, Abhimanyu Mishra, these were the key star players for the Garden State Bosses in their previous matchup. They handed out so many punches and took the win home for their team, and they come back with a very similar lineup. Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess.
The youngest grandmaster is making an appearance, and in the first round, Abhimanyu Mishra will be facing Ivan Šarić, who is a Croatian grandmaster. Very, very strong addition for the Canada Chessbrahs, and of course the world champion will start off with black against the Garden State Masters board 4. Carissa Yip, not a walkover win for Magnus Carlsen. Carissa is dangerous with the white pieces, and I don't think Magnus Carlsen is viewing any of these games as kind of an automatic win because he's got a big X on his back. Everybody wants to be Vidit. Everybody wants to be the guy who defeats world champion.
I don't know if everyone wants to be with it there, because you remember Vidit almost was checkmated by Magnus in just 3 moves. He did get very lucky, but of course, let's bring up our match format. Daniel,
Yes.
8.5 points is what the team needs to wrap up the match. That's the golden number.
You don't know the format. Where have you been? Just kidding. We won't pick on you. The time control, 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. It's a beautiful cross between Blitz and Rapid. First team to 8.5 wins the match. Everybody plays everybody. And we'll talk about the tie break. If we get there, that'll only happen if we get an 8-8 tie. Unlikely, I think, but I think we are very likely, Tanya, to see a close match here. And in order to be the second team to upset the Chessbrahs, one of the pre-tournament favorites. One of the players on the Passers has to prevent Magnus Carlsen, I think, from going 4-0.
Absolutely. But the thing with the Pro Chess League is that every board and every game matters. With Magnus, even if he scores 4-0, it might not be enough. He does need the other members to perform as well. He needs these other boards to show up. And one of them is the board 4. Now, the Canada Chessbrahs, they have been playing with Jennifer Yu in their lineup. Today, we've got Meili Jade instead. Jennifer Yu had a tough first 2 weeks. And it just comes down to this board 4. Will Meili Jade be able to snatch some of these key points, even if it's half a point, even if it's just a point, against the top players from the Garden State Passers?
And we've seen the best teams put in the reinforcements exactly when they've needed him. Jennifer Yu, after 2 matches, might feel a little bit jaded. No pun intended. So Meili Jade, fresh reinforcements. She wants to make her presence felt in her first performance for the Chessbrahs. Sam Sevian not leaving it mysterious as to his intentions in round 1. He plays a King's Indian. Tanya, obviously, he knows who's commentating, and really that is the only reason that he's made his opening choice.
He's paying his respects to you, Daniel. This is what his opening choice is about. He says, you know what, when I want to go for the win, I want to play the King's Indian defense, and he goes for it, the most aggressive line. And now it just comes down to what are the dynamics in this position? And to answer that, well, some of them I can point out because I do like playing this position from the white pieces, Daniel, in fact, where white has got the idea sometimes to go castle, but very often to actually advance with the G pawn to G4 as well. Not anymore. Now, once the knight comes to H5, the point is that if G4 arrives on the board, you'll jump to F4. White never wants to recapture the knight. White never, ever wants to open that bishop on G7. Very often, black sacrifices a pawn to be able to do that.
I think you just made an excellent point, a very common sort of rookie mistake in the King's Indian. I could show this on the analysis board really, really quickly. If white plays Queen D2, you might think that you're stopping Knight F4. And let's make a random move for black, right? Knight C5 would be more likely. But as you're saying, you never want to play G4 because even if Knight F4 involves a pawn sacrifice, you would sacrifice, and you often do sacrifice a lot more than just one pawn in order to get this bishop to operate at its full capacity on the long diagonal. This is the last thing you want, Tanya. So very important for Meili Jade to avoid the tempting G4. And she's just played it. She's gone G4. Whoa.
I do not like that. That is a shocking choice. And look at Sam Sevian. He is as surprised as we are. He can't believe it because this is the dream. This is the big dream of every King's Indian player, and it's on the board. White did not even win a pawn in this one. You've allowed that G7 bishop. As a King's Indian expert yourself, Daniel, this is got to be your dream.
It is. I mean, you never get this kind of position. And Sam might just leave his pawn on F4 and say, hey, take it. I'm going to focus instead on the queen side. I think he's going to go Knight C5, force the bishop back, and run this A pawn up the board. White will simply lose this game outright if he can force white to further soften up her knight, Tanya, because Queen F6 is just on the deck here. This is a nightmare, and this tells me that Meili Jade just probably isn't a habitual 1d4 player. I think she might be an e4 player typically, so might have been a sort of choice to surprise Sam in this game, but he's gotten all he can ask for in this King's Indian.
Wow, I am still shocked with this decision to give up the dark squared bishop. He goes for your idea. The knight jumps onto c5. You can't pick up the f4 pawn. You have to fall back with the bishop. And black doesn't even care. Daniel, you call this out. I think you're just calling out the action. The a pawn is stepping up to a3. If queen goes to f4, the knight on c3 will be hanging. The other idea, break into the center, get your queen out. Rook e8, targeting that e file. White still hasn't castled. This is going to be busted right out of the opening. And while Sam Sevian does that, this is our opportunity to get the bird's eye view because the games have started. The action is on. That one looks like bad news for the Canada Chessbrahs.
And some Potzer has started his game on the lower right. I'm having a hard time reading his name, but I don't think we're missing. Nobody would have heard of him anyway. Of course, the world champion has black against Carissa Yip. That game has just begun. We have a Vienna opening in top right. We have got Alexander Bortnik, who was one of the critical pieces of the Passers win last week. The new look Passers, as Bortnik was a week 2 acquisition. He's got black against Eric Hansen in an Alekhine. But I think that we should watch Magnus Carlsen's game unfold, Tanya. because we
Mm.
already have a very unbalanced position in the early going of that game.
Yeah, let's do it because as you were pointing out, knight on a5, that's the edge of the board, but the advantage is that bishop on b3 can be picked up, and very often that means an imbalanced middle game, which is exactly what Magnus is hoping for. He, of course, wants to score a win with the black pieces in this one, even if it means taking a couple of dodgy decisions in the opening just to imbalance the middle game.
Magnus, one of the best in the business at doing exactly that. When he wins games with black, we take it for granted that it's easy to generate winning chances from the black side, but so many top grandmasters actually struggle against that. And I like the way that Carissa is handling the opening. It's also tempting to play passively when you're facing the world champion. Carissa is not changing her style. I think her best chance in this game, Tanya, without question, is to get something incredibly dynamic, tactical, and get an attack going against the world champion's king. He is capable of making mistakes in ultra sharp positions. He's only half human, but the best way to show that he's human is to go after his king.
That is
As
some
if I
great
know.
advice.
I don't know. I'm speaking as
Well,
a friend, you know.
if anybody knows, it's got to be you. We've all seen those games late at night, early in the morning, all your bullet brawls against Magnus. We're all well aware, Daniel. If anyone has the answer of how to get to him, it would be you. And as you're pointing out, you have to play aggressively. You have to play fearlessly against Magnus, because if you let that get into your head, you already got very little chance against a player like Magnus, but then it is almost none. And Carissa, with that move f4, makes it clear that she's going to try her best to create a chaos on the board. And it reminds me of this famous saying by Mikhail Tal about these kind of positions that, you've got to drive your opponent into a deep, dark forest where there's a path to get out, which is only big enough for one of you. And I think that's where you might have the biggest chance against a player like Magnus.
And says all where 2 + 2 = 5, right? You don't want Magnus to add up the numbers and get a rational result. You want him to start feeling nervous about his ability to handle the complications. But all of that, of course, is talk. You have to walk the walk and actually get that kind of position, because Magnus, he's so good at channeling the position into the direction, into the kind of situation that he wants. So what has he done here? He's pushed the pawn to d5, moves the knight back to e8, by the way. Knight d7 might have run into e6. So he wants his light square bishop to control these key squares in the center. And he is telling Carissa, hey, why don't you take my pawn on a7? If white takes it with the bishop, that runs into an easy tactic. Takes in bishop c5 is a fork. But Anya, I would be seriously considering rook takes a7 if I'm Carissa. Call Magnus's bluff. I'm curious what the world champion has in store against rook takes a7.
You've got to calculate all these lines where Magnus might trade on a7 and push that pawn to c5, blocking your bishop and potentially trapping it on a7. And Carissa decides to not go for those complications. Instead, she makes sure that she's got control over the center. But these are exactly the kind of chances that you can't miss against Magnus. Knight d3, I still like white's position because of the stronghold on e5. It looks like things are still under control. But Daniel, I agree with you. She had to take a small think there, or a big think, and then decide to go for that pawn on a7.
Yeah, because now the situation is stabilized and the world champion is going to try to exploit his bishop pair. Well, Carissa Yip is part of a Garden State Passers team that changed its look completely going into week 2. They are now one of the most fearsome teams in the league. And a lot of that is due to their captain, FIDE Master James Canty. If only we had Mr. Canty to join us here to talk about the games, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. Oh, wait a second.
When you call a Jedi appears.
Welcome.
Jedi appears
Exactly.
as soon as we hear everything. Okay, Danya, just like the prophet Danya. How you doing, Tanya? Hello, Danya. I like that. Tanya and Danya,
Hey,
that's
James.
sweet. Bro. How you guys
James,
doing?
welcome
This
to
is
the
a fun
Tanya and
match.
Daniel show. But we really wanted you here because this is such a big match that we've got going on. And the position in front of us, we were talking about how fearlessly Carissa played the move f4. What was your feeling at that moment? Were you a little terrified?
No, I mean you got to let me tell you something, Tanya. Carissa Yip will hit you in your lip. Okay, she is definitely one of those that is really strong and aggressive, and she'll take it to you every single time. So I definitely love her aggressive style. Absolutely, we got Carissa, and then we got the top 3. It's like the big 3 in like basketball or football or whatever sport. We got the big 3 on our team with Sam, Bortnik and Mishra. They are going crazy. I mean, they literally, I think, score like 10 points between the three of them. That's ridiculous. So, and then we bring Carissa in here, and Carissa, all we got to do is just hold off Big Mag. Hey, Magnus, you can do whatever you want, but we're gonna take the rest. We're gonna take care of the rest of your team. At the same time, Chessbrahs are cool. We love them, but we're gonna take them down this match. So.
Oh, Carissa missed her chance to take on f6. Now I feel like Magnus is fully in control of the game. He's going to play f4. And that knight on e6 is such a monster. But listen, you're expecting Magnus James, I think, to win a couple of games. And as you're saying, you've got a huge supporting cast. One player can't win the entire match. They can only score 4 points. So Sam Sevian, it seems like this is the time for him to put through another monster performance. That's what you'll need from him, James.
Absolutely. It's Mr. Sam I Am, green eggs and all the ham. He wants it all. That's Sam. Sam is a monster. We know this. And he every time he performs, he always performs. That's why I love my man Sam. So Sam is playing with the King's Indian too. We got that nice bishop. You know how we like a King's Indian, Danya. So that's looking good already as I'm taking a look at that board still. Rook's on a6. We got the bishop on e5. He can play f3, open it up, play h5 as well. King g7, rook h8 is nasty. There's some nasty positions for Sam right now, so I'm already counting that as a dub there. But of course, we still have to wait.
Yeah, well, let's go to that game actually, because Sam Sevian is playing a textbook King's Indian game. First, we're going to go to the bird's eye view really quickly. Bottom left, you've got a pretty balanced endgame. I think actually Mishra might be slightly better there, so more good news for your team. And Bortnik has definitely solved all of his opening problems and also stands better. So, James, I'll give you the choice. Do we go to Sam Sevian's game, or do we look at Bortnik's attempts to win that game with the black pieces against Eric Hansen?
That's a big one. Let's go to the Bortnik game. Definitely got to go to the Bortnik game. Definitely got to go over there. Yeah, Bortnik and Hansen. That's a heavyweight
situation too.
What's the time looking
like?
5
minutes
let's
off.
go. Let's go. Let's go.
Our guy
Come on,
is a
Bortnik.
monster.
Bring the energy, baby. That's right. Exactly.
Look at the position, James. He's got a knight on g4. He's going for white's king. He's got that bishop on e5. The c3 knight can be taken up. The queen can go to h5, hitting that pawn on h2.
Uh-oh. Is there?
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's
Bishop
crazy
g3.
tactics here.
Wow, that's sick.
That's Bishop d4 also looks great, and then queen h5.
Yeah, Bishop
Oh, I love Bishop d4.
Really nasty. Really nasty. Also, the good thing about this is that he's comfortable. Bortnik, you know how he likes to play the Aliakin, like the only one in the world that plays it religiously against anyone. He don't care. I don't care who you are. He's going to play it. And he played it here, and he got a nice position out of the opening here. We're up on time. And this is very nice for us.
Dude, Bishop d4 might win the game because knight e4 is not possible. Bishop d4 forces rook e2, and then maybe Bortnik could drop the bishop back and open up that parking space for the knight. I think this has to be essentially a forced win at this point. And he's got 7 entire minutes to figure that out. James, I mean, Bortnik would win this with 7 seconds, I think. With 7 minutes, I mean, I don't want to say he's got this in the bag, but it's getting pretty close.
Oh, I see Eric shaking his head. He hates his position. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I saw it. Bishop d4. It's on the board. Get it
it's on the board, James.
Get this man off the board. Bortnik is swinging. Of course, you know I love the Chessbrahs, and I spent time at their house when I was there. But it's not today. We are not friends, Chessbrahs. We are not friends today. Any other day, friends, but not right now. Bishop d4, rook e2 on the board.
Yeah, bishop b6 and then knight d4, and he's got queen h5 on demand. And Bortnik, he's such a mature player. He's going to take his time because he smells blood, and a black win in round 1 would set such a good tone. Let's go back to the bird's eye view really quickly, James, because I do want to get your closer views on that Sevian game, which is a must-win, and that game is not over. Sam still needs to demonstrate precise play. So let's travel on over to Sevian land. Sam I Am. James, have you ever had a position this good out of a King's Indian? This is like, if you could construct a dream position with every piece on a perfect square, this is what it would look like.
This is what it would be. Yeah, exactly right. King's Indian, I mean, you know how hard it is to play, but this is beautiful. I mean, how did rook get to b6? Obviously, it went up to a6, but look at the rook. It's on b6. Usually the rook's like on e8 or somewhere where on a closed, blocked file. Here it's not. The bishop takes on f5. I mean, everything looks beautiful here, right? Queen on f6, bishop go to d4. And now, rook b2.
Rook b2 might end it. Knowing Sam, I think he's going to try to end it here and now.
Yeah, boom, there it is.
On the board.
Oh my
Bishop
goodness.
c3, queen d4. Yeah, this one's over. It's in the bag.
Oof. Heat.
Wow. So rook
Big
b2, you
Sam.
can't take with the rook because bishop c3, queen b2, you pick up the knight, and now queen d4 check. The d3 bishop falls, everything. This is going to be your first point, James.
Yeah, we can just see she can probably just hit the button there. She's very strong, but this one is Sam I am. It's different. It's just a little bit different,
How
a little bit
shocked
different
were
strength
you?
here. With
How shocked were you
with,
when Melly decided to trade that bishop for the knight on f4? Were you following the game? And that was just
yeah,
unbelievable
definitely.
stuff.
I thought it was. In fact, every King's Indian player knows that you have to play knight f4 in those positions, and we'll sack that pawn every single time. And when it happened, I was like, she just, hey, we'll take it, freebie. Like that's literally a freebie, and we felt really good when that happened. So, and now we're converting this point, so it's pretty good.
You're going to take the full point here. James, looking pretty good for your team. Always a pleasure to have you on, but we will let you enjoy the games in peace. James Canty, always a pleasure. Good luck to you and your team.
Pleasure, Danya and Tanya. Passers for the win. Let's go.
Good luck, James. Oh my god. And passes for the win, as James said. Well, they are getting the fire on the board. Sam Sevian, after that big miss, big inaccuracy, not a miss, but really a shocking blunder, I would say, even though it doesn't lose material by Melee of giving up that dark squared bishop. He has just flawlessly converted this one. But other boards are not that easy. So let's bring up our bird's eye view. It looks like Sam has this one under control.
Mm-hmm. He does indeed. Now, does the world champion have his game under control? I think he does. He has gotten it into an end game. It looks like a technically winning end game for Magnus Carlsen, although that evil bar actually is not as convinced as I am. Sam, I am. Alexander Bortnik, he's still trying to finesse a win out of his massive initiative in the middle game. And okay, Mishra against Saric, I think that is the likeliest game to end in peace. So, Tanya, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm experiencing some decision anxiety. Where do we go? Where do we go? What do we look at?
I agree with you with the Magnus against I am Carissa. Yep, Sam, I am. But we're going to let that one be for a bit. We're going to go up to the top right board because Eric Hansen was making his debut in the Pro Chess League. Let's bring that one up and go into a bit of a deep dive with that. We see all of Black's pieces. Bortnik with all his pieces centralized. But I look at him on the camera. He looks a bit phased by something. He was just throwing his hand in the air.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there.
I think he was hoping to win this a little bit more smoothly, but hey, he's got Black. He's 25 moves in, and he's winning in an Alekhine, so it can't really get much smoother than that. But Eric Hansen, that's where his blitz and bullet experience really comes in handy. He is a weasel. He's not giving this one up without a fight. Look at what Bortnik just did there, Tanya. He just took the pawn on c4, and he moves back to e5. He's in no hurry. He's enjoying his position, and he is milking. I was going to say Sam Sevian. No, Sam would not have a position like this. Eric Hansen's clock down to 0. I don't see any realistic chance for the Chessbrahs here.
Yeah, he's down a pawn, and all the compensation seems to be with the black pieces. That bishop on d4 is an absolute monster. f5 you're pointing at and asking big questions. You can't go to c5. You have to call back. Knight c3 is not possible because you pick up the knight, you pick up the rook on e2. You have to go back to d2, and that is coming in the way of your own bishop. e2 hangs, everything hangs.
f5 won on the spot. e2 would have hung there, and f5 just won the knight on e4. Instead, Bortnik solving this tactically. Okay, where is he going to go from here, though? Does he want to go knight to e1? And is he allowing Eric Hansen to force the queen trade? If Eric can force the trade of queens and get into a pawn down endgame, I think he gives himself a serious fighting chance. Bortnik missed f5.
It's happening.
He should still be winning, though.
Yeah, but it is about narrowing down your margin for error. f5, as you pointed out, was game over. Knight e1, he goes queen c4, no more f5 right now, but this is dangerous. You can't pick up that bishop on g2, knight g2, king g2, but you need to really rush with it. He goes knight f3 check instead, so white has to trade on f3.
And there we go. I think queen e2 is a very wise decision. Is it fun to defend the ensuing endgame with 30 seconds left? No. Does he give himself a fighting chance to draw? Absolutely. I still think Bortnik should be able to finish this. He's still 3 minutes up on the clock. That is an eternity for these ultra-professional blitz players. But Eric Hansen is not going to go gentle into that good night. Speaking of not going gentle into that good night, Carissa Yip, she is coming very, very close to holding a shock draw against Magnus Carlsen. I think we need to look at Carissa Yip's attempt to hold half a point against the world champion. What a tone that would set in this match. Board fours, Tanya, have been so stellar in the PCL thus far.
Absolutely. That would be a big, big save of half a point against Magnus. And take a look at the position. It looks like Carissa has done everything right. She has an extra pawn. But of course, there are a lot of weaknesses in White's position as well. That pawn on d3. Now, if White-Black was to capture the bishop after rook takes f4, Magnus can go on to win that pawn on d3. It might even just be his best chance in the position.
But I think there might be b4 in that position. And with every pawn that gets traded, the game moves closer and closer to a draw. But man, having this against Magnus, I can attest, Tanya, to the fact that one of the most nerve-wracking feelings is when you can sense how close you are to drawing a player like normally would. But Carissa, she's definitely close to drawing. I think bishop f4 to d6. That might be the key to the kingdom. And she's played it. And if Magnus advances his pawn to c4, White could force another pair off the board with rook to e5.
I'm really scared about the attack against White's king and the rook, because we see all of these, the rook on d3, the rook on e1. It just looks like the king on h2 can be in a lot of danger. Imagine Daniel, Black's knight landing on g4, and that's a checkmate. It's not any ordinary check in the position. And I'm just wondering, is
Oh my
Magnus
gosh.
going to get over ambitious and not care about that c pawn, not try to advance it going into the trades that you were pointing out, but instead find a way to activate his knight? But I'm struggling. I'm struggling for a route to get to g4.
Yeah, and by the way, Alexander Bortnik has won his game. Hansen blundered a piece
Wow.
in that time pressure. Now, we expected Sasha to ultimately convert, not as quickly as he did. So that's a full point. And of course, Sam Sevian has won his game against Meili Jade as well. Abhimanyu Mishra, that game is going to end in peace. He will be drawing. Ivan Saric. That game should end shortly. Let's stick to this huge game. A draw would be unthinkable. And Carissa, she can play rook e5, but she can also leave e5 for her bishop and threaten rook f6. This is very much a 3-result game. Oh my god, I think bishop e5 might be winning.
Bishop
Bishop
e5 has got a
was
huge
winning.
threat.
It was winning because rook f6
Oh
was
my God.
unstoppable. Oh, she
What
could
a
have
miss.
won with bishop e5 because rook f6 simply unstoppable there.
And the
Oh, my
problem is not that you
lands.
win the knight, but you're giving a ladder checkmate with the other rook coming on to g7 after rook f6 if the king falls back, and it would have been
Oh.
very difficult for Magnus. Bishop b4, rook e4, and I think this has turned around a little bit now because Black has got threats of rook h4, rook d1 check, and this can get very tricky with the central passed pawns combined with the attack against White's king.
OMG. Oh, Carissa's going to be kicking herself. And she's, I think, losing the thread of this game. It's gone from winning to potentially losing in just a couple of moves. Rook h4, king g1, and rook d1 is not checkmate because White can block with her own rook. But even if Magnus trades and plays king f5 there, Tanya, these pawns are looking more menacing than ever. Rook h1 is also possible. Magnus plays just that. He's not missing this chance. I think he's going to go king f5. And Carissa, I mean, she'll need a perfect game here with only a minute left. What a shame. And how close was Carissa to delivering one of the biggest results of the PCL thus far? What an effort.
Just one small bishop move away. That's how far she was. Just from bishop to d6, bishop to e5, with a big threat of rook f6, not only winning the knight, but checkmating ideas against Magnus's king. It was missed by her, and now it looks like these pawns are going to be unstoppable. Right now, the c4 pawn is attacked, so you can't really hurry with d3. King d5, there's rook d6 check, and then coming back.
But I think rook f2 and rook takes b2 might win the game, because then if White takes on c4, then the king slides over to d5. This is the same exact thing because bishop a3, which has been played, runs into d3, and there Carissa can simply resign because the pawn is unstoppable. Let's all take a second to acknowledge that you cannot blame Carissa for missing bishop e5. Sometimes you yourself don't even believe that Magnus Carlsen could possibly have blundered. And when you get into that defensive frame of mind, it can be very hard to find a move like that, which turns the tables. Oh man, I think ignorance is bliss in this case. I think Carissa shouldn't check that game because I think it'll be tougher to recover once you find out how close you were to defeating the world champion.
But you can also believe the fact that you came close to defeating him. There's a lot of positive to take away from that. It was an incredible game really played by her, start up until this point. Of course, against Magnus, it is difficult to defend these positions. Knight d4, d2, big threat in the air. And with that, Carissa throws in the towel. She resigns, but it doesn't matter for the team result because the Garden State Passers with 2 wins and a draw have secured the round victory.
They have secured the round victory, but they are further from 8.5 than they otherwise would have been. The world champion has, one way or the other, by hook or by crook, he's managed to pull out a full point. Sam Sevian has done the same. He moves to 8.5 out of 9 in his first 9 games. Abhimanyu Mishra has been solid as a rock. I think a draw with Ivan Saric is a great result for the passers, and they lead by a point. Things could have looked a little bit differently, Tanya, but if you're the passers, if you're James Canty, you really can't complain about a first round victory.
You're taking everything that you can get against the Canada Chessbrahs, with Magnus leading from the front. They've got Ivan Saric, they've got Eric Hansen. They've really mixed up their lineup for this match, but it looks like the Garden State Passers are the ones doing the punches. And Daniel, round 2. Will the Canada Chessbrahs be able to make a comeback?
There is only one way to find out. The world champion will have to step up his game. We'll find out if the Chessbrahs can erase this 1-point deficit when we come back here in the Pro Chess League. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a couple of short minutes.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Where does that come from, that kind of even keel, like kind of level-headedness? I mean, a lot of people get really big-headed and very, very confident when they like get on a roll, and you're just like, I didn't play well, gotta be better next time.
I mean, you can never relax. I mean, I do that, so I don't relax. I keep the same amount of energy and concentration during the tournament.
We're back at the Pro Chess League. It's a delightful Wednesday with two really, really interesting matches. One of them has concluded. One of them is one round in. The Garden State Passers, on the heels of a comeback Week 2 victory, are now leading the Canada Chessbrahs by 1 point. International Master Tanya Sachadev, it's been an impressive display for the Passers in the last 5 rounds that they've played. Sam Sevian is a big reason why, as we review the individual scores.
This is what is amazing about the Pro Chess League, right? The Garden State Passers had a disastrous start in week 1, and they were so quick to change things up, get the new players on their lineup, and change their match approach. They had a stunning week 2, and they start against the Canada Chessbrahs with a win. But it's a win with the smallest margins, 2.5 to 1.5. Magnus Carlsen got the job done for his team, but now it's time for the other team members to deliver.
Indeed, it is. And round 2 is upon us. Let's review the matchups for this round. In particular, Eric Hansen suffered a very painful loss with the white pieces against Alexander Bordnik. It's his first appearance for the Chessbrahs, so he is going to have to rebound, but not just against anybody. How about black against a Sam Sevian who's got 8.5 out of 9 points? Mealy Jade Wale, she committed a big error in round 1. And once again, Tanya, we talk about it all the time. In the PCL, you don't get an easier pairing just because you've lost. In this case, yeah, welcome to hell. That's Alexander Bordnik with the black pieces.
It gets tougher and tougher every round. You know, in open events, you can go, you lose a game, and then you're playing against somebody who you have a good shot against. Here, you lose a game, and you're playing against Alexander Bordnik, who was an absolute beast in round 1, taking down Eric Hansen. Eric with the white pieces lost in a disastrous way in that one. And we've got Carissa Yip playing against Ivan Saric. Now, Carissa lost to Magnus, but she was a brave fighter. She needs to keep that up and save some points.
Yeah, I mean, she has to do something similar to what Vaishali did in the previous match, where she loses her first game in painful fashion. Not the same thing, but she came through and delivered a second-round victory against the top board of the Chess Wizards. So we'll see how Carissa handles her task. But first and foremost, Sam Sevian is going to be facing Eric Hansen. That is the marquee matchup of the round. We're going to keep a very close eye on that. And Samuel Sevian, really, you can't say it enough. When you've got someone on your team who has an 8.5 out of 9 score, Tanya, you know that you've built up a good roster. You just know.
You just know when you got 8.5 out of 9, what an MVP he's been for the Garden State Passers. He's really delivered there for the team. And look at him. He looks confident. He looks ready to go. I think he's a little superstitious as well. He's been wearing that same jumper every single week, Daniel.
I hope it's been through the laundry machine a couple of times, or I'd be glad that there's nobody in his room watching him play. But chess players, they are superstitious, whether it's pens or, you know, the same jumper or the same sweater. You got to do whatever you got to do to put your mind in the right place. Well, Sam has put his C-pawn onto the right place. He's been playing the English a lot. In the PCL, he can play whatever the heck he wants, D4, C4, E4. He seems to know it all. And this is a mainline English. You can think of this, Tanya, as a reverse Sicilian. I think that's a easier way for some players to conceptualize the philosophy behind playing this with white. It's like a reverse accelerated dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. The structures are very similar, and that's why whoever is a Sicilian player with the black pieces often answers with the king pawn move against the English opening as well, because the ideas are so similar, only the colors are reversed. Now, Sam chooses the move b3. The idea, of course, is understandable. You want to put that bishop from c1 on b2, target that e5 pawn. Eventually, white will put the pawn on d3, bring out the b1 knight to d2. Meanwhile, black needs to start developing. Bishop e7, short castle, f6 to defend that pawn, block that bishop out on b2. And that's how I'm expecting the game to develop. But I am surprised that Eric is taking such a long time to make his next move.
And he suffered from this in the first game. He was 5 minutes down at some point against Alexander Bordnik. We know how much Eric likes his time pressure, but a 10+2 time control often lures people into a false sense of security. You feel, it's a rapid game, I can take my time. 1 5-minute think later, you're basically in acute time pressure. So he develops his light square bishop not to e6, which is pretty standard, but to the more aggressive square on g4. I'm anticipating bishop b2. And one thing that you have to avoid is a premature e4, because oftentimes you get extremely overextended with the center. And especially if there's a bishop on the long diagonal, the last thing you want to do is give that bishop more control over key squares on that diagonal. So I'm anticipating maybe bishop b2, f6. And if Sam could play d4 in one fell swoop, then he wants to. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Eric got his bishop to g4. He wants to be able to take the knight on demand and increase his control over the d4 square.
Oh, he definitely wants to try and get a d4 break in. The whole position revolves around activating that bishop on b2 once it gets there. Now, Eric's last move, bishop to g4, also hints at a potential queenside castling in some positions. You want to play queen d7, not only with the sly idea of bishop h3, trying to trade off this strong light squared bishop that white has, but also potentially looking at a queenside castling where the knights and the queen and the d file, it all seems to protect black's king in a good way. So bishop g4, it is not the most popular approach, but definitely the most difficult to combat with white if you're not sure or you haven't prepared how to respond to it.
And he's gotten Sam Sevian to take a minute and a half in return, probably deciding between bishop b2. You could also throw in the move h3 to prevent black from building that queen bishop battery. So a lot of decisions to make in the early going. That affords us a good opportunity to travel back to the bird's eye view, because all 4 games have now officially started, including the world champion who has the white pieces against Abhimanyu Mishra. That was a game I was really, really looking forward to, because Abhimanyu Mishra has been incredibly tough to beat. He's been unbeatable in the Pro Chess League thus far. I don't think he lost a single game in his only appearance thus far in week 2, but he will have to pull out his A-plus game if he wants to hold the world champion with black. So we've got that game on the lower left, a pretty unorthodox opening there. I don't even know what opening that is. Shall we go to that game, or shall we go to the more advanced game on the top left, where Meili Jade, I think, has a great position against Alexander Bortnik?
I do like the idea of jumping into the top right game simply because you got more moves there. And of course, we'll visit the Abhimanyu Mishra Magnus game in just a bit. But let's take a look at the Bortnik position that we've got now. Meili Jade, definitely a shocking loss. Well, not the result, but the way she played with white in round 1. But it looks like it's a lot more under control in round 2 for her. I like that unusual place of the queen on a6 from where it eyes the c4 pawn as well as the a2 pawn. The pawns in the center, we call them the hanging pawn structure in chess. And when that is the case, white is often trying to look for an attack. But I don't see so many pieces for Bortnik to make that happen. Black, meanwhile, has centralized both rooks, placed the queen nicely, the knights in the center. You can't really advance one of the pawns because it does weaken the square next to it. You're pointing it out. If you play d5, you want to try and get it in at the right time, but it weakens the c5 square.
But you're making the right point. The queen on e2 is also very vulnerable. It's making d5 impossible for the time being because black simply takes. The queen on a6, this literally is the best square on the entire board for black's queen. Rarely does black have an opportunity to get the queen to that square when you've got the hanging pawn structure. Meili used some really, really sleek tactics in order to get her queen there and to trade the light squared bishops. What white wouldn't give to have a light squared bishop right here on d3 to protect the c4 pawn and to make d5 and c5 a lot easier to achieve. So black has solved her opening problems, but now it's up to Meili Jade to hold her own in this complex middle game. What kinds of things would I be thinking about? Well, there's the obvious idea, which is stacking the rooks on the c file and pressuring c4, but there you have to be careful, right? If you put the rook on c6, you've got to reckon with tempo moves like knight e5, and just because d5 is not possible now doesn't mean Bortnik has abandoned hopes to push the d pawn. I think he might try to slide the queen onto a defended square so that d5 once again becomes a realistic possibility.
It does seem like it's going to be a lot about tempo. Speaking of tempos, you can also think about a move knight to d5, hitting that bishop on f4 because the queen on e2 is hanging, but I don't think it helps black because white simply falls back with the bishop. And then what is your knight really doing there, Daniel? Yes, it's in the center, but once I defend my queen, you're once again going to be running helter-skelter with it. You can fall back with the bishop to g3, so that would not have gotten black anywhere.
It wouldn't have, and instead Meili Jade slides her queen back to v7, and to help us process everything that's going on right now is one key piece of the Canada Chessbrahs. Grandmaster Aryan Tari, the Norway #2, behind someone whose name we will not mention, is here. He is joining us. Grandmaster Aryan Tari, welcome to the show. Great to have you.
Thanks for the introduction, Daniel. Nice to be with you. You guys, Chessbrahs had a tough first round, so I hope we can bounce back.
Well, we didn't bounce back from that match. It was permanently traumatic, and we have withered away into nothingness. So thank you, Aryan. That was all thanks to your team. Now, your team is doing okay, I think, in this specific round. If we could go back to the bird's eye view, Aryan, I'll essentially give you the choice. But Eric Hansen has a crazy position against Sam Sevian. There's another game that you want to look at a little bit more closely. It's your call.
Wow, that game is really crazy now. Sevian played rook takes c6. He went for sacrificing the exchange, followed by queen c2, which looks very dangerous for black because the king is very open, and white will follow up with like rook c1. But at the same time, anything can happen. Like black is an exchange up, so he has to play very accurate.
Yeah, jeez. Tanya, I'm not making heads or tails of this position. But I don't envy Eric Hansen.
Yeah, one thing's clear. Sam Sevian is going for blood in this one with that sacrifice. I think we should get that up because this position, just as you mentioned, Aaron, anything can happen. Black has an extra exchange. Time is of the essence. Black trying to get rid of the strong bishop on g2. How does it continue? Because you actually give up the c6 pawn now.
Wow, he gives up the c6 pawn. He's probably going to follow up with queen d7 because you really don't want that queen to be on c6. But at the same time, I like the decision of changing that monster bishop on g2 because once that knight from f3 would move, the bishop would be really powerful on g2. So now I think, yeah, queen d7 played, and obviously white is not going to trade the queens here because you have to always remember when you're attacking and you've sacrificed material, you don't want to trade queens. So indeed, he plays queen c2. And now probably Eric is thinking about developing his bishop to get connection between his rooks.
Yeah, bishop d6. That also overprotects the c7 pawn. So looks like Eric has beaten back the sort of first wave of attack, and maybe he should start thinking about launching an attack of his own with h5 now that the king has lost its main protector, as well as one of white's main attackers. The bishop on g2 has been traded. But as we wait for Eric to make this decision, just wanted to ask you more generally. We can look at the world champions game as I ask you this question, but Aryan, having Magnus Carlsen on your team, does it make you and the teammates more nervous or sort of more motivated to make your own contributions? Or what is it like to be the team that has the world champion?
That's a good question because first time I played in a team with Magnus, that was back in 2015. Then I was quite nervous because I wanted to impress him. But now I played in a team with him for so long that I just feel very motivated because Magnus is a real sports person. He wants to always win. Doesn't matter even which sport he plays, and he always wants to dominate. So it just gives a lot of motivation.
Jeez.
And we see in his game,
look at this position.
in his position looks very nice. We can see the structure. Black has double pawns on f7 and f5, and also the knight on d6 is very strong. Pawn on d5 also weak. So I think it's a great position.
I don't see
that
a
knight
move
on
here for
d6
black.
looks super nice, and you were talking about playing on the same team, Aryan, and just the motivation it provides and his competitive spirit. I want to ask you a little bit more about being part of the Canada Chessbrahs. Now we saw in the first week you guys were actually playing from Canada. How much fun was that? And are you missing it a little bit with the team being there? There were a lot of videos on the internet of you guys having such a great time.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun being there. I was there actually for like 2 weeks, and yeah, was very social. Not only like chess, we were going out to restaurants, watching NBA, going to bars, just having a great time at the Chessbrahs house. And also we played the first Pro Chess League match against Dania's team from the house. Me and Magnus were at the same house, so it was cool. I really miss it. It's like 2 weeks ago now. I hope we will do the same again at some point.
And we've got Eric, who was at the Chessbrahs. Of course, you were visiting him, who is playing this week as well. And as we were talking about his position, we see developments there. So let's get the bird's eye view one more time. And Aryan, ask your opinion on the 4 boards that we have in front of us and the one that you'd like to go to.
Yeah, we can go to, or let's go to maybe Bortnik's game against Ulet, like, because we didn't watch that game. Looks quite interesting. Black is actually sacrificing a pawn here to get control over the d5 square.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, actually, I saw at
knight
the
takes b5, is that
position.
possible?
Knight takes b5, rook b1, rook b8.
b8 looks pretty good for black, honestly.
Maybe rook e5? Is that a move?
Yeah, rook e5, knight d5. I mean, if black can take the pawn on b5, black should be doing very well, I think, because white has an isolated pawn and black has like very nice square for the knight on d5. She actually takes the pawn, so Bortnik definitely has to prove something here. Yeah, I guess he's gonna play maybe bishop c5 is also a move. Bishop c5 and just try to go through rook b1 first.
Okay, so
she's
rook
got to
b8.
step up with rook b8. I don't see another move, and she plays it fast. And Bortnik doesn't seem very happy with his position.
Yeah, because actually, if black just gets to stabilize the position, it's very hard for white to win such a position because black has a nice square on d5 and it's very, very solid. Now, actually, a4 seems like a threat that wins a piece, but yeah, actually, it is a threat. But because knight d6, you can maybe go. I was gonna say queen a3, but then you can take on b1. So yeah, black should be. Yeah, black should be doing okay here for sure. Maybe just move the queen.
I think Melee Jade probably has to be, there we go, great call, careful about her clock situation because no better player than Bortnik to squeeze a win out of his opponent's time pressure. But Aryan, thank you so much for providing your insight. We'll let you enjoy the games in peace. Grandmaster Aryan Tari, big part of the successful Canada Chessbrahs team. Thanks, Aryan, so much for joining us.
Aryan,
thanks for having me.
Before we let you go, I just have one question and I have to put this in. Are you having fun streaming? Because we've been having so much fun watching you. And is that like an alternative career or something?
Oh, that's nice to hear. Actually, I had my own channel on Twitch like 2 years ago. I was streaming a bit, but then I didn't stream on my own channel for like I think it's like 2 years now. But when I was at the Chessbrahs, I was obviously streaming there. It was a lot of fun. I might take it up again. Yeah, I enjoy it, but you know, like having Magnus next to me and playing Blitz, you just it's easy to feel stupid, but it's very very fun.
Thank you so much, Aryan, and we wish you and your team all the best.
Thanks a lot. See you guys.
See you, Aryan. Well, we look forward to seeing Aryan on stream. And as we go back to the bird's eye view, I mean, this is a great position for Melee Jade. And the first round, it was going the passer's way. Right now, I think the Canada Chessbrahs are in a great spot because Ivan Šarić on the lower right-hand side, we haven't looked at that game yet, but I feel like he's just crushing Carissa Yip with just massive tactical threats in that position. The world champion still has things completely under control.
The bar
Oh
just
my
went
gosh, let's go to that
crazy.
game.
After Carissa's
No, he's just
last
winning
move?
a piece. No, it's over. What is... There's nothing even to talk about. It would just zoom in on that for a second. Carissa might just resign here because she's losing a piece. She's resigned. That's it. She's resigned. Why did she resign? Because if we look at this position after only 19 moves, Tanya, just black is I thought black was up a piece here, but no, she wasn't. And Carissa just not able to show the same form that she did in her first game. There's nothing to play for. She's down a piece and a big, big win for the Chessbrahs.
Wow. And with that, they take Ivan Šarić defeats Carissa Yip, takes the lead in round 2. But of course, the action is on everywhere. We do know that the Chessbrahs are currently down 1 round. They're looking to make the comeback. And take a look on all our boards. It looks pretty even, but the bottom left is where I'd be really worried. The youngest grandmaster up against the world champion. But it looks like the eval bar is screaming that Magnus has done everything right. And take a look at that pawn structure. He's got that extra deep pawn. with the double pawns on the f file. This looks like bad news. The b6 pawn is hanging. So many tactics. Actually, you can pick up knight b6, or is that too greedy?
I think you most certainly can. I think you at least have to think about it, because if you don't pick up that pawn, if white drops the knight back, then Mishra could take on d4, and that's exactly the way that you lose this advantage if you're the world champion. He's also up 6 minutes. I think that's another reason why I'm feeling very, very pessimistic for the youngest grandmaster in the world. So currently Magnus is up a pawn, right? Black has 6 pawns, white has 7. Knight takes b6 is on the board, and queen b5 here is what I think Carlsen was calculating. Maybe the move d5 can be played counterattacking Black's knight. But I'm not totally sure that this is over. I don't think it's over.
I mean, there's some precision that's required here, right? The knight on b6 doesn't really have a retreat square, so you have to find a way to counterattack. You don't want to go all the way to a8. Definitely going to get trapped then. Knight d4 is hanging. That's not a square your knight belongs in. But d5, I like that move. After d5, Black can at least look at picking up that knight on b6. You pick up the knight on e6. Black picks up the rook on d1. And after queen d1, just watch out. Don't pick up the e6 pawn with your queen. There's a back rank problem.
Yeah, I'll show that on the analysis board, because Carlsen, with plenty of time, is going to take some time to think about this. If he goes d5, which I think he will, Abhimanyu has to already be thinking about whether it's worth going for this endgame, as you said, not queen takes e6. But I'm pessimistic, Tanya, because Carlsen can win these in classical chess. I feel like within the confines of a game where his opponent has 30 seconds, queen d8, d6 might decide the game immediately, according to the eval bar. So Abhimanyu has to keep the knights on the board, I think, and try to go after Magnus's knight. After knight c5, maybe e6 works out for white. The tactics get really, really crazy, but Carlsen has to calculate a position like this and actually properly evaluate it, because he will be down a piece here if Abhimanyu keeps the knights on the board. Never mind, it's a moot point. Carlsen has made a different move. We go back to the eval bar. He's refrained from d5 instead. He's trying to force the queens off the board. That's given Black, I think, some very decent drawing chances after the trade.
Yeah, you can trade and you can pick up the d4 pawn. Well, he decides to pick up the pawn first. Queen b5 trade.
Why?
Now, the big problem for Abhimanyu Mishra is also the clock, Daniel. He's down to 25 seconds. The knight on d4 is pinned. Nice move by Magnus, just sidestepping a discovered check by the knight.
I feel like that was a really, really bad move by Abhi, because it's given white a fully sort of rectified pawn structure on the queen side. The reason I think he's done that, he's trying to keep the b6 knight at bay, but he's fighting a lost battle because his own pieces are stuck in mud on the d5. I think Carlsen, he wins these games, 99 times out of 100. I'm not even exaggerating. I don't see Mishra holding this with 15 seconds, but you never know. We've seen how good he is in acute time pressure. Rook c8 is another excellent defensive move. It ain't over.
It ain't over. And Magnus is not pleased with the fact that he allowed Abhimanyu's rook to escape out of this pin, because if the knight would have moved, even a rook trades, a knight pawn ending would have been completely winning. But Magnus still dominating. The rooks are alive, but the rook enters e6. What a move. Pick up the g7 pawn. e6 will fall. 8-7 will fall. The clock will fall.
G8.
The game will fall.
The rook will fall as well, and the game does indeed fall. Abhimanyu Mishra suffers his first PCL loss, but it's a good person to lose to if you are going to lose. A win for the Chessbrahs on 2 boards. They lead 2-0. I think a huge, huge game is going to be Mei Li Jade's affair against Alexander Bortnik, as well as Eric Hansen's game, which I think we have to get to, because that position is getting crazier and crazier. That might be a draw. I think Bortnik is going to succeed in swindling a win out of his game. But let's look at this position where Black is down a piece, but has that monster pawn on b3. Tanya, what do you make of this? Is this winning for Sevian?
If it was Black to play, Eric would be winning with the move queen a2, but he's one move shot. He brings the knight to d2 just in time to defend that queen on b2. Knight c4, and the tactic you're pointing
b5,
out
queen takes b3.
Stunning.
Oh,
and that's the point.
Eric has missed this. Oh, Sam misses it. He was winning with knight c4.
Does he go b2 now? Does he go queen b2, right? Or queen c2.
No,
this
now
was the
takes
other move.
No, but now takes a knight b3, and white rushes his king to the queen side. And again, Sam Sevian, his time pressure does him in. b2, and Black was very much still in the game.
He had to keep that b pawn alive. There was no way to get to it. Queen c2, and now you're pointing out just trade the queen, pick up that pawn on b3, And that's what you need to do, because otherwise you can't go queen b3. The d2 knight is hanging. Knight b3 is impossible. The queen on c3 is hanging. I don't see another move. You've got to trade the queens.
The thing is, if Sam is not confident in that ensuing endgame, you could also lose that if Black's king reaches the queen side quickly. So given the match situation, he might actually take on b3. And he's declined a draw here. He has taken on b3, and he's going after Hansen's pawns on the king side.
Yeah, but queen pawn
B5.
endings very often is not about who has the extra pawn, but about the passes. He needs to not care about winning that pawn back. He has to just start pushing queen e1, b4, give a check, push that pawn. It doesn't
Push 'em,
matter how
baby.
many pawns you lose. Push
It's
'em,
literally
baby.
about the passers. Can the Garden State passers pull it out here? No, I think Sevian is winning because Eric couldn't play b3 in that position because his king is so much less safe. It's susceptible to the checks. I think Sam is going to be first to the party with h6. His passer is going to prevail. It's over. Queen c4.
You could
Queen
not go to
c4 picks up the
d4.
pawn.
Queen
Check.
c4 was a mate, and now he picks up the pawn. This is just over. Wow, this is
What a
heartbreak for Eric.
heartbreaker. Great choice of words
Sam
there. And Eric,
Sevian, what?
so close.
Unstoppable.
Oh, wow. And Bortnik
Does
won as
it
well.
again.
He does it
And
again,
he gets up,
indeed.
he leaves. We see Eric Hansen on our screen. He is devastated right now. Just everything went wrong in that queen pawn ending. What a win by Sam.
Unbelievable. He was worse at some point in the middle game. We didn't look at it when Hansen was better, and Sevian missing the smoother win, but going for that queen endgame and a great judgment call, deciding that it would be tough to defend with Black as we review the second round score. Somehow, Tanya, the Garden State passers are able to hold a 2-2 tie. Conceivably, this could have been 3-1, or even if Naily Jade had held a draw, 3.5 very easily in the Chessbrahs' favor. Instead, they will have to put off the comeback for at least another round.
Wow, and that, if Eric would have managed to save that half a point against Sam, they would have been back in the match with a level score. But going into round 3, they are trailing the Garden State passers by 1 round. They're down 4.5 to 3.5. They need to win one match to at least, 1 round at least, to level the score. But it's such a small margin. This match is wide open, Daniel.
Wide open indeed. It can change at the drop of a hat. Every result has the capacity to change the course of this match. Magnus Carlsen is going to have to continue putting through a perfect performance for the Chessbrahs, and we'll see if he can do that. And before we go on break, we wanted to remind you that this month we celebrate women who have changed the world with our March bots. Challenge Mary Jackson, NASA's first Black female engineer, or test your skills against Ada Lovelace, often recognized as the first ever computer programmer. What lines will visionary and activist Malala Yousafzai bring to the chessboard? Don't miss your chance to find out, as these bots will disappear once March ends. Head over to chess.com/play/computer or use !WHIM, WHIM, Women's History Month in chat to play now. So ladies and gentlemen, the Chessbrahs and the passers will play now. No, they'll first play after a short break. We'll give the players a chance to fill up their coffee cups. We will do the same. Oh my goodness, round 3 of this epic PCL match is coming up in just a couple of short moments.
I do like positional styled games. I may try to keep it positional, but I can also change gears. And I think that's very important in terms of, anyone trying to develop their chess game. If you do find, style of play that you enjoy, that's good, but you could also try to sharpen it by implementing, another form of, into your bag, as we would call it, right?
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
All right, well, Wednesday clearly isn't cleaning day for the world champion. I don't even want to comment on what's going on behind him. We might need to talk to the world champion about that. What we will not need to talk to him about is his play on the chessboard. That is as clean as it always is. He's won the first two games. Tanya, I mean, we can sing his praises for hours and hours. At the end of the day, his resume and his performances week in and week out, they speak for themselves.
He's cleaning out the competition, and that's all that you need to do when you are the chess world champion.
I see what you did there.
Learning from the best here, Danya. But he has 16 world championship titles, and that is just incredible stuff. Magnus Carlsen is the GOAT, if there ever was one.
He most certainly is, and we take his performances for granted. But to go 4-0 in the PCL, that's only been done once this season by someone not named Magnus Carlsen. I'm stalling because I don't remember who. I keep forgetting who the other Wei Yi. It was Wei Yi in his first match for the Shanghai Tigers, who incidentally sit at 2-0. But Magnus Carlsen is just a cheat code, and he's been a cheat code thus far, although he came very close to suffering a shock defeat at the hands of Carissa Yip in round 1. We review the overall scores through 2 rounds as the Garden State Masters lead 4.5, 3.5, 4 points away from that golden 8.5 score, which they could conceivably achieve with an easy 4-0 victory in this round. What's as easy as that, right?
Absolutely, Danya. And as you were pointing out, this is our lineups for a very critical round 3 that's coming up. 4.5 to 3.5 against the Canada Chessbrahs. Now, what was worrying to me was the bottom 2 boards for both these teams, they have barely scored now in the first 2 rounds. Between the 4 players of the bottom 2 boards, they have raked up half a point, and that's just not enough. You can have the world champion on your team, but if the other players are not performing, it's not going to be good enough. It's not going to get you the result that you want. Sam Sevian will be taking on the very creative Croatia #1 Grandmaster Ivan Saric. Botnik against Magnus. That's going to be a fun one, Daniel.
It is indeed. Oh, I'm looking forward to Bortnik with black against Magnus. And Magnus might consider playing 1e4. If he does, let's see if Alexander Bortnik sticks to his guns and plays an Alekhine against the best player in chess history. That would be an incredibly gutsy decision. It led to a victory in round 1 against Eric Hansen. Oh my goodness, we've got some exciting games for you today. The Garden State Passers, they're going to try to solidify their lead. We are off with Saric against Sevian, who is 8.5 out of 9,
Wow.
and a Gleck system. Okay, I can get behind this.
I like it. I like the strategy behind it. I mean, he's played the move G3 and it puts Sam into a think. Sam has been a powerhouse of a performance so far. So it's a good thing to get him out of theory, to get him to think early on. And he reaches out and he says, I'll play copycat. Goes G6 for the fianchetto himself.
Small correction, by the way, Tanya. Our very hardworking team informing us that there were other players, including Hikaru Nakamura, who have gone 4-0, which honestly just speaks to how ridiculously strong the PCL is. So Magnus not in as elite of a crowd as I thought he was, but he's still Magnus Carlsen. In any case, this opening has gained a little bit of popularity in recent years. I call it the Gleck system. Traditionally, the Gleck system involves developing all of the knights and then playing G3. And here, Saric has deviated a little bit with pawn to C3. How unusual is this, Tanya? We're almost in some sort of a perk.
Wow, and with that, D4 was the idea, but I like this move by Sam. It stops it, anticipating a break in the center, already places the rook on the E file, hitting that pawn on E4. And now it is, again, Sam's turn to think as D3 is played. It's a very slow start. Daniel, this is going to be a long strategic fight. And I think that's exactly what the Canada Chessbrahs want against Sam Sevian, who has been a monster so far in this format. But we do have liftoff on another very critical board. So let's bring our bird's eye view as I do spot that the World Champions game has started. Now, Botnik is the other player for the Garden State Passers, who has been unstoppable today.
He has indeed. His Alekhine has been unstoppable, and that is why Bortnik has repeated the, oh my gosh, Alekhine against the world champion. What could be better than that? Magnus Carlsen, though, has come prepared. I have no doubt in my mind, Tanya, that Carlsen prepared specifically against the Alekhine. As crazy as it may sound, because top players face these unorthodox, unconventional openings rarely, historically, they have struggled sometimes to demonstrate as precise of play as some lower rated grandmasters would, who face these openings more often in open tournaments. So Magnus Carlsen has done his research. He's transitioned the game into an early end game. What do you make of this? Is white better? Are you impressed with this choice? I don't know. Hard to evaluate this.
It's hard to evaluate. The one thing that stands out to me that white has a very, very slight lead in development here. You can go C3 next, pushing out that knight from B4. Black has got to develop that bishop to G7 right now. Go shot castle. White has control of the open D line for now. And that just gives him a slight edge. Of course, black's pawn structure is super solid and no weaknesses. It looks very even. And even though our eval bar seems to say that it's better for Magnus, it makes me think that that has a lot to do with the control of the open D line. The knight can land up to C4 as well from knight A3, knight C4. This will develop slowly. The one thing we know about Magnus is his exceptional endgame play. And I think we're in for a technical masterclass in this one.
We definitely are. I think Bortnik can't procrastinate on the problems that he's suffering in these positions. His lack of space, his lack of development are two issues that he needs to address sooner rather than later, because Magnus, once he gets that long-term domination, he is not going to let you go. Carlsen is investing a long time into his move 11 choice. I think he's deciding between A3, you pointed out C3, or he could leave the knight on B4 for the time being and instead focus on reinforcing his E5 pawn, which he can also do two different ways. He can play f4, or he can try to address two issues at once and defend by developing his bishop. So a lot of items on the menu here for the world champion. His time management is an aspect of his dominance that we don't talk about often. You almost never see Magnus in crazy time scrambles, and for rapid time control,
Oh
that's
my
such
God.
a valuable skill. But here he's investing almost 2 minutes, over 2 minutes on this move.
Daniel, while he's doing that, I had my eye out on the bird's eye view, and I would love to get that
Okay.
on because there is absolute madness on board
Oh.
on one of our games, and I know you've spotted it. I look at you, and we've got to go to that. What is going on that bottom left board? Abhimanyu Mishra against Melly Jade. What are those pawns? It looks like it looks like there's something wrong with this position. H4, G4, G5, F5, and both have castle kingside. This is insane.
What in the world? The last 4 moves all look like mouse slips, and yet if you look at them more carefully, they start to make a certain degree of sense. Let's rewind back to normal time. Move 9, the position was totally normal. This is a standard semi-Slav Catalan structure. White makes the move h4. Okay, this is a little bit off the wall, but you're preventing black from playing g5. You see this idea sometimes. Black with h6, okay, whatever. And now the craziness begins. G5 by Meili Jade. She insists on pushing that pawn, cements her knight, and Abhimanyu says, you want some of that? I'll give you some of that with G4, interrupting the protection of the E4 knight. This tries to undermine the F5 pawn, but it comes at a very hefty price tag, Tanya. My goodness gracious.
I mean, I'm still making sense of what we're just seeing. That last move by Abhimanyu, G4, if we can just do a, like a loop play of that, G3 to G4. Daniel, how do you make this move? I mean, can you even get this? You could give me 5 chances to come up with a move in this position with white, and G4 would not make that list. But then Abhimanyu Mishra is the youngest grandmaster in the world.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
I was going to say there's one list he has made, and it's the youngest GMs in history. I think that we should break this down a little bit. Let's open up another analysis board. And Meili Jade has just played knight takes e3. The reason the move g4 actually makes sense to me is because f takes g4 is unthinkable, and the reason for that is that queen to g6 comes with devastating effect. It's not just a perpetual check. No. White's just going to take all of black's pawns. You could have also captured e6 with check. And the secondary idea of g4, let's make a random move for black, whatever, a6. By trading on f5, white is also seriously weakening the d5 pawn. And after cd, you could play positionally with c4, or you could potentially move the knight away and try to hit that pawn with your bishop. Your king, meanwhile, Tanya, is weakened, no doubt about that. But black doesn't have the firepower on the king side, really, to take advantage of white's weakened king just yet.
What an incredible idea. And if we just go back to this moment, there is a line that I have to show. Because I could not get my head around G4, and I started looking up what happens if instead of the trade, and I just want to show this through because it is stunning. It will blow your mind, chat. It will blow your mind, Daniel. If black was to take on G4 immediately, white ignores the threat on the knight, goes knight E4. After you recapture, you again ignore the threat on the knight. Let's say you go F takes E4 here, and you go Queen E4. Sorry, D takes E4, Queen E4, and you ignore the knight on F3. If black was to recapture, you give a check on G6, King H8. You pick up the pawn on H6, King to G8. You give a check on G6, King to H8. And now you ignore the bishop hanging on G2 and you capture the pawn on G5. And white is completely winning. What is this chess? You pick up that bishop on G2, King G2, Rook H1, mate is unstoppable. You can't fight against this. This is game over. This was Abhimanyu Mishra's idea. And the only reason I was able to find it is because I had help here. This was unbelievable.
And all of this had to be foreseen because once black takes on f3, 2 of white's minor pieces are hanging, and obviously Abhimanyu could not be satisfied with just a perpetual check. So Meili Jade correctly avoids that line. That was definitely worth showing, Tanya. Thank you for that. So instructive. A great illustration of the fact that the open H file actually can favor white under the right set of circumstances. Meili Jade trying to make sure that those circumstances don't become reality. She moves her king up to G7 and says, hey, I'm going to defend the G6 square myself, right? You're not going to do it. I'm going to do it for you, says the black king. Now black is seriously contemplating FG, and queen d2 is Abimanyu's last move. It's awkward looking, but the idea is clear. He wants to meet FG with knight takes g5, Tanya, but the eval bar, not a fan of that move, and maybe it's because black can now swing her knight over to f6 and pressure that g4 pawn with a minor piece.
Yeah, but if you do that, if you go knight f6, then queen to g5 is hanging,
my
right?
bad.
So with a
Scratch
check.
that.
And I'm just wondering if this is black's opportunity to actually block that diagonal with a push of the pawn. You could maybe potentially go f4. I don't know if that's a good move or not. And then follow it up with your idea of knight f6, trying to get it to g4 or to e4.
You could also go the other way. Maybe knight to b6 is a more sensible way of untangling your pieces. Also, thank you for correcting that. I'm going to pretend I never said anything. The worst thing would be if Meili Jade plays knight f6, because then we'll know who to blame. But knight to b6, I think, makes sense because the c4 square is an outpost for black's knight that you can't sleep on. Once the pawn reaches c3, white no longer has the move b2, b3. That's a very typical way of supporting the c4 pawn. So black could play on both sides of the board here, but I'm getting concerned about Meili's clock as she takes on g4. She's already spent half her time, and the position is not getting any less complex, unless, of course, black trades on g5 and gets the queens off the board. But that, I think, is a clearly worse endgame, where black will be left with a very, very bad light squared bishop. I wouldn't do that.
Well, it's happening knight g5, and now it is up to Meili Jade, and she goes for this endgame, picks up that bishop. Everything has been traded off, and as you're pointing out, look at that light squared bishop of black. The rook on a8 still not developed. This is going to be a tough endgame. Abhimanyu Mishra, he needs to show good technique to take this point home, but I think it definitely favors white, even though our eval bar says that it's sort of even. That bishop pair, the rook on b1 on an open file, e4 central break ideas, the g4 pawn being weak. This looks like it could be a point for the Garden State passes.
Well, I know one man who probably agrees with you, and that is the team captain of the passers, a player, a commentator, and now wearing the captain's hat, FM James Canty, joins us once again to share his insight on the current state of the match. Canty, you've got a 1-point lead. How are you feeling right now?
We're feeling good. It's not over yet. It's definitely not over, but we're feeling really good. We're hanging with them. I like the fearlessness in the kid, right? Mishra is just, you see the face right there. I don't care if he's losing, he's going to be looking like this in the board with his mean face, and it could scare you. Don't look at the camera when you play this guy, right? It could definitely psychologically mess you up. But no, the kid really is like very strong, and he's also very angry because he lost to Magnus in that last game too as well. So he's doing it here. I think we're going to get to pick up this point, and like we looking good. I also see the eval bar in Carissa Yip's favor, so that's a big game. You know, Carissa Yip will hit you in your lip. So let's see if Eric about to get caught with one right now. I don't know, but it's feeling good about Carissa's play.
Let's
James,
go back to the
what
bird's
about
eye
this?
view.
But this position, Meili Jade just picked up the pawn on c4. So would that be something that might worry you a little bit with white, or you don't care?
Oh yeah, we got the bishop pair. Bishop pair equal to a pawn is what they say a lot of times, and also the e6 pawn and f5, e6 and c4 weak, g4 weak. What else? Everything weak. Of course, there's a lot of things weak around in black's position, so I think we'll be able to pick that up. Black's not developed all the way, so we're feeling real good about this. Maybe even get a rook to the g file if possible. E4, e5, rook e1, rook e4, something like that. Lots of play, so I think we're feeling really good about this one. I'm not worried.
Whoa, we have to go to the Carissa game, though, because crazy things are happening. She's just sacrificed the bishop. She's made the most Carissa move of all time.
Whoa.
Bishop to g6 is what we see on the board. We have to go to that game because Eric Hansen's position is on the cusp of falling apart. Canty, this is your style of play. I can see how you assembled the roster. Calculation over everything. Queen takes e6 is the threat.
Yeah. We in the element right now. Of course, she did her puzzles this morning, right? Of course, but puzzles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's how you do it out here. Bishop g6 is a very nice move here. Queen e6 is there. Bishop h5, pawn takes e5. There's even stuff like knight to d5 in certain cases. Of course, this is what you see. I mean, there's the look. I didn't even notice. It's hard to even notice the F file is about to open. Daniel, do you see all of this? Tanya, Daniel, the F file is opening too. This is a
James.
wrap.
This line is going to make you so happy if Eric actually picks up the pawn on f4 with knight f4, saying, I'm attacking your bishop, I'm attacking your pawn. Carissa is not going to blink before she captures that knight. You take the rook back. The queen comes into e6. Notice that bishop on g6, pinning that pawn on f7, and checkmate on the board.
Right, and mate on the board. Geez, this is gross here. I mean, it's pretty rough for E. Hansen. E. Hansen's my
Wow.
guy, but right now I'm loving everything Carissa is doing to him right now. So this looks amazing. I mean, it's hard to lose this one with the white pieces here. Look at Black's even development or lack of. King safety, not there for Black's king as well. I'm gonna count this as a dub. That's two of us. That's two. So that's 6.5 for the passers. 6.5.
Oh my gosh. Carissa is just coming back stronger every game. Kenty, she came that close to holding at least a draw against Carlsen. She was really one move away. And it's really not all about the results, especially when you're the bottom board. It's all about, can you score that one well-timed upset? And Carissa's the perfect person, I think, to do that for you.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, as we say, Carissa Yip will definitely hit you in your lip. Chat says it as well. I see it. That's correct. Right there on the yep in the feature. It's correct. And Eric is getting caught with a mean one right now across the lip.
Wow.
So this one is very nice from Carissa. I'm very proud to see her go so strong and like attack and not be, not be afraid and also even be discouraged. I mean, you lost to Magnus, and if you looked at the game, you actually had a winning move, Bishop B5, right? So you're playing good chess here. Just keep up the same mindset and also the same chess that she's doing, and we're gonna have some nice wins here on board 4.
James, Daniel, I mean, this position, I'm struggling to find a move for Eric that even keeps the game going. Your knight on h5 is hanging, the pawn on e6 is hanging. I mean, he can throw in the towel right now and just resign. There's nothing you can
Tanya,
play.
they should give you a raise, Tanya. That's beautiful. That's like correct. Exactly. Yeah, get Tanya a raise, guys. That's exactly right.
Do you see an option? Do you see a move here? Because I'm just shocked. Bishop g6 is not only a stunning move, but actually wins on the spot.
Well, I'm appointing myself the resident expert in pulling out completely lost positions. I thought Eric should try knight takes f4 and king e7 when you're at least trying to recapture one of White's pieces. Instead, Tanya, I think what you're saying is coming closer to reality. Bishop takes h5, and you're right. I mean, White is completely winning here. It's just we've seen so many PCL games where crazy stuff tends to happen in time pressure. I think Carissa just needs to avoid thinking about the significance of this game and what this would mean for the match. Just play the way that she has played in the first 20 moves of this brilliant tactical effort.
Right. Yeah. Just keep playing right, and then don't worry about who you're playing. Just play the board. Bishop takes h5 looks beautiful. F takes e5 maybe is even a move. B5 you can throw in there. I mean, she's winning. We got good time. Okay, time we need to move a little bit quicker though. 3:30. I mean, that is a little scary, but in this position, Bishop h5 is fine.
Pick up the knight. You're getting a piece, you pick up the piece.
It's still,
Why is she thinking?
Bishop takes h5, Carissa. I think, Tanya, she's probably considering fe, but I would not allow Black's queen to get into the game. And Bishop takes h5 on the board. But you're right, every second is golden right now. And this is the big moment. This is where I think Carissa has to be accurate. Maybe Rook takes f4 to meet Rook h5 with Rook f6, Canty style.
Ooh, sheesh. That boy's swinging. What else do you do after that? Yeah, that's a nasty move. Rook f4, Rook h5, Rook f6. I don't even see a move after that. Yeah, that is beautiful there. Nice. Man, we feeling good here. Let's go, Pastors. Pastors for the win, baby. Let me look at these other boards. Carissa looking good. Misha's looking good. Bordnik is holding. That's what we need. That's what we need.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the bird's eye view for a second. Is Bordnik, does he have realistic drawing chances? He's been worse ever since the opening. Alekhine against Magnus, I respect the hustle, but it does look like the world champion putting together some excellent preparation. He's down a pawn in the endgame. Is your guy. Can he hold this, James?
I hope so. I hope so, right? Because I mean, you can't. Anything happens with Magnus here. It's very tough. I mean, it's just hard. It's just hard. It's just Magnus, right? So, yeah, it's looking rough to the invalue bar going up and everything. So, man, we just need to hold this man off. Somebody hold him off with that Sam. I am. We hoping.
Yeah, Sam, I think is the big X factor game because he's down a pawn. But these endgames are always so hard to evaluate. It's 50-50, right? Like you see them drawing. You can see why winning this. And Sam doing the right thing, I think, which is to exchange as many kingside pawns as possible.
Yeah, and then go to something
h5.
theoretical.
And James, what would be your reaction? Would you trade on h5 or will you keep the structure the same way? Because for me, allowing h4 is also a little scary. Do you think that Ivan right now is going to trade on h5? Is that what Sam is hoping for?
He might even play h4 here yourself as white, which is a strong move. H4, and then if
Ooh,
G, if
that's a nice
HG,
move,
Rook G, and
actually.
then you keep everything
That's a
connected. So
really
this is
nice
the thing
move.
about it. Yeah, I mean, the end games are nice too. I don't like separating the pawns, so GH5 I really don't like. I would rather play H4 or even
Hmm.
just King G3. I don't like, but I just don't want to separate these pawns. Maybe some weighty moves like Rook B5 to play Rook B6 and A6.
Maybe King G3, Rook A2, and then H4 checkmate.
Right.
That's how your team wins this game.
Let's go, let's
Right?
go,
Never say
let's
never.
go,
Never say
let's
never.
go.
But
Oh
I think
man.
Sam. I think
Oof.
probably Sam has this under control, but this is the X factor game of the round. If you guys can hold on this board, Abhimanyu Mishra has it under control, as does Carissa Yip. So James, as we reach the climax here in round 3, we'll let you enjoy the games in peace. We really appreciate your insight. Always great to have the team captain providing his thoughts. So FM James Canty, you wear many hats. We'll let you keep wearing the captain hat as we head into the final stages of round 3. Thanks, James.
Appreciate you having me, guys. Tanya and Danya, thanks for providing the great commentary. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks, James. Wow.
Okay.
That was a nice little trick. I mean, imagine if
Charles.
Sam actually took this point with Rook A2 and H4 mate. James would completely lose his mind on that. And right now it could happen. Rook A2 check. Just don't play
Okay,
King
check.
G3. It runs into a checkmate.
Problem is that you might be allowing white to escape the little cage that Black's rook has white's king, and instead Sam drives the pawn down to h4. I like this move because he's fixing the weakness of the h3 pawn. If white gets careless, Black could conceivably come around and take this pawn and then come all the way back and stop the a pawn. A lot of tempi are required to do that. So if I'm Sarich, I'm making a mad dash over to the queen side. The world champion, unsurprisingly, has converted the full point in that endgame, so he's on 3 out of 3, 1 game away from yet another perfect score. I think we should go back for a moment to the bird's eye view because some other games are competing for our attention. Carissa Yip still with some work to do if she wants to defeat Eric Hansen.
Yeah, last time we checked on this one, we felt that Carissa Yip on the bottom right just looked like so dominating. You've got an extra piece, but like you're saying, you have to show a little bit of technique, and the clock is running low for both players. We see Eric's got a minute, Carissa's got about 2, and yes, winning, but there's work to be done. But look at that bottom left board, Abhimanyu Mishra in this endgame against Melly Jade. I like Black's position here.
I do as well. I think Meili Jade has great chances now to use her big pawn majority on the queen side. But so many games are reaching the sort of denouement. I think we should go back to the Carissa game because Eric Hansen is, I think, managing to create better chances than he's had really in the last 10 moves or so. And then we can catch the Abhimanyu Mishra game as well. 30 seconds for Eric. This is a game that the passers have to capitalize on, especially with Bortnick losing to the world champion.
Absolutely. It is a big board for the Garden State passers as well as for the Canada Chessbrahs. Eric has to try to save this one. They are currently behind in this match. He goes with the queen activity, queen b4, hitting that bishop on b2, hitting that pawn on c4. The one good news for Black is that the king for now is safe, but you always have to watch out for ideas of sacrifice on e6, threatening a mate on g6. But right now, Carissa needs to find a response to queen b4. The bishop on b2 is hanging. How do you play here with white?
When you're less experienced of a blitz player, you get nervous when you go down below a minute. You start feeling like your clock is inexorably ticking down to 0. Carissa has to avoid feeling those feelings. But I think Eric, he's attacking 2 minor pieces at the same time. Carissa might have to sack the knight on c3 and somehow play rook takes f4. But there's no question in my mind, Tanya, that she's let a lion's share of the advantage slip. She's let Eric get a lot of counterplay, and if he can get this into a time scramble, he gets good winning chances. And look at this move by Carissa. She fearlessly sacrifices her bishop. We've got pandemonium on the board. I don't know what's going on.
I love it. So she wants to pick up the e6 pawn with a check, and I am trying to understand it, but before I can, there's another sacrifice.
Another sacrifice.
Instead, Eric picks up the bishop on b2, and Carissa, playing in Carissa style, sacrifices a knight.
Gosh,
the bishop
5
is hanging,
seconds.
the knight is... What is happening here? She needs to make a move. She needs to make a move fast. Wow.
Eric takes on d5, cd, and maybe Eric could pick up the bishop with his king. I think he has to try. e5 here would lose with 1.2.
He does it.
King g6 running away.
Check. Well,
running away.
Right? And I don't even see, I do see a perpetual, right? You've got queen g4 check, and you can you repeat immediately? Can you bail out
I
here?
think
I'm not sure.
I wouldn't even try. I would have gone rookie. I would go rookie 6 here and play this for a win. You're right. Carissa probably does have the perpetual, and maybe she says, okay, you know what? I let the advantage slip. I don't want to lose this game, but I would try rookie 6 because defending this with 7 seconds is tough. But Eric is just heroic defense here, and he's going for it. He's going for the win. Eric Hansen is. He might get mated.
But this is so dangerous. He goes for it, but I'm not sure if this is the path. G6, the only move to keep the bishop defended. King H5 was mate in 1 after Queen G4. That would be game over. G6 played. Rook into G6 is in the air. Carissa has sacrificed a bishop. A knight. Will she sacrifice a rook?
And the other game is going crazy too. Ivan Sarch has won. He's won that endgame against Sam Sevian. That was almost indefensible from a practical standpoint. We've got a time scramble in our other game as well. I think Abhimanyu Mishra is going to take that game against Meili Jade. Look at the bird's eye view there. Carissa Yip is forcing the draw with rook takes f7. So perfect opportunity for us to go to the last game. They're repeating moves. That's it. Carissa Yip has drawn a great save for Eric Hansen. Let's go to our final time scramble. Meili Jade, I think, has let this one slip against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Wow, so it all depends on how this one goes. And rook to f1. White has a huge advantage. King f5, f4 is falling.
That was a huge blunder. He's going to get mated. Oh my gosh. d5 there was winning on the spot. Instead, Black's king get active.
And now she can give it check
she's
again.
going
Gives
for it. But
she's going for the win here.
But be very careful if you're Meili Jade, because d5 could come at the most inconvenient
King d5.
moment. No,
she
she's
stops
completely
it.
winning now.
She stops it.
Take c3.
Now pick up the c3 pawn. And no more
king
d5
e4.
ever. Come back with the king.
Knight
the
d5
c4
coming
pawn.
in.
Oh
She's totally
my
winning.
god.
c3. Abhimanyu. Okay, this is also fine, but c3 was even faster.
And the Canada Chessbrahs have already won the match 2.5, but if Meili Jade converts this, they take a 3.5 point victory, which is massive, which would mean that they go into the final round as the leaders of this match.
Oh man, James must be tearing his hair, praying for a comeback here by Mishra, but this is, I don't see a single way for him to make this interesting. It's over.
The B pawn is coming, and this is over. B4, B3,
Resign
nothing's going to ever stop that. This is resign time.
Okay.
King D5, just pick it up with your king. She picks up the E5 pawn, also good enough. Pick up the E6 pawn. White's king is far away. B2 coming next. And that is it. She saves her rook. She doesn't even give a chance to go into a king and rook versus king and queen. And everything's on the board. 2 queens incoming. And that is it. Meili Jade does it when it was most needed. A 3.5 to half win for the Canada Chessbrahs.
Oh my lands. And Meili Jade, it's settling in. There's that smile. What a win. What a game. It was a time scramble for the last 30 moves. Meili Jade was struggling in that end game from the moment they entered into it. She got counterplay on the queen side. She blundered away a pawn, and instead of panicking and letting the game go, she kept generating practical chances, and she went for it. She could have repeated moves there with king f4 and king f5. She pressed her luck, and the Canada Chessbrahs, the chess gods, are smiling on them. Not only have they erased the passer's lead, but now they have a lead of their own. And what a lead it is. It's a 2-point lead as they lead 5-7. What a round. What a round for the Canada Chessbrahs.
Just incredible stuff there. And we saw Meili Jade on our screens. She had this cool, cold calmness about her after that big win. And that is exactly what you need. Control over your nerves. Look at that scoreboard. 5-7, Daniel, which means the Canada Chessbrahs need only 1.5 points in the final round to wrap the match up. Garden State passers have to win and win big to take it to playoffs.
Indeed, but Canada Chessbrahs, we know what happened the last time they had a lead. They lost 4-0 to the Indian Yogis, and Magnus suffered his first loss of the tournament against Vidit. So they're going to have to put the memory of that match behind them. They're going to have to step it up. The world champion, he can come very close to ending the match if he wins his 4th game, going for another 4-0 sweep of his very strong opposition. Sam Sevian will try to stand in his way. Everybody will have to come up with a huge game for the Garden State Passers. Everything is so possible, and you are going absolutely nowhere. You will not want to miss the final round of today's PCL action between the Garden State Passers and the Canada Chessbrahs. We'll be bringing you that action in just a couple of short minutes.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by very.
My name is Ethan Curry. We all have nicknames. Chicago is naturally where I'm born and raised, so that's how I got the name. I guess they call me the muscle. I'm the one with the passion. I'm always looking for a good fight, Evidently, it don't make a difference, man. That's checkmate coming up. It don't matter. What we're trying to do is to let them know, hey, we playing down here in Houston, Texas. And if you come down here half-stepping, trust me, we're gonna beat you. You better bring your game.
Sam Sevian has had an MVP run in the first 2.5 weeks of his PCL performance for the Garden State Casters, but in the last round, he has just suffered his first ever loss to Ivan Saric, first loss of his life. And now his reward is facing a dude named Magnus Carlsen. Sam Sevian is facing the toughest trial of his PCL career thus far, Tanya.
Absolutely, and he seemed unstoppable until the very last round where he lost against Ivan Saric, and that's definitely not the result that you're looking forward to right before you face Magnus. who on the other hand today is on 100% score, and we see their PCL record as well, 10-0-1 for Magnus, while for Sevian that is 9 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss so far in the event. Wow, this is going to be a close fight. I think this is the one that will decide who takes this match.
Yeah, two absolute scrubs who've played terribly in the PCL thus far. And so have their teammates. Let's review the individual scores really, really quickly. Alexander Bortnik has had a good run for the passers, although he has also suffered a loss to Magnus Carlsen. But Mishra and Carissa Yip are going to have to perform well in the final round because our match score is 5-7, and the Chessbrahs only need 1.5 points to reach that golden number, Tanya, as we review the lineups for this fourth and final round.
And there we have it. And I have to say, Daniel, that, Women's Day is on 8th of March, but the ladies have been celebrating today itself with their performance. We saw Vaishali, who's had a power-packed run for the Indian Yogis so far in the lead, and Meili Jade with that last round victory. What a game that was against Abhimanyu Mishra in that time scramble as well. That end game played to perfection. And this is another very crucial board. Carissa Yip against Meili Jade. Carissa played a brilliant game against Eric, but failed to convert the point.
Well, Meili Jade is an incredibly experienced tournament player. She plays a lot of tournaments every year, and that's who you want on your PCL teams. 2204, that's her FIDE rating, but that doesn't tell the whole story. She's pulled off a lot of upsets over the board, and we've seen in not just her last game, which she won, but even the previous game against Alexander Bortnik, where she had a great position with the black pieces and really only lost thanks to Alexander Bortnik's tactical wizardry. So Meili Jade, if even she pulls off a draw here, that would already propel the Canada Chessbrahs to within a hair's breadth of taking this match home with a victory by, let's say, some guy named Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen, he does have, I think, does he have the black pieces? No, I think he does have the black pieces against Sam Sevian. So for Carlsen, Tanya, he's going to play solid. He's not going to do anything crazy. I think he's okay with a draw.
Magnus is never okay with a draw. It doesn't even matter what the situation is, who he's playing against. Magnus is going to try to create his chances. Of course, we're not going to expect anything crazy or rash over the board, but if he gets it, he will try to make the most of it. And he plays the French defense.
Okay, you're absolutely right. This is as clear of an indication that Carlsen wants to end the match with a win here as there is. And Sam Sevian says, you're going to play a French. I'm going to meet you at the top, playing the main line, a classical variation here. And this is one of the most topical lines contested now for several decades, from really the time of Garry Kasparov. It's still popular at the top level.
Wow, this is getting crazy very early on. And of course, White has to decide where you want to castle kingside or queenside. Right now, Magnus putting too much pressure on d4 to give time for Sevian's king to decide one way or the other. Queen f2 played, defending that d4 pawn. And it looks like Magnus is the first one who goes into a think out of the opening.
Well, this is a great sign for Sam Sevian. Carlsen has played the French a good amount in rapid tournaments in the last couple of years. He played it against me in our aim chess game. So this can't be too much of a surprise for Sam Sevian, who must have expected Carlsen to play some sort of unbalanced opening. And very good preparation. Queen f2, probably not the most common move if the world champion already settles into a 30-second think before completing his queenside development.
Well, he does go on to complete his queenside development with bishop to b7, and I'm expecting White to shot castle. He goes for the kingside castling. Very often, Black has got ideas of taking on d4, trying to put that bishop on c5, but there are so many tactical knight jumps that you have to calculate after c takes d4, knight d4. I don't know if bishop c5 is possible or not. It looks very tempting, trying to put pressure on that knight. We see Magnus and a very messy room behind him. I have to say the chess in this game is going to be equally messy.
It absolutely is. That was really smooth. And to contribute to your point, cd4 and bishop c5 is incredibly tempting, but the knight from c3 will slide back to e2. And the last thing you want to do is give White this big clamp over the d file. So you don't normally take on d4 in these types of French structures until a more opportune moment arises, or until White themselves threaten, let's say, to take on c5, which Sam Sevian could also do.
That explains a lot. That explains why Magnus is delaying the development of his bishop, keeping c5 in control, doesn't want to give white the control of the d4 square, and Magnus continues to make improving moves, while Sam also not blinking with the central position. Both players make moves that slowly but surely improve their position. At some point, one of them has to take a decision on the center. Does black capture on d4? Does black go c4? Because otherwise, you can't put your bishop on the g7 square. The c5 pawn is hanging. And I'm not sure if after g6 you want to play bishop e7. That just feels wrong.
Yeah, leaving that Fianchettoed square unoccupied guarantees that you're going to have dark square problems for a long time. By the way, we should give a shout out to Grandmaster Nihal Sarin, who is an integral part of the Indian Yogis. Nihal played earlier today, and the Yogis have made the playoffs, the first team to make the playoffs. So he's in the chat explaining some points about what the players see and what they don't see when they're playing.
So
Great to see
cool.
Nihal in the chat.
This is such a great time to be a chess player and a chess fan and to be involved in the game. Where do you have the opportunities like that where you've got Nihal joining in after his big match and chilling with chat? I love it.
Awesome. Well, Nihal, we welcome you. It's an honor. And Sam Sevian, I think, has emerged from the opening with a great position. Carlsen's French has resulted in, I think, a flat-out bad position. And we have Carlsen bias, where you look at his position, you always feel like the position is better than it is. Here, I'm trying not to suffer from that bias, and I feel like he's worse. He's got the bishop on b7, which is totally hemmed in by the knight on d4, which is never going to leave that square in a million years. And what I'd like to add, Tanya, is that if we could pull up an analysis board, if Carlsen plays knight e4 here, white is by no means forced to take on e4. A move like queen h4 could be seriously considered, and this is a common idea in these French positions. Queen takes d4 always loses the queen to queen takes b5 check. Black castles, well then maybe the exception to the rule would be if the knight can guarantee passage to g5. No matter where black goes, I feel like Carlsen is really, really struggling here out of the opening. What a game this would be if Sam Sevian could repeat the success of his final round of week 1, where he defeats Mamedyarov with black. This guy's a genius.
And we see Sam there on the cam with that pose of his, complete focus. He knows he should be happy out of the position with the opening. I saw Magnus with his head on his hands, not looking pleased with the way things have gone. And it's clear why that weakness on the king side, on the dark squares, the attacking possibilities that white has with the queen coming to h4, the rook lift from f3 to the h file, things can get very dangerous for black very fast. There's still a long way to go in this one, and we've got lift off on the other boards as well. As we wait for Magnus to show us what he has in his mind for the French defense, let's get a bird's eye view up because we've got action on some of the other boards. And of course, just a reminder that the Canada Chessbrahs are leading. They're leading the match currently and need only 1.5 points to get to 8.5 and secure that match victory.
In the event of a 3-1 win in this round by the passers, we go to tie breaks. We get to tie breaks, then the matchups from this final round, they repeat themselves, but the time control is shortened. We'll have 3+2, and the colors, of course, will be reversed. But again, we're nowhere near a tie break yet. One game in which I think now the passers have what they want is board 2. Alexander Bordnik has played exactly the kind of opening that he excels in. It's an Alapin Sicilian. He's not only an Alekhine expert, he's an Alapin expert as well. For many years. He's forced black's king onto a vulnerable square, and just optically, his position looks really, really full with tactical potential, Tanya. But that might not tell the whole story, because he's also sacrificed an e5 pawn, which Saric has just captured. He says, show me what you got, my friend.
Ivan Saric picks it up. That's a brave decision. And Botnik says, I've got my dark squad bishop, jumps in with a check on h6. I was also thinking about ideas where he could have potentially put that bishop on the b2 diagonal, but I think white just did not have enough time for b3. Knight c3, just a complete mess probably would have prevailed. Instead, bishop h6. I like this move. King to g8. Now the rook can come to d1. You can just start putting pressure in the center. It looks like a lot of compensation once you start really looking at Ivan's queenside pieces. The rook is out of the game. The bishop is out of the game. Meanwhile, white has complete control of the center. I don't think there's an immediate blowout or a tactic that finishes the game, but white just has a long-term advantage. You can go rook to d1 and just build on the position. It's kind of harder to find moves for black. How do you respond to rook d1 to start with?
Well, I thought you just made a great point about there not being an immediate blowout. A lot of players, they panic when they sacrifice something, even something like a pawn, and there's no immediate tactical continuation. They assume that their initiative has fizzled out. Absolutely not. So I think the great players are able to accumulate pressure slowly, and they're able to play down a pawn or even sometimes down a piece for long periods of time without necessarily searching for some sort of immediate way to convert their initiative. Here, speaking of converting the initiative, I think you have to seriously consider eliminating the knight on t5, just getting it off the board and forcing black to compromise his pawn structure and open up the e-file. So, for instance, if we bring up an analysis where bishop takes d5, if black takes with a pawn, such a natural move, right? Keeping the rook in the center. Queen c3 might end the game on the spot. Rook can't move because you get mated.
That is
And if you
amazing.
support the rook, then white eliminates the pawn with check. And then rook takes c5 with a completely devastating, it's carte blanche against the king. This is a big moment. Bortnik has taken on d5. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Sarge
God.
loses on the spot if he takes back with a pawn. This is easy to miss. This is very easy
It's
to
so
miss.
easy to miss because it's such a natural move. You're hitting that knight on e4, and this is a
Exactly.
big moment. And Sarich, they're shaking his head. He needs to find this tactic that you're mentioning. Queen c3 will be game over. He has to be precise right now. This is a
Oh
big,
my
huge
gosh.
moment for black. And the more he's
Ante.
thinking, the more stressful this is. Because
Oh,
Daniel, the
absolutely.
moment he points out, he figures out, and he does it. Oh, that was
does.
he does it. The game
Candy
goes
was
on.
holding his breath. Candy was praying for e takes d5, but the game so was Bortnik, of course. Now, that doesn't mean he can't play queen c3. The point is that it doesn't hit the rook anymore, which gives black the tempo that he needs to play f6. And there's no knight takes f6 tactic because the rook isn't on e5 anymore. I still like white. I still think Bortnik has a raging initiative here, but looks like Sarge is holding things together for the time being.
Yeah, even just this position that you're pointing out, right? You can go queen c3, and after f6, you weaken black's king more. You can trade on d5. Black takes back on d5. You can move your knight anywhere on the board. And the point is that look at black's pawn structure. It is so weakened in front of the king. The only thing that you'd have to watch out for is not getting that bishop on h6 trap, potentially with a move like g5. But otherwise, definitely a lot of compensation, even if there's no immediate tactical blow. And we see Bortnik there. This entire match, I've been seeing him uptalk himself a lot during every round. It's like he's telling himself to fight and to find something. He's frustrated at times. His emotions are so clear on camera.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's streaming this time. He was streaming the previous match. He might be. He is a very experienced streamer. And Alexander Bortnik, he needs to deliver in a big way for the Garden State Passers. Now, we've got action on all four boards. This is going to be, it just feels, Tanya, in the early going that this is going to be one of those epic rounds where we end up screaming and yelling the last 2 minutes. So what else can we see? Well, Sevian still with a clear advantage against Carlsen, who sacrificed a pawn and developed some significant counterplay on the queen side. That's top left of your screen. You can see Carlsen's a-pawn is running up the board, and he is trying to undermine white's control of his own c3 pawn. If he opens the c-file, he gets serious counterplay. What else catches your eye?
What else catches my eye about that particular position is threats on the h-file. You have to watch out for a doubling up of the rook and the queen. And it happens. A rook lift we see with a devious idea. Rook h3, or you can even put your queen on h6 first and then go rook h3, really just stopping h5. But I would be terrified with rook h3, h5, g4 coming onto the board. That would be absolutely disastrous for Magnus. Magnus has got reasons to be worried here.
He does, and I don't think anybody will blame us if we go back to this game, because this is unfolding at a breakneck pace. It just feels like the result of this game could decide the match. And at this point, Sam Sevian would be disappointed with anything other than a win. Given the position that he got out of the opening, a win would give such good chances to the Passers for a miracle comeback in the last round. So does Carlsen ignore and play a3? Or maybe he brings the queen back to d8, sort of Carlsen style, but that could merely exacerbate the situation after queen h6, Tanya.
I mean, this is a dream position, right? That you can get against Magnus when you want to win for yourself and your team as well. Rook d3 on the board. And you pointed out this idea of a3. I love it because if white was to pick up that pawn, then suddenly we can see black's rook jumping onto c3 and just neutralizing white's rook lift. It is on the board. You called it. That was a great move, Daniel. Magnus finds it as well. A3 on the board, and I'm trying to analyze what happens if Sam goes all in, threatening a checkmate with the move Rook H3. Will he be in time? Rook H3, H5, G4, and you can perhaps just take on B2 because G takes H5, Rook C3, and the world is exploding.
And so is my head. Be still my beating heart. Sam Sevian's heart is probably beating 100 times a second because he's down to 3.5 minutes. And when you're playing against Magnus, your time it evaporates. You don't even notice how fast it ticks down to 0. And somehow Carlsen has left himself with over half his time. So I think the clock might be a huge, huge factor here. Rook H3 is the big idea for Sevian. And Tanya, there's a crazy line here where if you try Queen H6, if we could bring up an analysis board really quickly while Sevian is still thinking, after Queen H6, A, B, Rook H3, it might seem like checkmate is inevitable, but Knight F2 check turns the tables instantly, as it either picks up the rook, or if you eliminate that knight, Black delivers back rank checkmate with his newly minted queen. So many landmines that Sevian has to avoid stepping on here.
Queen H6 is so tempting, stopping H5, and it loses on the spot as you're showing us these tactics. A3 really changes the dynamics in the position and forces Sam to go into a think. And it makes me think about that last move that Sam made, right? The rook lift, which was so natural and a move that I really liked as well, with the idea of building up the attack. But A3 on this other end of the board, the king is on one side, Magnus doesn't care. He finds a resource in the opposite end, and it looks like it's good enough. The eval bar approves as well. Magnus playing the Magnus way. I love it.
And as we've been discussing, another minute has elapsed from Sam Sevian's clock. He now has 2 minutes. I think if you're Magnus at this point, you're probably thinking about winning this game. You're thinking about playing for a win. The eval bar shows zeros, but that doesn't mean the game is guaranteed to end in a draw. Maybe there's some sort of a perpetual that can be found after Rook H3, H5. I don't see what it is, though. And if White bites the bullet and takes on A3, then Magnus's pieces stream in down the C file. He gets a past D5 pawn, and it just feels like he's taking over this game.
It really does, right? And I mean, he's thinking, and he's down to 1.5 minutes, and it's really not easy. He has to find a resource, he has to find it quick, and it's really easier said than done. The more we look at the tactics that exist in the position, the harder it is to find a move. He eventually goes for the line with Rook H3, and we're seeing this being played out. H5, captures on A3, Magnus will go Rook C3. I'm expecting trying to trade off this Rook on H3. But Magnus goes into a think, which makes me wonder, what is the alternative?
Yeah, well, there's Rook C3. Knight C3 would have run into Knight C6 and Knight E7. So Magnus correctly sidestepping that line. And the problem for Sam is that he's just burned 3.5 minutes on Rook H3. And now the hardest part is still ahead. He's trying desperately to engineer kingside counterplay. What a move by Sevian. I think he's going to sack the knight on F5,
I
Tanya.
think it's coming.
Wow.
It's happening.
Knight F5,
It's
Rook
gonna
F5,
happen.
and he's going to try to go after Black's king there.
It's going to be after E takes F5, either Knight F5, or the other sacrifice that comes to mind is ideas with E6. Just really opening up the king side, and Magnus doesn't want to go into any of that. He keeps the pressure on the clock, quickly retreats with the knight, bringing it to the defense. But now White does have the option. I was going to say to pick up the pawns, but then I realized the D4 knight is hanging.
Oh gosh, this is vintage Magnus Carlsen right here. Knight E4 without thinking. How is he able to play so quickly in these positions? You look at the board, like he must have made a mistake. He must have overlooked something. But the more you look, the more hopeless you feel. Sam is under a minute. If he takes on G6, Tanya, Carlsen will take on T4. His king is kept safe by that well-placed rook on F8, which is such an integral defensive piece. And there are some other made ideas once the queen lands on D4. I don't see a move. 39 seconds.
You've got to make a move. And if you move the knight, you simply pick up the F5 pawn with no compensation. And as our chat is pointing out, it is the clock as well, which is against Sam in a very difficult position. He's trying to look for some way to save this game. Maybe he can go with FE6. He doesn't. He goes knight C6. And this is a huge, huge blunder.
This is a blunder, and the reason is queen takes b5. Carlsen took another 2 seconds on that move. Now there's a check on e7. Sam is pinning all his hopes on that check, but king h7 sidesteps
F1 rook is
all
hanging.
of the problems.
Watch out, Daniel. The F1 rook was hanging, which is so easy to miss. Queen F4 defends it, but G5 you're pointing out against any check on G6.
Or just takes F5.
But then maybe he takes with the knight.
I think then you can take the knight and hide away on
Oof.
g7. You called it, Tanya. The problem is that white is tied down to this rook, so the mobility of the queen is restricted, and the knight on e4 is such a good defensive piece because it guards the f6 square once the king reaches g7.
And
Carlsen could
20
just take.
seconds for Sam. 20 seconds for Sam, and it is a difficult position on the board, and I don't even see too much counterattack in this position
Oh, man.
for white. Wow,
More-
Magnus has turned this around. It's just unbelievable what he does.
More bad news for the passers. The Chessbrahs are in control on Bortnik's board, where he's down below a minute, and Saric now has a better position. Carlsen should be able to finish this one off. Let's stay here for the time being, and I will also point out that Meili Jade Wale is, I don't want to say crushing Carissa Yip, but
Ooh.
she's got an incredibly big advantage, a bishop pair, and attacking chances, but
Knight F5
I
on
think
the
this
board.
game will end
Daniel,
quickly.
Knight F5 on
King
the
G7,
board.
no
King
problemo.
G7.
E6 has to be tried.
You can't take
Last
on
chance
E6.
for
The F8
Sevian.
rook hangs.
Okay, so F6, I think, is maybe the most cold-blooded response.
It does look like the way to go, right? You don't want to allow white's pawn on F7. He does it. F6 just keeps everything under control. And notice how that pawn on F6 and the pawn on H5 just stop all the checks. Rook C1, and because there's a back rank weakness,
no.
Rook C8. What a stunning move this is. And who's
God.
getting checkmated now?
He makes it look so easy, Tanya. We see these moves. Of course, Rook C8, right? But it's crazy how quickly he finds them. Queen to E2, I think, ends the game almost officially because it opens up the threat of Knight F2. At this point, it's choose your pick, choose your poison, and choose how you want to kill your opponent here if you're black.
And Magnus is doing just that. He's got 3 minutes. He wants to go also for the beauty prize, which would be amazing if you could just sacrifice the queen to deflect
yeah.
that queen from F5. Because Knight F2 would be a checkmate, but I think Queen E2 just keeps it simple and strong, and that's what he's going to go for in the end.
That might be the match because Bortnik has officially lost control of his initiative. He had such a promising position, but he was not able to find a way to capitalize on it. And Saric could basically end this match, assuming that nothing insane happens on Carlsen's board, and I'm pretty confident that nothing will. He could just leave his queen on d3, Tanya. You called it. I think he could play rook to c3, for instance. We're going to go back to Carlsen game because I think this is going to end momentarily in just a couple of moves, but Bortnik might be losing as well.
Wow, Queen
Oh, look at
F3 played,
Carlsen.
and this is why Queen E2 was so much more tempting because you have a real threat of Knight F2 as well, but he does decide. You can actually go Queen E2. No, you can't go Queen E2 because Queen E2 actually keeps it defended, but I like your move Rook C2, just deflecting that queen, threatening Knight F2, and
You
not
know,
just thinking. It's
I was going to say Carlsen likes to go King F8, something zen here, but he's just finish it off, Magnus. Knight D2, I think, ends the game, but we've seen Carlsen
Knight D2, there's a check
struggle.
on G3.
That's true. Oh my gosh, King F8, Queen D6. Carlsen has struggled a little bit in the technical phase of the game in Tata Steel, but he's up a full piece for goodness sake. Even Queen E5, the simple Queen E5 ends the game.
That's it. He goes for
Take the
Queen
pawn.
E5. Just pick up the E6 pawn. It's the big pawn, and he does it. And A4, it doesn't matter. There's no compensation. Black's king is absolutely safe. There is not
That's
a
it.
single check on the board. Queen
Oh.
A7 doesn't really get you anywhere. And
And
that stopped
he
as well
stops
now.
it anyway. That's it. Let's go to the Bortnik game. I think we should go to the bird's eye because it's obvious that Magnus is going to win this game. And so the scene shifts over to Alexander Bortnik's game, where he has been able to somehow stay alive. Look at his pieces. Both his bishop and his knight are hanging, but neither piece can be captured. Saric has let his advantage slip.
Wow, and the
Not over
reason for
yet.
that is you pick up the bishop, then white jumps in with knight f6, picks up the bishop, and delivers a fork, and that would actually turn the result around. You can't pick up the knight. The queen is hanging. The queen needs to move somewhere, Daniel, to defend that bishop on f6. He does it. The bishops are traded off, and we see Ivan Saric there, just breathing a sigh of relief.
This might be the decisive game. All Saric needs here is a draw, and that might be what spells doom for the Garden State Passers. Rook to d8 here, I think, might force that draw to happen. Instead, he checks on a1. I don't know about that move. King h2, queen f1. There's f3. Oh, what tactics by Saric!
G5.
He's
Bishop
blundered.
G5, queen e5 check. There's
But
a
what has
check
he
on
blundered?
e5.
And Bortnik counter blunders. There was a win there for white, but I don't see it. I didn't see it.
Potentially could have been a
Oh.
sack on c. We have no idea what
On
it was, but he goes
C6?
bishop g. Yeah, rook c6 looked very tempting and bringing the queen to d7, but instead
Oh my
he falls
gosh.
back. What is this? He got his
It's
piece
over.
trapped. He just
FG,
got
and the game
his
is over.
piece trapped on g3. What was bishop g3?
I will have to show the win that Bortnik had. It was a ridiculous sequence, and he could have turned the tables. And if the passers end up winning their other two boards, this will end up as the decisive game. Saric should repeat. Tanya, Saric should repeat moves here if he's aware of Magnus's result, because that immediately bags the match. Immediately.
Oh, and we can see Botnik, he is devastated right now, and it just depends. I think Saric is potentially checking the match result right now. He has a draw in his hands, and if that is match victory, he will go for it. It is the smart thing to do, and he's figured it out, Daniel. I think we're going to have a repetition on this one.
As ridiculous
There
as
we
it
have
may
it.
sound, right, to repeat moves, you are not an individual player. You are completely a team player. You sacrifice your own results for the sake of the team results. The match is over, and the Chessbrahs have pulled it off. Before we go to any other
Oof.
games, let me show really quickly what Bortnik missed in this position. Rook takes bishop. What the heck is the point of this move? Well, it's to play queen a7 to d7 and hit the rook. Why is that dangerous? Well, the rook can't be defended. If you play king f8, bishop d6 throws the king back to g8. And Tanya, if you move the rook, it's complete carte blanche
And
against
bishop
Black's king.
e5.
This is totally crushing with the bishop and the queen combining to massacre Black's king side. Bortnik could have won this in one move, but how do you blame him for missing rook takes c6 with 2 seconds on his clock?
Happens to the best of us. Clearly, rook c6 would have just changed a lot in this match, but instead, Ivan Saric making that decision at the very end survives that tactical shot missed by Botnik and goes on to go for the repetition, which suits the Chessbrahs just fine. We still have action on one of the boards, but the Canada Chessbrahs have taken the match.
They have taken the match, and they might also take one of the other two games. Meili Jade is, I think she was in control of that board, but Carissa, I think, has actually taken over the initiative and might win her game. And Abhimanyu Mishra is better on his board. So that result between Bortnik and Saric might end up actually influencing directly the result of the match. But again, it's nobody's fault. That's not how it works. And I'm going to switch over to Abhimanyu. He is going to win. And I think Carissa is going to win as well.
Wow, and the
Oh my
reason this is so
gosh.
winning for Black is because that H pawn, just look at it, it's unstoppable. It's as simple as this. H3, H2, move the rook, queen the pawn, win the
Yep.
game. That bishop
the
on
game.
E5 is an absolute monster.
H2. Anyway, and then rook c1 check
Oof.
is a pretty tactic that ends it. Sam is going to resign. Eric is going to resign, I think, after maybe not. Rook h3 still in it. No, that's it.
And now rook A1, that is so classic.
Oh.
You've got to take with the pawn. He
Or
could have
this,
gone
or
rook
this.
to A1.
Yeah, but this is also
Or
winning because
this.
king b3, rook b1 is just game over. He's going to
Oh.
hide on g8, and he's going to go rook
And
to
that's
b1
it.
check. Wow.
Amazing technique there. Just
Amazing
incredible
indeed.
stuff.
Okay, we can go out of this game. We will trust that Abhimanyu Mishra has the technique to win it. And there we go. Resignation. That leaves us with one game. Oh, what a
Leaves
heartbreaker
us
this
with
will be
one
for the
game.
passers.
Yes. An absolutely heartbreaking moment here with that draw in the Ivan Saric and the Botnik game. That just means that it doesn't matter what the result is. The match is already decided. What a win by Abhimanyu Mishra, but it is too little, too late.
It is. And again, if Bortnik had won that, then Carissa Yip, with a win in this game, would have forced a tiebreaker in this match. And what's crazy is Carissa Yip has taken over this game. She is now winning with the black pieces against Meili Jade. I think she's going to take this and drive this all the way home. The passers are going to win this match, but not by enough of a margin.
Wow.
Win this round,
Queen
I meant.
d4. Queen d4, it hits that bishop on d3. Carissa has everything under control. You're controlling the
gosh.
f file. Your queen is centralized. Look at that knight on c5. You're hitting that pawn on h4.
Take it.
The g6 pawn is defended. Pick up the h4 pawn. You could trade the rooks on f1. Just everything seems to be working for black.
Yeah, queen takes h4. I don't know what Carissa's waiting for. Take that pawn because g5 will fall consecutively, and then black will just play h4. This is borderline resignable. But Meili Jade with queen e3. Oh, but then c4 falls. Oh my gosh.
Wow, and it's really good news for black that this knight on c5 also defends all counterplay with the queen coming into e6. The knight on e7 defends the g6 pawn. The knight on c5 controls the e6 square. Everything is guarded. Meanwhile, black picking up pawns, the king side falling apart. Carissa Yip on the brink of victory, but the Canada Chessbrahs have already taken the match.
And the reason you can't assign blame, right? It's easy to assign blame, but remember that this match is the product of all 4 rounds. So you could just as easily look back and say, well, Abhimanyu Mishra lost that position to Meili Jade. That game could have been a draw. Magnus Carlsen, right, could have maybe drawn his first round game against Carissa Yip. So really, you should avoid looking just at the last round and saying, oh, it's Bortnick's fault because he didn't win that game. No, it's a team effort, and everybody's half point and 0 points matters the same amount, whatever round it occurred in. But this is over. Carissa is going to bring the passers oh so close, but not close enough. What a close match this ended up being.
Wow, nice move there by Carissa, just trading off the queens. You're up 3 pawns in this endgame. The h4 pawn can also be defended. It's just heartbreaking that this point just doesn't count for anything in this match.
Yeah. 4 is coming. The pawns are pushing. This plays itself. E3 even. I think E3 might be the easiest way to win. Oh, she's going to push the G pawn and lock up the game with knight
E5 comes
E3 check.
in. Oh, nice, and you pick up the bishop.
Yeah, and Meili resigns. The game is ended. It's not
Wow.
close enough, Tanya, by 1/2 of a point.
It's such a close match, and what a turnaround this one has been, starting from how Canada Chessbrahs were the one on the back foot with the Garden State passes taking the early lead in this match, but then it all turned around in round 3, and Magnus Carlsen's team takes this match with 8.5, 7.5. Such a close fight.
Oh my goodness, what a scintillating match and a valiant comeback attempt by the Garden State passers. Sam Sevian, though, he drops off in the last 2 rounds. His perfect PCL run comes to an end. It comes to an end, understandably, at the hands, of course, of the world champion and Ivan Saric, the 2 strongest boards for the Canada Chessbrahs, who win their first round. They suffer a shock defeat at the hands of the Indian Yogis in week 2. And now, here in week 3, they got their act together. And Magnus Carlsen, once again, the hero of this match. Where would the Chessbrahs be without Magnus? I'll tell you where. They'd be at 0-3. Instead, they are sitting pretty at 2-1. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have a very special guest for you on the other side of this break. We'll have the world champion who's once again run the table with a 4-0 result. Magnus Carlsen will join us for an interview here at the Pro Chess League. Don't go anywhere. We'll have the world champion here and have him share his thoughts in just a couple of minutes.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir. Good. How you doing? I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look
looking
at that.
man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess? Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these 3 things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing? Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the 2 of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
gonna box me, is
No,
he?
he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier.
Let's go.
So Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
He is a bad man. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, goes 4-0 for the second time in the PCL, leading to a second Canada Chessbrahs victory. Magnus joins us for an interview. We appreciate it. Magnus, how does it feel to go 4-0 yet again?
It was good to help the team in this way. But I gotta say that the whole team today did a really good job, except Eric. He sucked, and he almost cost us the match. So shame on you, Eric. But yeah, Ivan is. I think he was a very, very strong performer the last time he played for the Chessbrahs in the Pro Chess League. And Melee got us an extremely important win today as well. So that was really, really good to see them do well. As for me, I think I played pretty mediocre chess, but that's fine. I got it done. Especially in the last round, I think I was just busted. But some positions where you sort of, well, I think at some point he made it a bit difficult for himself in that he either has to give mate or he's just worse. And in those positions, even if your position is good, you can easily make mistakes.
Magnus, you mentioned about Eric's performance there. Now, he was your host while you were in Canada. Aren't you supposed to be nice to him?
Well, I would be nice to him if he did well, but this was no, but we had some discussions after our last couple of matches, and we thought that getting Ivan in would be really, really important. And then so I have to say he made a really good choice there, also considering the fact that he brought in Melee, who got us an important point. Unfortunately, that meant that he had to play himself instead of Aryan, but that's the way it is sometimes. But yeah, I'm happy that we won today, and we stay alive.
You do indeed. Magnus, the French is the butt of a lot of jokes, but you played it in the last round to defeat same Sevian. Would you say that if you're ranking the ways to guarantee winning chances and an unbalanced position with black against e4, would you say that the French is among the top ways to guarantee some sort of intrigue against e4?
I would say against really well prepared opponents, it's it's generally hard to generate chances. But you are right in the sense that, especially if you're not well prepared as black, as I clearly wasn't today, then your position from the opening is probably going to be pretty bad. But it's going to be as you said, it's going to be a complicated sense, complicated kind of bad where you can get counter chances. And as I explained earlier, yeah, this at some point, yeah, you had to either give mate or lose, and that was kind of the scenario I was hoping for. It's a little bit like playing the King's Indian in that sense, or at least some of the sort of more double-edged variations of the King's Indian, where you know that either as black you're either getting you're either giving mate or you're gonna lose. And the French is, I mean, you're not giving mate, of course, but you take such strategic risk in both openings. But you know that there are chances as well.
Magnus, some interesting opening choices there. Now, the Chessbrahs won by the smallest of margins, 8.5 to 7.5, but it wasn't smooth sailing. After round two, you were down, your team was down 5-3. What do you think switched and what turned around to take this match victory?
But I think this is the good thing about the format, that you have these rating constraints, which means that almost every game is every match is going to be close. Like winning by blowouts is super hard. I think I mean the key, one of the keys was, I don't know. I don't know what the key was really. I mean, we got one win from Melee, which is really was really huge, and then Ivan started to win games. But what exactly happened? You know, why that happened in the first in the third round rather than the first two? It's hard to say.
Mm-hmm. Magnus, as we look at the top teams in the standings, of course, the Indian Yogis, they won again today to be the first team making it to the playoffs. We've got the Gotham Knights and the Shanghai Tigers. Looking at those teams, Magnus, how do you feel about the Chessbrahs' chances to make it in the playoffs, and what are the sort of big things that need to happen? Is it Eric playing better? Is that the sort of the key to the kingdom?
Yeah, I guess it's getting like good performances from everybody on this. If we do that, we can beat every single team. And I'll be curious to see who we play in the next round. But for instance, like I may have on a good day been able to see mate in 3 against Vidit in the last match, but even then we'd have lost the match. So we really need everybody to pull, and that's hard on any given match. But at least now we've scraped a couple of wins, so we have a chance.
Magnus, can you also just tell us a little bit about what's it like to play for the Chessbrahs, and how involved are you in the decision making for the lineup of every week? Is that something that you leave to Eric, or is that something that you're actively involved in?
Well, I've been discussing it a little bit with Eric, but it's his choices. He makes the decisions. He's the manager, the boss, the godfather. So I mainly just tune in once a week and try to play good enough moves to win a few games.
Mm-hmm. Magnus, feature chat question from Dizzy Bagel 94. How does the PCL compare to a normal tournament? Is this sort of a fun tournament or are you viewing this just like any other AIM chess or any other online rapid tournament that you've played?
No, it's not fun. Well, it can be fun sometimes when your teammates are doing well, but mostly it's a little bit frustrating. Especially after last week, I was thinking like I'm never ever gonna play a match again.
Here you are.
But No, it's obviously obviously different because you cannot control your fate in the same way.
Right, we've got one more feature chat question for you, and it's by Dan Plays Chess, and he's asking, Magnus, is there anyone you've played that surprised you with their play? Maybe somebody previously who was not on your radar.
I cannot say that I've been following the other matches too intently. In terms of how people have played against me, nah, not really. I mean, some people have played really well, some others haven't, but no, I cannot say. I cannot say that I have. Well, Eric has surprised me negatively so far, but
Well, Magnus, it's been a pleasure watching your games. You've gone 4-0 now twice. So congratulations on a well-earned victory for the Chessbrahs. We'll let you take your well-deserved rest. We look forward to seeing you in the next match.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Magnus. He needs no introduction, Tanya. 8.5, 7.5. The final score. This could have gone either way. None of this could have happened without the heroics, as usual, of Magnus Carlsen. We are just so spoiled by we are used to this degree of excellence, which is ridiculous, honestly.
I mean, look at that scoreline, right? Magnus Carlsen 4 out of 4 one more time. Ivan Saric with 3 points. Those are some heavy hitters for today. And let's take a look at what this means for our standings, with the Canada Chessbrahs winning their match against Garden State Passes.
Wow. Well, we've got a logjam at the top. Only one team in the playoffs thus far. They will be joined by either the Shanghai Tigers or the Gotham Knights, who will be facing off in the next PCL match. Talk about fascinating. We're going to have Wei Yi, who's gone 4-0, and Hikaru Nakamura, who has also had a perfect run. They will presumably be playing. And so many of these teams who now sit at 2-1, Tanya, and even I'm looking at MGD1. Don't fall asleep on those teams, because they can absolutely make a run and make the playoffs. So nothing has been decided just because the Yogis are the first to make the playoffs.
Well, the Yogis definitely have a lot to celebrate. They have done their job so far in this main event of the Pro Chess League. They booked their spot in the playoffs. But of course, we've got big runs coming up. And also, not just these teams. We've got Blitz, the Croatia Bulldogs, the Garden State Passes. It is all about getting those 3-match wins. And then you've got your shot into the playoff. That's what the teams are looking at. But some of the teams are also facing elimination.
Well, one team only has been eliminated, but the Bears and the Archbishops are staring down the barrel, as are the Passers, the Capybaras, and the Maniac Shrimps, who have to be perfect if they want to stay in the PCL. Well, speaking of perfect, we've got a perfect week of action for you, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, you have more action to look forward to, so your PCL withdrawal is not going to last long. It's the same schedule, with action starting at 7:30 a.m. Pacific time, bright and early, with the Knights facing the Shanghai Tigers. A second team will be in the playoffs after that match concludes, and the 2 1-1 teams, the Blitz against the Croatia Bulldogs, face off immediately afterward at around 10 a.m. Pacific. So, man, we've got more awesome stuff coming for you. Start time, 7:30 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 New York time tomorrow morning. But Tanya, the time has come for us to take our well-deserved rest. What a day of action we've had today.
So much action, so much fun and drama and big fights and turnarounds, and Nihal Serene in our chat as well. What a day it's been, Daniel. It's been an absolute pleasure calling this out. We had Magnus join us as well. He's on a 4 out of 4 today's victory, but on an overall streak as well in the Pro Chess League. We have our first participant into the playoffs. So much action. Loved every moment of it.
Me too.
It was incredible.
Me too, Tanya. It's an honor to commentate with you. This was such a pleasure. 5 hours went by in a flash, and I'm sure they'll go by in a flash tomorrow as well. I'll be bringing you that match alongside Grandmaster Amon Hambleton. But for now, I'd like to thank everybody in the chat for supporting your favorite players. your favorite teams. The PCL would not have this level of hype without you. Our producers, Bick and Hala, as well as our entire amazing team at chess.com, who works so hard behind the scenes to help us make this the best show that we can make it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and International Master Tanya Sachdev, we say goodbye from Wednesday here at the Pro Chess League. We will see you tomorrow bright and early at 7:30 a.m. Pacific for the Gotham Knights against the Shanghai Tigers. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. So long.